evening, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Saturday show. It is Saturday, July 25th, 2020, just about 20 minutes after 7 p.m. Eastern. It is day 49 of D&D with I&B, Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Curse of Strahd, the episode we are calling today Allies and Adversaries. I hope you folks are looking forward to what I hope is going to be an awesome session today. I have no doubt that it will, because these folks always bring it, as you know. And I am very excited to be able to speak to the best viewers on Twitch, and also, of course, to be able to speak to the best listeners on our audio podcast, which continues to grow. Thank you so much. If you are one of those audio listeners, please spread the word about this show. And if you did not know that we had an audio podcast, we do. If you were a Twitch viewer, you can go and find that over on my website for this, arvineleron.com, edited ably by the astonishing and awesome Nomadic. So you should head over there and check that out, because we put time and effort into it, and so that would be much appreciated. So thanks to those of you who are listening at home. For my Twitch folks, it is always a pleasure to have you on board, and I hope everyone's doing well. Just as a reminder, if you haven't done so already, please follow this channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Please follow me on all those places. And again, you can check us out on that website, arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond material and Adventures in Middle-earth material, and soon to be some Genesis material as well that supports the channel, and you get some cool swag for yourself. You can also get some cool stuff for yourself by supporting the Patreon with !ArvTreon. You can get copies of one of my band's albums, you can get professional critiques of your writing, you can get an epic character background, an epic poem written about you, inspirations to help our players in these campaigns, all of that kind of good stuff. Plus, we can get stuff as a channel overall, so all of that is really a big help to the channel, and you can find that again over at !ArvTreon. And then, of course, we have that sub button right below the video window. We're sitting right now right at about 60 subs, I believe. So I'm hoping that we can get more over time, continue to build that up, because those combined numbers really make it possible for me to do things like, pay folks, or at least pay our vocalists and things like that, and put money back into the channel. And I want to do more of that and to continue to build things up. It also helps on my writing side, which I'm very appreciative of. And so, again, anything you can do to help over there is much appreciated as well by subbing to the channel. And you can also get those custom emotes and sub badges and inspirations there too. And lastly, the publishing stuff. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, a silver seller over on drivethrurpg.com, and soon to be coming out in print as well. Very excited about the way the print editions are proceeding. We will have those out fairly soon. That is my D&D 5e adventure and source book with many different contributors, and I'm very excited to be able to share that with all of you in print, but you can get it right now on PDF. Also, we have Icarus, which is, of course, my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels from Athos Arts. I was just speaking today to the inimitable Christopher Bell from Athos Arts, and we talked a little bit more about some of these details. I do want to mention that we do now have a date for the retail release of those. The retail release of the Icarus and Jelinek books are going to be in late October, early November. We will have an exact date for you folks soon, but sometime in late October and early November will be the retail release date. In case you're curious, this is going to be the retail edition, which will have blurbs, it'll have review quotes, it'll be the whole 9 yards. So it's, if you're a Kickstarter backer, you've already gotten your editions. That's awesome. The print editions are on their way to you as well. For those of you who ordered, who backed us at the print edition level, but if you have not yet done so, the print edition is going to be that, but it's also going to have these extra blurbs and reviews, and hopefully we will get a lot of positive notice and attention, because I'm very proud of this. Early August will be the pre-order paper print of this as well. So again, early August will be our pre-order for the paperback print copy, and then that official release will be late October, early November for Icarus. And then Greyshade KS, as I told you folks before, in the next couple of weeks I will have details about when the Greyshade Kickstarter is going to be run, either in October or it's going to be February. One way or the other, we will have Greyshade, and I'm going to talk more about that as we get closer to that. Very excited about that project happening, as well as other things that we've got going on down the line. And of course, BLM, Black Lives Matter, extremely important. Again, we are going to continue to talk about this, as I've been doing all along, because it is important to talk about the significance of equity, the significance of equality and of justice for people of color, and specifically for Black lives and Black voices. This is one of the things we've tried to do on this channel in a number of different ways over the last couple of months specifically, and we will continue to push that forward. In the meantime, please click on that link, which is blacklivesmatter.ca WARRD.co, because all of that is going to make a big difference in moving us forward as we continue to focus our attention on it. It isn't going to go away just because the media theoretically goes away at some point. So basically, I'm saying stay with it because it's important to do so. That said, tonight it is time for day 49 of D&D with INB. One quick schedule note: we have got Infinity and Beyond tonight. Then, for those of you who missed this, Masters of the Dungeon was rescheduled from yesterday because we had a schedule conflict, and so we are going to now be doing that on a special Sunday night edition of Masters of the Dungeon, which is our D&D roundtable. So Little Red Dot and myself will be with you tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th, from 8 until 9:30 p.m. Eastern, talking about the world of tabletop role-playing from a game mastering perspective. So that's going to be happening there as well. That is the deal with Sunday night. And then we'll be back to Monday, Emberwind, and all this stuff happening there. But I've already gone over that schedule. Again, you can find that on rvanelleron.com or by typing an ! calendar in chat. But now, the time has come for us to introduce the cast members, the amazing players of Infinity and Beyond. And so I have unmuted myself, and now I have unmuted them. And now we are going to head over to show you the sunny, happy, and completely non-stressed. I'm being completely untruthful about any of that. We are all...
I just finished stress eating because I'm dealing with my COVID-15 right now, as I've been telling people, because we're all
just
talking
talked about how to get rid of that is not to stress eat, Rob.
I live in one of the food capitals of the world. I like to eat, damn it.
Stress eat. You're talking about a girl from the South. So.
I look into getting, like I bought one of these gorilla bow things for more money than I care to admit. And I was like, you know what? I just need to go get a jump rope. I saw a thing in my Instagram feed the other day for a weighted jump rope. The whole package for the different ropes with like this Bluetooth thing that it checks your phone, $250 for a jump rope.
Well, that's because you have a Bluetooth
These people are making
thing
a killing.
Yeah, why don't you just go
take
buy
a
a
clothesline
fucking
and
jump rope?
wrap it up and jump
I
rope?
buy stock in this jump rope company.
Does
that
it
will
move
fix
for-
all
is
my
it-
problems.
Is it self-propelled? Does it move for
That-
you?
We need an e-rope. We need an e-rope.
You said it on a stand.
Carbon nanotubes and all that.
You set it on a stand. You watch it go, and you eat while you watch it.
That sounds like a plan. Well, anyway, I do want to get us moving here close to time, but I am very, very happy to have the crew with us. I am, of course, joking in sort of a sad.
Yeah, he's really not happy to have
this
us here.
thing.
He's very sad to see all of us.
No, I'm not joking about that. I'm joking about you being unstressed, because everyone clearly is. But I will say, despite that, this is, for me anyway, I won't speak for them, but for me, it is always somewhat of a relief of stress to have this wonderful group of friends and wonderful players together, to advance through a land which is maybe even more stressful than our land. I mean, it's hard to believe, but maybe. It's a tight race.
There's no COVID.
There's no COVID. Yeah.
It's definitely much better.
It's
Never
much
thought
better.
that I would say Barovia is better than now.
We just haven't found the disease
Just
part
that,
of
it
the
doesn't have
land.
orange
That's the
president
thing.
or COVID.
And
No,
I was
Barovia
like,
is better than real life.
I was like, funny you should mention that whole no COVID.
It's escapism of a different kind.
Make Barovia sane again.
Oh my goodness. It is a great pleasure to welcome everyone here, and I will start, as I usually do, with the person who is right to the right on your screen as you look, and that, of course, is Mr. Trendane Sparks. Hello, Trend. How are you? How's life in the universe with you on the left coast, sir?
On the left coast. Things over here the sun is still out presently, so it's a little bit warm for me. Still here, I think it's probably...
It's still out here, too.
78.
Yeah, that's tough. No, it's tough. I mean, it's...
And, I mean, for somebody like myself who's comfortable around 50, yeah. Sorry, that's Fahrenheit for those of you who use proper measuring systems. Anyway, so I'm repping as...
Haha, me too.
Yes, I saw that. It's one of the reasons
What's
why.
that? I've never seen that before.
It's called a shirt.
Yeah.
Ah! That's...
And, yeah. So how are things going with me? Well, yeah. There's this thing that I do as a voice actor. I do audiobook narrations, which has been going okay. It's been going fine. I get my part of the job done, and then send it up to John, and John does his part, and it's the part after that kind of, to say it's a speed bump is not quite right, It's more like if a speed bump was like 300 meters high, for those of you who use proper measuring systems, and just go bam, just straight into it, and everything stops.
It's the Escape from New York speed bump style.
That's like 9,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty close, I think.
I watched that movie the other night. Thank you, Arm.
Who's the Duke A number 1? Love that movie.
So
I heard you were dead.
yeah, it's a little crazy, but you know, I've been trying to entertain myself, and I was asked to narrate another story, and it needs some editing.
For those of you at home, Trent gave an expression consistent with, does it need editing?
Fear.
Yeah.
You're talking about another party, some other party.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Hey, you just got silent. I'm like, look at
It's with his
You're
company
welcome.
named Battlist.
You're looking
This
at- you're looking at
guy,
me? You're looking at
Bonnie
me, Essie?
Belfers, is the one who runs it, and
Yeah, it's unique. For example, when you have a sentence that has an aside in it, where it starts with a sentence, and then the narrator, whoever that happens to be, kind of breaks out and mentions something that happened in the past, and then comes back and finishes the sentence.
Okay.
And there's usually like an M dash to indicate where the break is. But when that aside is 4 lines long, and the preceding and following pieces are like 6 words each, it makes it difficult to get the rhythm of the sentence back by the time you get to the end of the aside, especially when the aside is got like 18 commas in it, and it is just a comma splice from hell. Should probably be 3 different sentences. Anyway, never mind.
Neil Gaiman writes like that. I just tried to read Stardust out loud, and Lord help, he can put he can put lines of stuff between a half sentence, like a sentence and oh my god, yes,
Yeah.
I
Say
feel you.
William Burroughs or what's his face? The
how
guy
about Henry
who did,
James, for God's sake? Like,
Him.
the guy
Who's
just never met a sentence he didn't like.
the guy who did the Vegas
Wilford Brimley.
convention and then wrote on a whole roll of like
Hunter S.
typewriter
Thompson.
Wilford Brimley.
Thank you, Hunter Thompson. That's it.
Okay, that
Any
guy,
of those 3.
practically the same dude.
But that's because he was, that's because he was high, John. He was on a trip. Like, I mean, like, you could at
I'm
least
aware.
understand why he was going down the toilet paper. Like, this guy may not have been high. I mean, like the Trent's talking about, right? I mean,
May not have been is the proper.
I'll tell you what. You ever want a guy who can't wrestle a sentence to the deck ever? I'd like to present you the author of Don Quixote, Miguel Cervantes, because let me tell you, that dude never finishes a sentence. Like, and then he thought of this with Alejandra, and the bark and the thing with the stuff. And you're like, Jesus God, where is this going? Yeah, anyway.
Never
But that
met
guy
Nowhere.
lived,
It doesn't go anywhere.
it doesn't go
Arm.
anywhere. But that was hundreds of years ago. At least you'd think this dude would not be like that. Anyway,
Never met
Trent,
a
who
clause
are
he
you
didn't
playing
like.
today when we're not, dealing
Oh,
with this?
right, yeah. When we're playing in the comfortable, soft, stressless
Barovia.
reaches of Barovia.
The Lich's library is always open for you.
It is. I just got to not freeze to death while I'm there. It's
and
awesome.
figure out how to feed yourself too. There's that.
Well, yeah, I know how to feed myself. I just don't have anything to eat. Anyway, so unless I want to eat flaming skulls, I can just chew on the bone shard. No, they crumbled into. Never mind. I'm playing a tiny little man named Weller Pale, who is not afraid of werewolves at all. At all.
No.
At all. He hates them. Hates them with a passion that overrides any fear he might be. Yeah. So anyway, he used to have another little man named Weller that traveled around with him in a bottle that is unbreakable. But now that guy is ash thanks to the friggin' Arcanoloth. And the aforementioned very chewy, crunchy, flaming skulls. But yeah, that's gone now. So we don't really talk about that except for the fact that I just talked about it. So Sod.
Always a pleasure to have Sod with us as well. Sod, how are you doing on your corner of the
it's
world?
nice,
in your hellscape?
unlike trending,
like our
it
hellscape.
is a lot colder here. It's at
Oh,
55
yeah, tease
degrees,
me.
which is like not
Fahrenheit.
Is that
Guys, that's probably
55 Celsius?
standard.
Fahrenheit.
700
That's
degrees
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit. Okay.
Yes.
I've converted because he's converting everything in American into metric. Does that mean that I have to convert everything
No.
into imperial? Because I'm
Yes.
a metric user.
Yes, it does. That's exactly what it means.
It's the Australian-U.S. barrier. Yes.
Yeah, 55 degrees is for you guys. That's what it's like here right now in Rain.
Celsius.
I mean, like it could, in theory, could reach that. I mean, like it's gone to the low 40s Celsius, but
Speaking of flaming skulls.
Isn't that just the 7th level of hell? Like, isn't that 40 degrees? Isn't that really the surface of the
The
sun?
hottest it's reached in Sydney, I think, is 41 or 42.
Yeah, 41 is pretty high.
Wow.
Good
Which is
effing
pretty high.
lord.
I think,
There's that song where they're singing about 45 degrees. What song is that?
Midnight Oil. The
it's-
time
that one.
has come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every
sorry,
Midnight Oil song is about Australian temperature. You got to understand.
Yeah.
Dot, how can we live while the earth is turning? All right. How can we
That's a
sleep
very
while our
good- that's
beds
a
are
very good
burning? That's my
question.
question.
One of
Saad,
my very first CDs.
And of course, the Times come to say fair's fair. you know?
there you go. There you go. So when you're paying the rent and
pay
doing
our
your share,
share.
Saad, who are you playing on?
But before we go, I just thought I had some fun going through my father's all my old stuff because my dad had a bunch of my old boxes in his place, and I found the ultimate 90s thing, which is, if anyone remembers, Pogs.
Oh
and
my
Tarzan.
God.
I have like
Actual
a
Pogs.
huge collection.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is
Actual
Tarzan. That's-
Pogs.
I still have
Oh
mine.
my
Tarzos.
god.
Wait. What did
And-
you say that was? What did you say that last one was?
Tarzos
Tarzo?
and Pogs. There's two sets.
It
There's
was Marvin the
Tarzos,
Martian.
which is Warner Brothers.
Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
okay.
And then there's Pogs,
It's
which
my
are,
confusion. Yeah.
I mean, like you have like Monster Pogs, which is like just random monsters, stuff like
For
that.
all you whippersnappers at home,
this is
Pogs
like
is a game
90s.
that we used to play in the 90s made of very small little disc, and you'd press one disc against
Yeah.
another disc until it jumped.
Right.
Yep,
And we now
and,
react by Pog champing.
Some
to
of them
Pogs.
glow in the dark, like this one, though I can't really show it off right now. 'cause,
Oh, Arv.
I mean, like, this
my
is
God,
this
I
is the
probably
hot
have a
90s
Pog
stuff here right
somewhere.
now.
Yeah, that is like prime 90s toy.
I definitely think my Pogs
I have, like-
are located with
And I have
my
3 tubes of
magic
this
cards.
stuff.
Do
Yeah,
not
I think
attempt.
I
There,
have mine
there.
in the same. I have mine in the
Trendo
same
knows.
case.
Trendo knows probably understands how hot these were back then.
Yes, I do.
this is-
You geeks
Sod.
doing Pogs.
Sod,
Real men
Sod,
were
hold
playing
the-
Magic the
hold the-
Gathering. So-
Hold the case up to the camera just so I can see it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
exactly
like,
the same case I have mine in.
hand
Pretty much.
length
Almost.
reference.
Yeah.
Reference hand, of course. So
That was how
not
long.
attempt.
That was how long Pogs actually lasted for as a thing. Was about the size of that canister.
yeah.
Not attempt to replace casino chips with those. It doesn't work.
No.
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 That's how you take your eye out.
Yeah.
Can you just imagine like pressing?
I just thought I'd show that off because there's a whole bunch
That's
of
awesome.
That's
Yeah.
classic
hilarious.
stuff. Like I have folders of basketball cards. Apparently, I collected them a lot when I was a kid, and I couldn't remember where I left them all. So I've
I'm
got
sorry. You have folders
Yes, he.
of
Yes,
what?
he said basketball.
basketball cards.
Oh,
Basketball.
basketball.
I thought he said basketball.
I did
As you were
too.
saying baseball.
I do have some baseball ones as well.
Okay.
But,
No, no, no,
okay.
no.
Look,
I
the,
watch
look, the accent's not
baseball,
that
though.
weird. Okay.
I would watch baseball.
Baseball. In basketball, I want to be
Basketball.
clear that in Australia, basketball is actually a sport where you decapitate your opponent and then
No,
use
it's a
their
fishing
severed head to
sport.
score a point.
It's
You
yeah,
guys have-
be a fishing sport.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, basketball. Yeah.
Played with drop bears.
Or a bunch of men on a field with bases in their hand and they just smack a ball back and forth. Now that's a game I'd watch.
That's there you go.
Well, that's hockey.
Electric
that's
baseball.
technically-
There's
gotta be
Nonstop. You had a 1-inch thick metal pog. That is. I mean,
Yeah.
One inch.
That's-
That's not a pog anymore.
I
One
think
inch.
I have
thick.
one of these things from like the
That's
Dave and Buster's
I
type
have
of
to- I
deal.
just gotta
like,
look.
that-
The
one of these
manhole
things,
cover
you know
is what
I'm
that
saying?
is.
Ah,
Yeah,
yes.
like this thing.
Yes.
But that's from like Five Wits, like one of those escape room type places. Like that's what you're talking about. But metal, like with a real pog game,
metal-
you would
metal
kill
pogs
someone
were
doing
around.
that. Like
There were hard plastic ones and there were metal ones.
Y'all-
Trina
I don't
will
have
probably
metal
confirm
ones.
this for me as well.
Yeah, I had one.
Yep. Yeah.
One. I had 2 pogs. One was just a standard plastic one, was like a gold star in the middle of it, and the other one was metal, but there was nothing on it. It was just a silver.
Yeah. It had
steel
like a
disc.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you could, yeah.
But yeah, it's like I mean, like that's '90s height of the '90s.
the
right
hype of
there.
it. I used to have a print set with all the Animaniacs on it.
ooh,
Yeah, I'm sure there's
Good
lots of
stuff.
things. I haven't actually gone
Let's
through.
make it more 90s. Let me.
I
dump
should
some
probably
more.
collage all
gonna
these
say.
and then make them into like a painting.
There
Oh,
you go.
you could
There
inset them.
go.
You could inset them under a glass table, dude. Like put a piece, like put them on a
Oh.
table and then put the glass on top. That way you don't ruin them.
and you would look at those while the music of freezing, no, with another.
Yeah,
the whole thing is just 1990s.
Every
like,
time
all
you start
night.
looking at these, that's true.
Let's talk all night about pogs. Yeah, well, listen, we pog
And,
champed
and
enough.
90s
with
music.
biscuit
Don't
on.
forget 90s music.
Who
Come
are
on.
you playing today?
Yes,
like,
I'm playing.
all of our listeners, by the way, in the audio podcast are just like, what the heck? What is he showing? Like, it's just it's like it's
Curse of
Pogs.
Hog?
It's
What are they
Pogs.
playing?
Curse of Pog.
Internets.
I'm
In the
running
after
that game.
times, we only play in Pogs. Anyway, who are you playing today, son?
I am playing a half orc, half sort of half undead paladin named Oleg Denicore.
Two-thirds undead.
2/3. I don't know.
Right now?
I'd see.
His
This is where we'd
status
have to.
evolves every time
We
we
would
have one
have
of these
to
sessions.
confirm with Arv the percentage amount of vampire in.
And he's not going to tell you. That's the problem.
Probably.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Exactly.
It's a sliding scale.
So you'll have to
No, it's
guess.
not. You either are or you are not a vampire.
Are you
He's
sure?
He's progressing, though.
It changes with him every damn
He's a
episode. What are you
liminal
talking about,
vampire,
Todd?
Okay? He's a
Yeah.
I
liminal
say
vampire.
he is a vampire. If you got that vamp blood and you crave that blood, you a vampire.
He's a vampire.
And she's got. Don't argue with the lady with the glasses.
Don't argue with the lady with the glasses or the one that just
Just
did
got
a
done with like a
6-hour vampire
12-hour
game, okay?
vampire thing. I know.
Don't even.
Listen,
You a vampire, honey.
you are a vampire.
Grandma Dot's gonna tell you a thing or two about a vampire.
I'll be dropping some vampire knowledge
Let
on
me
all
tell
your
you, when I
faces.
used
Just you wait.
vampire pogs back in the 90s and I was listening to Soundgarden, I can tell you what they told me to do. And Chris
Wow.
Cornell said, this is what you do with pogs.
I have vampire themed fogs.
Here comes the rooster, Sonny, all right?
Soundgarden.
I'm turning this show
well,
around and we're all
long
going
known.
home.
Soundgarden, long known as the as the band of vampires.
The
Anthem,
the band.
the anthem makers.
The anthem of
90s
vampires.
band.
It was
of all
Susie and the
vampires.
Banshees, but you were wrong.
Just the entire soundtrack for Lost Boys, basically.
Yeah.
It's like
That enjoyed a vision.
That
There you go.
movie. That movie, y'all.
Yeah, that's what you want, vampire punk. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to be interested to, since Dot will be able to announce, speaking of vampire stuff, she'll be able to announce stuff on this show. But we'll talk about that when we get there. Saad, it's always a pleasure to have you. You will also, of course, see Saad along with the next person I'm going to introduce on Monday for Emberwind as well.
Shit, yeah.
And that, of course, is Mr. John Helfers, who is with us. And I don't know. See, John and I are of an age where pogs were a little bit, well, and Trent too. We were a little bit past this time. You know, for me, it wasn't about pogs. We were more about more civilized things like perhaps hacky sacks and when I was in third grade, smelly stickers. The scratch and sniff deals. But I don't remember anything about them. Pogs. I just remember being a thing that I saw from a distance. You know, like not.
I've never played.
Right, exactly. So where was that the case for you, John, or were you?
Well,
were you
it was in
into
the
pogs,
backwoods
you know?
of Wisconsin.
Right.
I'm not even sure if Pogs ever
They didn't
made
even
it
make
up
pogs.
to my small farm town of 4,000
shitty child
people.
gambling.
They
is
gave you
what it
cheese
basically
curds, and
was.
that's what you use instead, right? Like
There
I
you go.
assume.
There you go. Exactly. We didn't have good cheese curds. I had to go to college where I was introduced to the crack that was Magic the Gathering, and then it was just all downhill
yes,
from there. So,
Yes.
anywho, great to be here, everybody. I was actually, so first of all, for those who want their metric fiction, Shadowrun uses all metric measurements. So there you go. If you want all Celsius and meters and all that fun stuff, then that's we got the
And
book series
Battletech.
for you. And Battletech too. That's true.
Apparently, we know who won that battle. So anyway,
Yes, the rest of the world got
yes,
smart and pummeled what's left of America into submission. That is correct.
that might come to that. Give it time.
Anywho, yes, John Helfer's here. I've actually been doing. I was like, well, while I'm sitting here, I can upload those files that we need to upload for the 5th goddamn time, and hopefully this time the book will launch. But good news, Trend's latest, which is now a baby at 3 months old, has already sold over 1,000 copies on ACX.
Wow.
Audio for Never Deal with the Dragon, the very first Shadowrun book ever created, now in full audio form, not abridged, the complete book.
With
And the
footnotes
fans
and all.
are- He's got a book coming out that actually has footnotes that he has to figure out at some point how to do, and I'm not sure how he's going to do it.
I want to do that just so I can hear Trend on a footnote. One, just so they just read through.
One of our bloody authors did a book where the character speaks in asides to the audience. I'm like,
Oh, great!
I had
Can't
to
you just use
wait.
hypertext for that? Like it's audio. You.
I had to wait for the program I used to actually add footnotes so I could finally start programming it and putting it out there. And now it's like, well, that's going to be a challenge for Trent, but I'm sure he'll manage. So yeah.
And as Mrs. Dunsel notes, by the way, today is the 7-year, I believe, anniversary of Shadowrun Returns.
That is correct.
Which is
I
hard to
saw
believe that it's been that long.
Thingy
but-
on Twitter, yeah.
So Shadowrun.
Blew up
we're all
back
about
then.
it.
It
But-
was awesome. So,
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, 7 years.
Yeah, 7 years ago.
Yikers.
So, anywho, I am playing Django Lucky, reanimated Vistani Warlock. And yes, to the welcoming arms of Barovia. But I'm a native, so this is my everyday. This is Tuesday. For me.
It's just a
All good.
Tuesday.
Wonder
This-
if hogs were part of the culture of Barovia.
They were, but they used actual fingernails. they would just grind them down, and they would just use
Or
fingernails.
Shadowrun for that matter.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
There you
That
go.
was- that was the way it was.
Mechs probably did use manhole covers for pods.
Yeah.
That's
Now that I
probably
think
actually that's true.
There you
That's
go.
pretty funny.
There you go.
Oh man, always a pleasure to have John with us. Also, always a pleasure to have Rob with us.
excuse me, what?
Rob was
Sorry, I
really
was yawning
pumped
my
up and
damn
excited.
face off.
But yes, the
Hi.
Rob enjoying his moment of escapism into the pleasant land of Barovia.
I
from
know
where we
you're
are.
sexy people.
How you doing, Rob?
It's
How's
good
life?
to see you.
Life. I know we've all talked stress, etc. But how are you looking forward to the escapism of Barovia? Let me ask it that way.
Escapism. I don't know about that. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Hello, everyone. How you doing? I'm great. Do you believe me? Is it working?
You gave them about 0 seconds to determine. Like, is it working yet? I don't know.
Is it?
I think if you went back to your Sean Connery as Bane voice, that might be more.
I give you permission to door.
Hi.
The dog.
GC. I'm GC Dockside Rob. It's nice
There,
to see you.
yeah.
I'm turning this show around.
I was born in the
We're never getting
can't-
to play
There's-
D&D
you-
tonight,
you-
y'all.
there's no chance of that, Dot. You can't. Your glasses are powerful, but they're not that powerful. I'm sorry.
Is that a challenge?
Oh, and the
Don't make
nose
me
up
double
there.
chain. I'll put
You know
double
what?
chains on
Double
it.
chain.
You know what?
Wow.
This could only make this show better. That's all I'm gonna say.
Double chain.
What's up, everybody? GC Darkside Rob, professional video editor, musician, Twitch streamer, and maker of silly voices out of my mouth cam. Streamer on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/GC Darkside Rob. You can follow me on twitter.com /GC Darkside Rob as well to see my rantings of an only slightly insane person. Yeah, music on Bandcamp, music on SoundCloud, more music coming, more music streams this week. And tomorrow I'll be continuing my playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima, one of the best games to have come out this year. Hands down, so good. Absolutely loving it. Hope to see you there. And then throughout this week, I'll be working on music stuff in my home studio because that's all I do now. I sit here and I do things. That's my job. So yeah, I'm excited to play more with my alternate persona that I play here on this stream, whose name is Dr. Mason Brockwell III, and also Dr. Xavier, human blood hunter and knower of things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as Trent said, persona.
Dot.
Personae, really.
Personas, yes,
yeah.
personas,
Personas.
multiple personas,
Multiple
but not
personas.
Persona 5 Royal because that's way too Japanese. for this
Immediate,
D&D
like,
session.
preemptive copyright strike comes in. It's like,
There's
"Ah!"
way too much.
Like,
There's way too much jazz music in that for this
Yes.
for this weird D&D
Dear
show.
God. Yes.
Oh, but it's so good. It's so good, John. It's so good. Anyway,
It was
Stop.
crazy watching you play it, that's for sure.
always a pleasure, Rob. And of course,
yes, we can talk about that later. But it's a weird game. I put in way too many hours and gotten not nearly far enough in it because I play games apparently slower than anybody else on Earth. So whatever.
always a pleasure to have Rob with us. Also,
Ah.
always a pleasure to have Little Red Dot with us, who is going to be with us again tomorrow evening for Masters of the Dungeon.
I got so
but-
many things to talk about for that.
Yeah, I know, and I'm excited to have you announce. But like tell the fine people at home about, since you were talking about your knowledge of vampires, tell them about the latest vampire project that you're involved in.
Yes.
You know?
Okay, I'm Dot. I'm a person. I make things on the internet. Also, my current job. I'm excited because I'm making something new. I've kind of held it as a secret, but we've announced I am producing and part of a brand new Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition podcast, a new pod by night called Stitch of Fate. The cast, I'm fucking humbled, really. But it's going to be an amazing cast. Mathis Games will be our storyteller. You've got Gaming FTL involved and Bubbernot, and of course Mark Meir. I have somehow managed to wrangle to our table for this. So the voice of Commander Shepard from Mass Effect series is going to be playing one, and then Outstar, who's the community manager for VTM, is going to join us as a guest.
My former
for this
boss
season,
at
so-
GogCom when we were streaming.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She was
Yeah.
the one who brought me on board there.
Yeah, Outstar is I'm just excited. I'm excited to play with Outstar. So, anyways, I'm there too as low man at the table, but I'll be there.
Hardly.
Bells on.
Not
With bells on.
true.
I feel like such a wee baby
The
streamer in
obvious
comparison
MVP.
to all of this, but they can't get rid of me because I got all the monies.
There you go.
they can't say no.
See, that alone makes you not the low man on the pole.
Right.
So,
Who's the head of the coven? The one who's like, I'm the voice of the blah, 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 or the one who has the money? Like, that's
The treasurer.
you know,
Treasurer's
who
always
has
the secret power.
Exactly.
Yes.
I like to say producer, only because I've been a fundraiser for years and I'm not really fundraising anymore. I'm just begging people for dollars, and it worked. It worked. So we're producing a podcast. It launches Friday, August 14th will be the first episode. We've announced cast, and we're starting to release some fun things about like hints at what characters and clans and stuff might be for that. So yeah, there's that, and I'm a part of a bunch of other stuff which I'll talk about at the end. But that's my big exciting new piece. I've been working very hard on it and had to keep it secret, so it looks like I've kind of fallen off the radar, but that's where my energies have been.
Oh, it's really awesome. Congratulations, Dot. Well deserved. And who are you playing today?
Today I am back as the great Agatha Massey, occasionally Agatha Gassy. Occasionally.
What's
Today
True.
she's full mass today. She may be gas later.
You don't want to be downwind.
of the great Agatha Gassy.
Agatha Gacy. It's no good.
Yeah, she's our team druid and healer and single female voice who is constantly reminded that Barovia is just inladen with dudes and egos, as we learned from this mage here most recently. Yeah, and she's carrying the burden currently of a strong power she hopes to be able to wield against their great enemy. We shall see.
Which was also partially, as it turned out, relating to another man and his ego, as it turned out. The game,
right?
It's true. It's a tie.
What?
Listen, when you have a land that is ruled by one of the greatest misogynists and sexists, who's like the poster child
Whoever.
for this,
Here, let me just ruin an entire town because a woman didn't love me enough to marry me.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to continue cursing women throughout history to basically run off the side of a building every time I try. And I just can't quite get the hint because I'm fucking insane.
It's fortunate, isn't it, that our leaders, current real-life leaders, don't possess these same problems. All right, it is wonderful to have Dot with us and to have everyone of the crew with us. And thank you.
This shit's getting way too real. All right, we got to bring this back down to fantasy land.
Told you I was turning this bus around.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fire up some music and let's talk about what happened in our last session as we get back into it today. Ominous music today, I think, will be Echoes of Time by the great Kevin MacLeod. In our last session,
actually, Arv, I need to jump in real quick.
Oh.
Because I went to ask you off stream, but I'm just gonna ask you on stream. How did the Riordan stream go? Because I saw part of it. It looked like everyone was having a lot of fun.
it went that went really, really well. Yeah, JulyCon.
Yes.
We ended up going very well. We raised $1,300 for the Octavia E. Butler Memorial Scholarship, which is pretty good for a single day when we have not done anything with that charity before. Yeah, we had a great panel event with a bunch of people that some of whom were going to be at Origins, and then Origins moved stuff ahead, and so we kind of structured everything, and so that went really well despite my internet collapsing the day before. I was able to do it thanks to the power of ArvBox 2.0. The mods were great, the panelists were great, the viewers were great, and then the D&D event that night was awesome. Will Sobel from Green Ronin Publishing ran it, and it was a great time was had by all. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, we had a good number of people here, many of whom had not been in here before. They were all kind of like, I'm here for Rick. Is Rick Riordan I hear Rick Riordan's playing D&D. Is this true? And so it was a good time to watch. And there was a lot in that. You can see it on my YouTube channel. There was a lot of stuff about cake that happened during that.
I heard,
session.
yeah, I had it bow out. I caught like
Wait,
the first hour.
like actual edible cake?
Like actual edible cake, not the
it
famous
started that
liquid.
way, but it was like a focal point, like the first hour of the stream.
It was kind of
It was nuts.
It was
I mean, in a good
odd.
way. It was hilarious. They were all about this thing, and it's like, okay, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the cake wasn't a lie. See, that's the thing, Div. Like, we don't know anyway. But yes, thank you for asking. It went really well, and
Yeah, so
and
congrats,
so that
man.
was thank you.
Considering you pulled that together in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it came together fast.
So nicely done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, it was great. I was really happy with everything. And I gave I don't think Shadow Mage is here yet, but he put together all the overlays and stuff. So it was awesome. It was great.
Very
so
cool.
Thank you for asking.
Cool.
But now into the world of evil, where we don't give a damn about anybody else. I don't mean this world. I mean Barovia, where we find ourselves. In our last session, the party had made its way off from the Amber Temple through the Solenka Pass and back up to the north of Barovia in hopes of finding the ally that had been prophesied for them in their reading with Madame Ava sometime before, where Madame Ava had done a reading and had determined that this ally was one who was a broken mind that they should discover. The party put two and two together and figured that the reference must be to the Mad Mage of Mount Baratok. When they actually got up to the north, they discovered said Mad Mage, and he was both mad, crazy, and mad as in angry that they were there. And after transforming from an elk into a man, he then began to lightning bolt them and do all this crazy stuff. A lot of things happened. A lot of people got hurt badly. Alec, in fact, went down for the count. And then when he came back, had a little bit of a moment closer to the vampiric center that he is trying to escape. We had that going on, which Weller Pale put an end to by immediately sacred flaming him. So it was like, I will, and then he, dacked down again, and so forth. And when the party was successfully, after some effort, able to subdue him, what they ended up discovering was that this mage was none other than Mordenkainen himself. Mordenkainen of Mordenkainen's Faithful Hound, Mordenkainen of Mordenkainen's Magical Mansion, etc. Magnificent, mansion. All of these amazing
Mordenkainen and the Kainenettes. All the famous.
Yes. No, that's not a thing. But Mordenkainen is one of the great mages of the Sword Coast, and that raises all kinds of questions, which is what is he doing here and how is it that he was driven insane, etc., etc. And so, as we ended our last session, Mordenkainen had basically wearily looked up at them, basically said thank you, and said, my name is Mordenkainen. And so now, as I prepare to hand things back over to the party, I will let them know that we are sitting here with Alec at 2 out of 72 hit points currently. We have Agatha at 30 out of 47. We have Mason at 64 out of 91, plus a level of exhaustion, which Rob learned last session why levels of exhaustion suck. We got to see that directly. Weller Pale with 41 out of 41 hit points, was not hit in that fight. Django Lucky with 63 out of 75. And with that in mind, I now hand things back over to the party. He is just sort of, as we begin our session, pulling himself gradually to his feet. And I do want to point out that, now you notice that he had this kind of long, black, kind of crazy hair and beard streaked with gray, and he looked this sight. But even as he pulls himself up to his full height, you can already immediately sense that where there was this kind of wild sort of, wildness about his eyes, that is now calmed. And what you're now looking at you is someone whose very being seems to just radiate power, except this is a controlled power, not the insanity that you saw before. And so he stands up. The Mad Mage wasn't subdued at all. That's not true. The Mad Mage was eventually subdued, or none of us would be having this discussion because they'd all be dead. But as he stands up and he looks at the party and says, yeah, as I said, thank you. It appears that I owe you a debt of gratitude. I hope that none of you were badly hurt in this encounter. And then his eyes kind of fall on you, Alec, and he says, well, I suppose that's too late for that, too. And he walks over to you.
So.
He walks over to you, Alec, and he leans down to you. Now, I think, Alec, you were just kind of sitting up, as I recall. I don't think you were standing.
Yeah. I was sitting up next to Weller, like just making sure he wouldn't get hurt from while we're trying to figure out what the hell.
Okay. So he basically he kind of bends down slightly, and he reaches out a hand, and he kind of looks directly into your eyes, and then his eyes kind of narrow, and he says, "You, what is your name?"
Alec.
Your full name.
Danak Kor Gug Edza.
Yes. And is that all that is within you? Are you simply Alak Danat Gog Edzar?
I'll shift my form so he sees the scars.
And he kind of nods slowly and he says, Indeed. I would not be surprised. And he shakes his head. I see we will have much to talk about. And he turns and he looks at the rest of you, and his eyes fall on each one of you, beginning with you, Agatha. And he says, he comes over to you and then gives the slightest kind of bow. And he says, and you, I assume, a druid of the shadows, unless I am mistaken.
Most of the time, yes.
Indeed. And he kind of, now you have your veil, I think, still. Is your veil, I should ask you, is your veil kind of over, like, how are you presenting yourself?
It would be back, because
That's what I thought, okay.
Yeah, I would wear it any time unless it was absolutely necessary, or she makes a point to take it off.
Okay, but it's back, it's away from her face
down.
now? Okay.
Why not? Sure, we've been in combat. Shit got real.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he looks kind of steadily and he says, and I see that you have had not simply nature touch you as of late. Your name, madam, if you do not mind.
I'm called Agatha.
And he nods slowly. I see. And
A female dusk elf of this land. And yes, I carry a gift. One I plan to use against Strahd.
Indeed. A gift is interesting terms for it.
Perspective is everything. As a mage, I expect you to understand this.
And he sort of gives a half smile, kind of a, like, you know, it seems maybe almost a mix of wry and sort of like a wry smile and maybe a little bit of I know that feel kind of thing, and then backs up and turns and he says, looks at you, Mason, and he says, and you, I suppose, and he looks and he says, yes, not native to Barovia, are you? Indeed, not native to several lands.
That obvious, is it?
For some. And he says, may I ask your name, good sir?
Dr. Mason Brockwell III.
Is that all?
Of course it's not. Hello. Dr. Xavier here.
Both doctors. How do you occupy the same space, I wonder?
It depends on the day. And what's for lunch?
And he leans in slightly, and you think you might even hear him possibly do one sniff, and then he says, for you, I assume blood is usually on the menu. And then leans back.
Does he still have the sword?
No, he handed it to you.
Oh, okay.
I believe at the last, I think what he did was he brought over, handed it to you, and then said the thing. Or no,
I think you're right.
He didn't
Yeah.
stand. I think you went over and took it from him is what actually happened. And because he said, like,
Sure.
I believe this is your sword. You went over and handed it to him,
Yeah.
and then he said the thing about Mordenkainen. So,
Right. Okay.
So he says, I am grateful that you lent me your sword for a short period of time.
And he sort of doesn't really have anything to say. I guess he kind of just looks at him and goes, well, very happy for you.
And he nods and then turns and looks at you, Django, and he says, and yet more mysteries. There is no party that enters Barovia that is, as one might say, normal. I myself did not come here in an ordinary way. But you, and he kind of sizes you up, and he says, you seem in clothing and garb much like the Barovians that I saw here when I arrived. And yet, not quite the same. And he kind of leans in, looking at the sort of mouth and the face. But again, the thing that strikes you too, Django, as all of you have been struck by, is just the depth of the eyes. These sort of almost fathomless dark eyes that seem to be kind of gazing into, your mind as if it were just some open, windowless house that he could search through at his leisure. You don't get the impression, though, although he has clearly the power to do it, you get the feeling that he's not sort of demanding things from you. You just get the feeling that he could at any point. He could just be like, tell me what I want to know. But he's clearly not choosing to do that. So
you are not as you once were. Dare I ask what brought you to this place?
I will be happy to tell you that and more. We will need to speak, but not here, I think. Before we do that, though, and he turns back to you, Django, and says, you, sir, Barovian, originally? And then I wonder why, and then you hear in your head, you have not chosen to use this form of speech more often. You seem to use it constantly with your party. Yet you have not done so since I regained my sense of equilibrium.
He had the scarf up. He pulls it down because it's never really noticeable until he chooses to reveal it.
Mm-hmm.
And then says, when needs must.
And he nods.
However.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, however, since you have asked for information, my name is Django Lucky, and you are correct. I am a native of these lands. And also have baggage, shall we say.
He sort of nods slowly, and he says, all travelers have baggage, my friend. The question is how they use that baggage as they travel. You may find some tools of use. We will see. And he turns last to you, Weller, and he says, and you. I believe I have you to thank for beginning the process of returning me to some sense of center. You are not, I believe, one with particular magic affinity, as much as, he kind of taps his head, up here, perhaps. A psionicist, then.
Typically we go by the name metaphysician, but yes.
I stand corrected.
Speaking of correction, I have a question.
Certainly.
Does this mean that we can't call you the Mad Mage anymore?
And he sort of chuckles at that and says, is that what they called me? It is not a name I would have taken to myself. But if it may help for people to believe me mad for a while longer, you may continue to use that term if you wish. But no, I am no madder than anyone who walks under the sun in these lands.
Xavier laughs about that a little bit.
And he
You
says...
said we had things to discuss. Shall we adjourn to somewhere where the discussion can commence?
Indeed.
And
Before that,
potentially a
though,
rest if some of us might need.
I will
Mainly
be able to...
me.
I'll be able to provide both. A name
Excellent.
for you, sir. And he says to you, Weller, if you would not mind.
You're going to give me one?
You have mine, Mordenkainen. I was curious as to yours.
Oh, I see.
Question for you, Mr. DM.
Sure.
For those of us from the Sword Coast, we know the name Mordenkainen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
100%.
just making sure. Yeah.
Well, we've certainly heard of you, but some of us have heard of you, most assuredly, before the Mad Mage thing. I myself, you probably haven't heard of me, I would expect not. My name is Weller Pale.
And so he... Make an insight check for me, please.
I was about to reach for my dice. Like, oh no!
Do so.
Right,
Reach for
right.
the dice now.
It's yeah, okay.
Right,
while
digital.
he does that check, do you think I would have come across his name at some point, even just being in the Sword Coast as long as I have?
Yes.
Okay.
This is not an obscure dude.
Okay.
It's like, have you heard of LeBron James? Yes. Like, you know, like,
I mean,
even if you're not a
he even said
basketball
I'm not
fan,
a-
you will have heard of LeBron James.
He even said I'm not a native, so.
Yeah, no. Well,
Knows
and he did say of two lands, so he was
Right.
clearly. Weller, when you say your name is Weller Pale, he kind of takes a moment, and you can see him almost like his head tilts a little bit out of perhaps familiarity, and he says, "Yes. And I think I knew someone that you." He kind of trails off. No,
And-
we cannot discuss this now.
I was gonna say, Weller's hackles, if he had them, would be rising very slowly right now, and his entire demeanor is like, "Excuse me."
Yeah, yeah. He's like, so he said, "This is not the time. The land here has ears, and whether or not I am still mad, it is important that others believe it. If you will accompany me, I will bring you to a place of comparative safety." And he says, assuming you were all well enough to travel.
I hope it's nearby. My hips hurt.
It is quite nearby.
I'm just exhausted.
So he turns and walks away, striding. Now it's sort of hard to get a sense of how old he is. Those of you who know some of his reputation will know that he's actually ancient, but the exact age has never been determined. He always kind of looks more or less like this. And as he strides away from you, you sort of kind of watch as he kind of proudly marches away, completely different from the way that he appeared when he was kind of like, I'm going to do this, that, and the other, and so forth. And so he heads away from you, and assuming you all follow, do you follow? He leads
Aye.
you. You may remember that there was the little outcropping of rock that you first saw the elk upon. So he passes that and continues to go, and the hills, of course, here are sloping up into the mountains and Mount Bartok eventually. So as he goes up a little
Is there
bit,
a mandrill throwing a lion cub off that thing? Never
yeah,
mind.
you hear la la yeah, la la la. Yeah. No, that is not. The
Hills are alive with the sound of screaming.
So he probably about 5 minutes or so, and the time now is beginning to darken. It's heading towards early evening at this point. And so he is walking along, and I would say probably the closest person to him, assuming you all started moving at about the same time, that Mason probably would be the closest to him. Mason, as you're going along, you suddenly notice that he just vanishes. Like he's just going and then vroom, like just disappears in front of you. And like, so what do you want to do before I tell you what happens next?
I sort of look at where the space of him was, and so the rest of the party's behind me.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm sure that was not supposed to happen, or maybe it was, but
I believe it was.
And you hear a voice, well, there's no reason to wait there. Simply walk forward, that's all.
I'm coming. Stop rushing me.
Like, again, you heard, it came from in front of you, but you see nothing.
Alrighty then.
See, Agatha doesn't stand on ceremony. If
And
she
I
beats
just-
them there, yeah.
I guess I'll go because
Go
if
first?
she's
Okay.
going in, then yeah, I'll keep going.
So when you enter, and then everyone who follows, you first of all, those behind Mason notice that Mason walks and then also just vanishes. Mason, and then everybody in turn, assuming you all keep walking, see this.
Yeah.
When you walk in, you see that you are inside this magnificent foyer. There are doors and chambers all around this magnificent chamber, which has several huge staircases heading upwards on the far side of the room. There is red carpet and tapestries of various scenes, which do not seem to be Barovian in nature, but seem
many
to be ones that
tapestries.
you might have seen elsewhere. Tapestries quite possibly from, you think you might recognize a beholder on one of them, Mason. You definitely see, as Agatha comes in, you definitely see what looks like a dragon of some kind on another. A lot of these monsters, but you notice that in each case, these monsters, at first they look like they're just monsters, and then as you look closer, you can see that there is a single figure looking just sort of even human-sized, at least humanoid-sized, in each of the tapestries, talking to each of them, and in each case, each of these beasts or monsters seems to be like discussing things with them or having their head bowed to them or in discussion with them. So in none of these cases are these normally violent creatures actually acting violent within the tapestry. And it's the same figure every time. Weller, when you walk in, you can see this also.
I was just going to say,
yeah, sure.
As Mason disappears, Weller is going to do as best he can to run around the event horizon of this thing,
right?
As other people are walking in,
Nothing
to
on
see
the other side.
To see if, because he's going to look back towards them,
right,
and see if as they pass through the door, he can see like their organs and everything as they're passing through the thing, like their front half disappears. And
right.
Oh, there's a spleen, And
no, it doesn't work that way. It's more that when they touch some area that's right there, the entire body then vanishes.
Yes, but
all at once.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah,
so
yeah, no, right.
He's watching to see if it happens.
Yep. So eventually,
it's
you
your
find yourself
Stargate.
Eventually, you're on the other side, and like, so eventually, like, no one is left, and you're just on the other side of the. You're just on the other side of this empty.
Sound effects provided today by Trendane Sparks.
Because Weller, I was like, "What are you doing, Weller?"
I was just watching. I was watching to see if I could see into everyone's bodies, and I can't. So, proceed.
Do you want me to just walk through then?
Yeah.
Not backwards or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Do a barrel roll.
I'll limp through. Because I'm really hurt.
You could.
So.
You could go backwards.
That would be silly.
Might be interesting to see what would happen with those guys.
I don't know. You always ask me to do weird stuff, so I just figured, just ask.
It
Do you
spits
destroy
you
some-
back out.
Do you want me to walk backwards?
Sure. And then when I get inside, you can tell me what you saw.
Okay. So I'll just like kind of limp backwards into it.
Okay. And so those of you who are on the other side,
I'm watching him.
Watch him like
backwards
limp backwards through the thing. And
is that how you always go through an invisible door, Orlok?
It's like turn. Weller told me to go backwards.
Of course he did. Makes perfect sense.
Weller, at what point do you enter after this?
Oh, he's going now, but he's going
Okay.
in from the wrong side, just to see what happens.
Nothing happens.
Okay. He just steps through the space where the
Exactly.
door would be,
That's right.
and then he's like, and turns around and walks in the proper.
Okay. And so the next thing, so I would say, 5 or 10 seconds after Alec emerges, you see Weller appear sort of right next to him. And we're now all standing inside.
I was expecting Weller to just like stick his head through and just be like, hello.
Yeah.
Does this work?
And
So I'll just say to Weller, "Oh, this is what I see," and I'm like turned around, looking at him.
So you see these tapestries that I mentioned, and in each of the tapestries, it's always the same figure that is speaking to each of these monsters. It's always the same one dressed in a robe, and you can see dark hair and a beard on the figure. The tapestries are large and are on the walls, so you'd have to walk a little closer to see more, but that's basically what you can see. Otherwise, as I say, the whole thing seems very kind of, rich and opulent. And as you are in, you can see that Mordenkainen is already there, sort of musing as he looks up at a clock. It's a magnificent clock, so there's 2 stairways that lead upwards, and then there is a landing, basically, that joins the 2 of them. And hanging from the landing is this large ornamental clock. And you can see that it's ticking, except the time is not at all corresponding to the time that you think it is in Barovia. In fact, as you're looking at it, it doesn't look exactly like a normal clock at all. There is what looks like a moon where the 12 hand would normally be. There is a sun where the 6 would normally be. And then you have 2 stars at where 3 and 9 would be. And he's sort of looking up at it. And right now, the 2 hands of the clock are pointed, one to the sun at the 6, and one the small hand to the 6, and the large hand to the moon on the 12. And he kind of looks at it and kind of nods slowly, and then turns to see all of you and says, "Ah, so you have made it here, and I can see that we will need some moments of rest. Yes." And he kind of waves his hand, and you have this strange experience then, Alec, of being, essentially you're picked up. And you're picked up gently but firmly, just from the ground. And you are brought over to, at first you don't know what you're being brought to, like you just kind of float in the air. And then
I would put out my sword because I have no idea.
And he says, no, there's no need for that. You will need a little bit of healing, and you won't be able to do that with your blade, my friend.
Healing doesn't work on me.
Not the normal kind, perhaps. Fortunately, I have other ways. And he kind of points a finger, and you feel yourself being sort of carried inexorably, but again, gently, sort of floating along. And as you all watch, you can see what essentially looks like a, for want of a better term, a bed that is literally winking into existence as you watch. So it's almost like all like these, just this bed appears, but it doesn't appear all at once. It's like pieces assemble from everywhere. And then it is assembled, this beautiful opulent bed, just as you're being laid back in it softly, Alec. And Mordenkainen looks around and then says, "Yes, this next part may be slightly unpleasant, Alec, for your friends to watch. It is up to you if you wish them to stay."
It's up to them.
I just got here. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm more interested in what you're planning.
I'm planning to heal you.
So am I.
I'll stay.
I'll stay right here. I'm intrigued.
And he nods. He says, "You've chosen your companions well. Very well then." He snaps his fingers.
Just like seeing him suffer.
Willard goes over and takes Alec's hand.
And he snaps his fingers, and you see appearing from those of you who are like a little bit further back, can see that coming from the landing is a large golden goblet. It is floating in the air, and the goblet floats over the railing and then comes down, down, down slowly until it is hovering just above your chest, basically, Alec. And Weller, I don't know what joke you possibly could have imagined, Tren, coming from that, but I'll just,
No, it's just he's chosen poorly. That's just
yes, exactly. You're chosen poorly. Yeah.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, that's true. The golden goblet. And then you see an old man withered. No.
It's better. I thought at first you said golden goblin. I'm like, what the heck?
what I thought too.
What?
Now I can
I don't wanna
only
go down,
see.
boss,
Now
no.
I can only see those creatures from Donkey Kong. Like the ostrich and the frog, like the oversized gold inlaid creature. Just
No, none of these
goblin
things are
version,
true.
just-
Okay. No. So, in fact, what you can see, Weller, from your vantage point, and I think all of you can see, is that there seems to be a dark, viscous red liquid inside this goblet. And so Mordenkainen stands with his arms folded.
Delicious.
And he says, "This is the healing that I made reference to. This will not be comfortable to you, Alec, and I can explain if you wish what it is you are about to drink. You may, however, find it better not to know. It is up to you. When it is completed, I think you will find that this healing may last for longer than you may previously have had experience with. I cannot reverse what Strahd has done. I can, however, slow him down."
This is a goblet of semi-set black cherry jello.
He stares at you. Brilliant. No. He looks like he's
The
waiting for
only
you to
substance
answer,
that can
Alec.
defeat Strahd.
So you know of no way to get rid of the vampirism.
Yes, I do. But it involves the defeat of the one that you know as Strahd. And that is a task that we will need to discuss together at dinner. But we cannot do it when you are close to, let us call it, undeath's door. This will slow down the process of what is happening to you. But there will be pain, Alec. I cannot remove that from you.
That's a different story from what I was told by someone called the Vampire.
The vampire, yes. He tells the truth, so long as the truth fits what he desires from you. What he told you was not wrong entirely. But the vampire, of course, operates in his own plane for his own desires. Had you accepted the gift that Strahd did, you would be lost to the vampire as surely as Strahd is lost to his own curses. What we seek to do now, Alec, is to restore your will. And that, I think, is more important than anything told to you by a dark power in an ancient rotting temple. You notice, by the way, that as he speaks, everything is just complete, like, dead set statement of fact. Like, this is a dude who is clearly used to just being like, here's how things go. Like, not exactly the greatest bedside manner, but, you know.
If you're looking for the straight talk.
Yeah, I mean, like, all kind of prefers this.
Yeah, in a way.
It is kind of refreshing after the people we've been running into.
Yeah.
That is very true. Very true.
Very well, then. So I drink the whole thing?
Well, so, yeah, you start to, and then the goblet basically does the rest. So you are filled with this. It is the taste of blood, but it is a rich and ancient tasting blood. As you taste it, it almost feels like you're tasting bones and dust and the rot of the grave combined with this kind of rich sweetness. It is intoxicating, and there is a stage at which your body, which is racked with pain and anguish as you kind of writhe back and forth in the bed with every part of you, every sinew, as if it is on fire. There's a part of you that does not know whether to be desperate for the end or desirous for it not to end. You feel uniquely and completely alive for as much pain as you were in. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Ugh.
Let the rolls begin.
Well, while he's going through that, I contact Morton
13.
if he lets me.
Okay.
Go ahead. You do the check first.
So, and just as a note, by the way, to everyone in chat, remember, inspirations do await you. So you do have inspirations available.
We'll need
I'm just
them.
saying. So you, Alec, when the effect of this for you is as follows. So you kind of like sort of jerk back and forth, and that you kind of, your body sort of almost stiffens at one point as if you're, like right back up against the headboard. And there is a moment where you find yourself outside Death House again. You are reminded of a moment where Strahd himself came to you, walked forward, and said something to the extent of, "You are mine." And when Strahd does this time and walks towards you as if you are reliving the moment that Strahd took you as a spawn, you notice that something seems to be interposing itself between him and you. And he sort of walks closer and then stops and then pushes forward as if he were pushing against a curtain, an invisible curtain of some kind of strong yet translucent substance. He kind of pushes forward and then back, and then he says, "Explain to the person that you have found that this is nothing as to me. You will serve me as all here will serve me, and his foolish magic will have little effect in the end, except to bring my vengeance down upon him. Tell him just that." And then he kind of pushes forward and his eyes blaze and he spins, his cloak kind of swirling behind him as he goes. And then you find yourself drenched in sweat, kind of lying on the blanket, with blood sort of staining the sheets around you. And Mordenkainen sort of nods very slowly, and he says, Good. I was not certain how long it would take for you to throw off some, anyway, of his influence. So there's two effects of this, Alec. The first is that you are completely healed. But the other effect is that your maximum hit points have been reduced by 2.
Yeah.
You now have 70 instead of 72.
Yeah.
Now, he sort of waits as you kind of come to yourself, and then he leans over and sort of looks into your eyes, and he says, "Now, I ask you for a second time, what is your name?"
Alec.
The full name, Paladin. What is your full name?
Alec Denakor Gug Edza.
Who do you serve? Whom do you serve?
Lathander.
And he leans back. Good. Good. Now, mechanically, the effect of this, Alec, is you are at 70 out of 70 hit points, but the desire and hunger for blood has receded within you. The effect of this, in a way, is that, at least as Mordenkainen begins to explain it, you have taken an extraordinarily potent blood potion. If you wish, he could probably explain the details about how he made it, but it is essentially a potion that is composed of the blood of many ancient creatures, living and dead. This blood is so rich and so potent that it can satisfy vampiric hunger for a significant period of time. And more importantly, it is not Strahd's blood, right? It's not taken from Strahd's spawn as vampires. It comes, in fact, not from Barovia at all. But the cost of this is you lost a little bit of your maximum hit points. The other thing is that this isn't permanent. Eventually, the effect of this will fade.
That's what I would ask.
Yeah.
If it was permanent.
And he says, "No, I cannot stop Strahd completely. Indeed, I could not stop him entirely from driving me out of my center. But I have slowed him down, and he has lost one other advantage over me. That is, I will not underestimate him again, nor the threat that he poses to anyone within this land or outside of it. For the moment, Alec Danak Gug Edzar, servant of Lathander, that is exactly what you are. And when Strahd returns to you and tells you that you are his, you must remember precisely that. You are no one's servant but yours and Lathander's. Your servitude comes to your friends and not to the vampire or to Strahd himself. Do you remember this, Alec Danak Gug Edzar?" And every time he says this, his face gets a little closer, like he's trying to sear the words into your memory.
Brainwashing you.
The only thing I'm worried about is what happens after we take him out.
You didn't answer his question. And could you let go of my hand?
Oh, sorry, Weller.
Well, he's like, oh man. He kind of looks at you, kind of glances down at you, and and he says, "Weller is correct. You have not answered my question."
I believe it. I'll tell it to him, to his face, as I shove this sword, or this axe, into his chest.
Good. That's the kind of insane bravery I expect from a paladin. And he leans back and he says, and then he takes his first deep breath, almost like he was waiting to see all of that unfold first. And he says, "It is fortunate that Strahd, in his arrogance, never accounts for the resilience of his victims. It is unfortunate that more of them did not have the strength to match their resilience with action. But you do, Alec. You do. As for what happens later, And he sort of turns to face all of you now. He says, "That is something we must discuss. Indeed, we have much to discuss with each other. If you wish, I will explain what happened to me. And then I must ask what sent you to find me here. I am grateful, but nothing happens without a reason. And we must know more of each other before we can decide what must happen next." And he then claps his hands, and as you all sort of turn around, you can see that behind you, the room is being, before your eyes, transformed from this magnificent foyer that I made reference to an equally magnificent banqueting hall. The tapestries fall and are replaced by tapestries of forest scenes and of castles on hilltops, all with bright sunshine in the background. An enormous table replaces the carpet that was on the ground. Now there is this table, this long table, which is set with all manner of delicious looking and smelling kinds of foods. Stoops of wine sit at various places along this table. And those of you who are close enough to, in fact, all of you make a perception check for me while you're here. I imagine everyone could probably see this theoretically. Okay.
3.
Okay. So, let's see. I would say that everyone, and then Mason Rob's away for a second. So, I would say that everyone, with the exception of Django, who's just very much like,
Actually, he's clocking that goblet. Is the goblet still here?
The goblet is still there, yes.
That's probably why he's distracted.
Okay. Yeah, there's still a few drops of this, whatever red liquid that Alec just drank inside it that you can see. And
let's probably take a sample of that.
Yeah, exactly. But the rest of you can see that as these things are being assembled, the table and all this stuff, it feels very much, or it seems very much as if there are, you can't hear anything, but you can see things being picked up. And if you look carefully, it almost looks like the table is being set by actual hands. I mean, they're all invisible hands, but they're clearly a number of these things, like the tablecloth, for example, on the table is at one point held taut and then, attached over the ends of this long table. And that seems to have people on either end that are holding onto it, although they are all invisible. And many of these ones, because there are some moving chairs into the sides of the around the table. You also know that there is now a fireplace where the door that you entered used to be, by the way, a roaring fireplace that sends delightful feeling of heat throughout the room. Candelabras are actually sitting on the table with candles brightly burning in each of them. And there is the most faint sound of music, and it's not this. The faintest sound of music coming through.
Play Black Flag! Play AC/DC!
Yes, it is none of the above. There we go. You hear a phantom lute playing somewhere. You can't see it, but it's sort of just this music kind of floats through the hall almost. And after this is done, and this all happens in about a minute, maybe it takes to set all this stuff down, and Mordenkainen walks to the opposite chair away from the other side of the fireplace. And it is a long, impressive-looking velveted chair, and then sits down and steeples his fingers together and nods at all of you and says, "Please, be seated. It is time for a meal and for a discussion of what must happen next."
Question.
He looks at you.
This seems like a fairly full service abode. Might it be possible before or after, whichever serves? Could we clean up a bit? Just get some of the off?
And he says, "Of course, Where indeed are my manners? And he waves a hand, and you see a suddenly, like, materializing, essentially, again, like the bed did, like, this wall, and there is a wooden door in it, which opens soundlessly. And inside, you can see a little bit of a mist. It's not the Barovian, like, freak-out mist, though. It seems like it might be steam, Weller.
Ooh. I'll be back.
And he just trots on through the door.
Inside the door is a large, a very large steam bath. You can feel the sort of warmth and heat emerging from it, and the steam is just kind of floating up the top. You can also see that there are several jars and vases set around it that seem to have a set of, like, different, like, fragrances or things like that, maybe, that you might pour in. It's essentially a Barovian bath bomb. I mean, that's more or less what we're looking at.
Not a Barovian bath
yeah,
bomb.
No, it's true. It'd be a Mordekainen bath bomb anyway. It's yes. But anyway, so you can see this right there. There are these large pile of incredibly soft, fluffy-looking towels, like just very, like, enormous, and like very soft, and
So TLDR, Weller gets cleaned up.
Got
and
it.
then comes back.
So yeah, it's real nice, Weller. Like, this is about
A day
the
for
best.
Weller.
This is the best bath you ever had, probably. Like, it's and what's a little bit troubling about it is that as this is all happening and you're just kind of relaxing, when you get out of the bath, the towel is unfolded and brought over to you, apparently invisibly somehow. So something holds out this towel to you. For whatever that's worth.
Where Weller thinks a face would be, he looks in that direction.
Thank you very much.
And you don't hear anything back, but yes. Is anyone else going to take advantage of the chance to clean yourselves up? Because if so, he is willing to produce the same number of doors for whoever wants.
It has been a while.
It has been a little, yeah.
He's willing to do that.
I don't
Yeah.
think mine scrubs off.
It's only the smell at this point.
Now it's just the woman from, what is it, 237, just pulling back that shower curtain.
Oh, man.
Ah!
Yeah, sit
Ah!
on that image, y'all.
Ah! Yes, I will avail myself of
We
ablutions.
probably all could smell a little bit better right now.
You know what? If they're gonna go get showered, she's gonna have a seat and sit here with this Mornicaiden.
Okay.
I don't think a shower's gonna help Agatha a whole lot.
Oleg probably won't. He'd probably check his gear out and make sure because he's taken a lot of damage, so the gear is probably very worn.
So while Weller, Django, and Mason are getting cleaned up, Alec and Agatha are sort of sitting at either side of Mordenkainen at the table. I have this image of, like, Alec, like,
I've just
carefully,
got just
polishing
put my
his
axe
armor
on the
or
table.
whatever.
Yeah,
like-
I'm doing it on
yeah.
the table.
And Agatha is asking questions. So he himself is leaned back, and he has a goblet of wine. This looks like not blood, but actual regular wine, in his hand, and is drinking it quietly, and sort of looking at, but back and forth between Agatha and Alec.
Not really saying anything. I'm just busy tinkering with my gear.
I'm sorry you're stuck with our company.
And he says, in no way is that something to be stuck by. And as if by magic, a plate of spaghetti drifts past him and onto the ground. This is the kind
Such
of four-dimensional
special
D&D that
effects.
you only find here. Anyway, bath was so good that everyone gets inspiration. Not quite, Div, but boy, was it a good bath. Hey, Thor. good
Oh
job.
man,
And hi,
nice
Rock.
try though, Div. Nice try.
Tell me. While she stares at a plate of food, it's probably not vegan, is it?
It is actually, there are trays of every kind of food, including a
Okay.
number of what look like, there looks like a lot of vegetarian
she
slash.
grabs like a
He's only a
carrot,
pescatarian.
a
That's
raw
all.
carrot
He's
or
only a-
something, and like
It's a-
old lady
it's a-
munches on this carrot.
I mean, it's a good carrot too, like crisp, like nice, definitely organic, clearly.
Tell me.
Purple.
Yeah, probably not. Fucking Barovia. How does one with such abilities as this, and I sling a carrot around, gesture to this grand place and all this stuff, and how does one with so much power and ability become a mad mage?
And he shakes his head and he says, "Ah, I knew that topic, of course, would come up. I
We
wondered
can
whether
wait if you feel it is better over dinner.
it might be better, but I
Well,
will say, in response to a very fair question, I suffered a bit from what Strahd still suffers from." And then he kind of fixes
Ego?
you with his piercing black eyes, and he nods. "Yes, ego. It is the last refuge of one who has uncertainty fill his life. We compensate for it, you might say, through the use of ego and certainty."
Is it your ego that made these tapestries? And your time spent speaking with the creatures?
And he pauses and says, "No, for as opposed to Strahd, my ego is matched with some sense of duty. Each of these creatures that you see in these tapestries became eventually my servants. They chose to do this, for as you might be able to tell, they would otherwise have been destroyed. And there are some of my colleagues who would rather have destroyed them than use them. Elminster, for example, a fine mage, one of the greatest, but always held back by that overdeveloped sense of morality. It means that he does not pay attention simply to opportunity, but says, rather, if you find a beholder, you must destroy it, for it is wholly evil. I, on the other hand, find that beholders in the right circumstances can be excellent agents of change, let us say. But my ego and my power is what allowed me to tame these creatures. The difficulty is that Strahd is not like them. I learned this to my own cost."
You tried to tame Strahd?
Yes. I underestimated the nature of his will, and I assumed that someone so arrogant could be tripped up.
Arrogance is a massive shield. When you faced him, where did you do it?
I think I would prefer, until everyone is gathered,
Yes,
to tell you that.
yes, I grab another carrot. Crunch, crunch.
He says,
Fine.
"But I am curious. You took one of the gifts," and he kind of, observes your pallid skin and, all that, and he says, "You took one of the gifts which Strahd himself chose.
I did.
Why?"
This is where Oleg actually perks up and
Yes.
listens in.
Many reasons, I guess you could say. I took it for my people. I took it because in my blood, it is my job to create balance on the land. Land is imbalanced. I am imbalanced. And I felt that possibly a bold move may bring the change necessary to find that balance again. Many of my kind would say I did the wrong thing. That death and life are nothing to be toyed with. I would tell them that they don't have to face down Strahd. And I would tell them that right now the scales are tipped. And I am trying to tip them back.
He sort of pauses and then nods slowly and says, "Yes. A judicious use of power to restore the balance as you believe it must."
And in full transparency, the other who sought this power did not seek balance.
You speak, I assume, of another of your kind?
I do. A good man. There for all the right reasons, but for selfish purpose.
And this man's name?
Why is his name of any import? My people are important. What's left of them? Giving your name away is... well, it is not my name to give.
He nods and he says, as you say, but one of the reasons I spent this time focusing on names, and he looks back at you, Alec, since you said you had perked up a little bit. He says, focusing on names, is that it is the identity which defines you. It is not only the way you introduce yourself to others, or conceal yourself from others if you feel you need to. It is the person that defines who you are. Strahd, you see, has one system here. Strahd, those who serve him and those who oppose him and are ultimately destroyed. In a way, everything is an image of him here. Distorted, broken, brutal, but everything a reflection of his ego. When I asked for your name, Alec, I did so because your identity is fundamental to your will. It is the reason that Strahd could not turn you so easily into one of his servants, for I must tell you that what was done to you has been done to countless others, and they succumbed far faster than you did. And you, Agatha, and he looks over at you, you made a choice, a bold one, which I approve of. I asked the name of the one that you did this for in part, because the more that I know the identities of the allies around us, the easier it becomes to array them against Strahd. The mistake I made the first time was in believing that I could do all of this on my own. But I am, although very, very strong, not strong enough here in Barovia with Strahd aided by those dark powers. It is in working together, all of our identities in resistance to him, that we will find victory. And now he turns back to you, Agatha, and waits.
He calls himself Casimir.
And he, make an insight check for me, please.
I'd probably come in back around this time.
Okay, that's fine. I won't give you an insight check to this, but I'll like.
No, that's fine. I just
but
let
you can make one.
15.
Okay. And okay, Alex, like
Yikes.
my armor.
10.
Ding, 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 ding. Okay. You have great insight into your armor. So when you say the word Casimir, you can see that his eyes sort of widen slightly, and
You know him.
he says, I do. And I am surprised when you say that he came to do anything for the wrong purpose.
He seeks the savior of his sister.
His
She's
sister.
been taken by Strahd.
And for the first time, he
He's-
kind of lowers his gaze. You can keep talking, but he
Yeah.
turns away a little bit.
He sought the power to bring her back from inevitable death. I could have let him bear this burden, but he was too close to it. If we defeat Strahd and she is in fact dead, I may help her with this power. I may help another with this power. But Casimir sought his sister. I seek the saving of Barovia. maybe one is not more important than another. But I also could not let the leader of the Dusk Elves bear the burden of death.
He sort of hesitates and then says, Casimir has indeed been the leader of the Dusk Elves here for a considerable period of time, and his mind wanders the plains beyond Barovia.
What do you mean, beyond Barovia?
The lands from which some of your friends have been drawn. Barovia here touches upon all of them. The dark powers here watch Strahd delight as he invites these mice into his trap. He plays with these things because it brings the dark powers joy. Yes, they are angered at their captivity. But like one who is forced to remain in a prison and watch others fight to death for the amusement of their captors, it is better to watch others die than to be dragged through that condition oneself. Or at least, so it is for the dark powers. As for you, he pauses, he says, Casimir and I knew each other before I came here to Barovia, for he had come to the plains where I too walked, and we spent long hours discussing what must happen, not simply with Strahd, but elsewhere. Casimir is of Barovia, but his mind extends beyond them. But you, Agatha, are of Barovia, and of all that it represents. I must tell you, the sacrifice of what you represent is not less of a loss than the sacrifice of one such as Casimir. I have great respect for him, but I cannot imagine he would have wished you to make this choice.
It is not his choice to make. It doesn't matter what he wishes. I would lie, or be lying, if I told you that I did not find myself drawn to another Dusk Elf hermitage. It corrupts the mind. It was time for me to come out of mind, and finding another Dusk Elf as Casimir is tempting. But it doesn't matter. If we can't save the land, the people will inevitably die in the wake of the dying earth of this place. I may carry a heavy burden, but it does not mean that I am any less of the druid that I once was.
He nods and takes a long sip as Django, you take your seat there. And Mason and Weller, I should ask, Weller and Mason, I assume, would both also pretty soon thereafter enter. Is that fair to say?
As I'm using the mystical shower, I'm going and then he's like, I'm sorry, am I bothering you? I'll just sing louder then. I'm probably finishing it.
Oh man. So as you all sort of take your seat, he kind of takes a long sip of his wine, and he says, "Yes, I understand. One's calling and one's character sometimes are in conflict and sometimes in concert. But it is difficult, it seems to me, when you see before you what might provide balance for yourself, to choose the balance of the land beyond it. Has it occurred to you, Agatha, that this gift you have received may fundamentally be one of imbalance? To take one's death away, to restore life to one where it has been removed from them. That is itself an imbalancing act, no?
By unnatural means. Every action has a consequence. It is Strahd's imbalance that has killed these people. And I did not say that I plan to use it to bring anyone back. Maybe I am simply a carrier for life. That in and itself is balance. Perspective is everything, Mordenkainen. If I raise one from the dead, is it in balance when the dead already walk this place? If I choose to keep it and never use it, it also creates balance. Everything is not as black and white as that. Nature is not as black and white as this. Some would say that my existence in itself is an imbalance. A female dusk elf left after the mass genocide. You can talk to me of balance all you want, mage. But in my blood, I feel it. All I can do is make a choice. And I have chosen Strahd's weapon against him.
He nods and says, "It may be so. If there is one thing I respect above all else, it is freely made choice." And at this point, everyone I think is there except Mason. Or once you're done with your Italian serenade, do you head back over to the? Okay. So everyone returns feeling quite refreshed, I would say, and as you all sit down and kind of catch various aspects
so
of this,
refreshed.
he says, "Yeah, as I said, like top level bath, like just
I'm sure Mason's also done like a beard trim and all that, like the full on.
absolutely like the full. Oh yeah, like just you
Yeah.
know." He comes out with the cravat, you know, and the full vest with the badass looking, like, you know, and
Yeah, I'm coming out of that thing like Geralt after he gets all bathed, cleaned up. He's just like, better.
I was thinking like the baddest ass Sherlock Holmes of all time, right? Like Victorian straight, you know, like no joke quality.
Oh, he's
look.
not that uptight.
Well, okay, but you know,
I mean, he may be a doctor, but he's also a blood hunter.
okay, Watson in Game of Shadows, okay, like
No.
Jude Law, like that.
He ain't
kinda,
no
like,
Watson. What the
no.
hell are you talking about?
No,
This is
you have
getting
to- that
worse
movie's
as you
different.
go.
Jude
No.
Law is different.
The Beast in Disney's animation of Beauty and the Beast, the bathing scene in that's
There you go. Exactly. What? Anyway,
You know what?
so
I'm okay with that.
So
See?
so when you all sit
Fine.
down, the feast commences. Now, I mentioned the fact
Fluffy,
that
not fat.
vegan and vegetarian food was available, delicious carrots. But beyond that, there are many different victuals to delight the palate. The smells are spectacular. There is what appears to be a roast goose. There is a delicious looking full out cooked and prepared lamb, so you can get legs of lamb and the whole 9 yards. Also many fresh vegetables, all sorts of well crisped potatoes that are sautéed lightly with parsley and the whole bit. Like just everything is just
I'm sorry, I only do the caveman diet. Do you have anything that's raw?
You have a full
Don't make fun of
paleo,
Agatha. She's munching on a raw carrot, asshole.
I assume you're going to talk paleo diet and talk about raw, and then look
Like,
over at
looks over,
Alex.
she
'cause,
crunches on a carrot, like.
I should
Snap.
I'm still loving this carrot. This is still the best carrot I've ever had.
I should say, by the way, I should say that everyone I think, other than Alec, is able to satiate your hunger if you wish. The only reason I mention that, Alec, is that you're not really hungry. Now you could eat if you wish, but at the moment you're like, all right, whatever. But
you had a whole goblet of viscous blood.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yummy,
yummy.
Very iron-rich meal.
Nothing more satisfying.
So as you eat your fill, and then of course there are the desserts afterwards. There are various trifles. You got your tiramisu. You have some dulce de leche, cake with pure fresh whipped cream. You'll notice that there is a complete lack of raisins anywhere within many mile vicinity.
I'm out.
There's a candlestick coming up the table.
Get the pocket scrape so she can make some frickin' raisins. Unacceptable.
Just like squeezing it herself.
Like, no raisins. I'm out of here.
Agatha, it's when you cast Goodberry in your elderly form. I say you turn it.
Yes, it's raisins, and then when
Yep.
Every single dish has raisins in it.
Agatha casts Goodberry, and Weller shapes water and pulls all the moisture out of the Goodberry.
Nature's candy.
Oh, jeez.
Of course, Greg, Django is not eating for obvious reasons.
Yes,
He can't open his
absolutely. Absolutely, will not be
feeding spaghetti between the strands.
Oh god!
I toyed with having a straw, but he doesn't need to drink either.
It's like flossing with braces.
Right.
Yeah, really. Exactly. I don't know.
So when all of you have, as necessary, consumed nourishment, as is or is not necessary, and there's this pleasant music and everything, it's like perfect temperature. Also, everything very very chill. When
expertly done spread, good sir.
And he nods and he says, "Thank you. I'm glad to see that it meets with some approval, though I recognize that some of you are more capable and or interested in participating than others."
Weller is just like a tiny little guy who can just pack away. Just go telekinetically grabbing a piece
chipmunk
of
cheeks at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, I figured you totally got two hands and the mage hand.
Absolutely,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
I figured you're doing that hotel trick where at some point you just like open the like cloth napkin and you're like pile the muffins and the bagels or whatever.
Dan
like,
Aykroyd with the side of salmon in his Santa Claus suit. Yes, absolutely.
He's Robin Williams in Hook after the food shows up for the first time.
Yeah,
He's like,
so once that is complete and everyone is sort of attending to things other than their stomach or at least watching as others do, he leans back slowly in his chair and pushes back slightly and says, "Well, now that we have attended to the needs of the body, now we must consider
part of it.
Well, perhaps not all.
I could also really use a nap, but
he says, yes,
we could do that
sleep
next.
is something I will also, I think, be able to provide. But first we must speak about what comes next. I had a request from one of your number," and he looks at you, Agatha, "to speak of what led me to the state that I was in. And I will, of course, tell you, on the condition that you also explain, once I have done so, why you came here to help me. I am grateful, as I said, and yet it is rare to find those in Barovia either attempting to escape from it, or actually coming to do something for apparently no other purpose but the main. I am curious as to why you are here, but I will allow you to answer that question once I have finished mine. More than a year ago, I decided, after long years of study, that the greatest threat to those who walk the plains are the ones who can take those from those travels and bring them into their own land. Strahd was one such as them. There are others, but there are few who have such a lust for it as Strahd does. He will take just what is necessary to sustain his lust for entertainment, sadism, to enjoy his experience of imprisoning others under his spell, and always, always in the search for the return of his beloved Tatiana, the one who initially ran from him, told him no. Strahd has never wished to be told no. I decided eventually that it was my job to tell him no permanently. And so I came here prepared to end his tyranny and to free the people here from it. But I underestimated it. I assembled a whole army of people behind me. But the problem is, I assembled those who I thought would serve me against Strahd. They were not forced to do this, but they would not have faced Strahd willingly. Regardless, I thought that all I needed were bodies, people who could maintain the battle long enough for me to defeat Strahd myself. We came to Castle Ravenloft. He wiped out most of the army that I had assembled, and then the two of us battled. I wonder sometimes what it was like for those down below, who watched as on the highest parapets of Ravenloft we struggled. I with my magic, and he with the force of his ego and the strength of the dark powers behind him. Eventually, our battle traveled. From the parapets we traveled to the highest mountains, and we came finally to the summit of Mount Baratok. We struck each other. He hewed at my leg. I attacked him from the side. Lightning bolts, fireballs, creatures of darkness and light, all playing out in one massive, spectacular chess game for the souls of Barovia and its people. He pauses for a long time and then he says, I lost. Strahd sent me hurtling over Sayre Falls, and thought, apparently, that he had destroyed me. Strahd's ego again. I had underestimated him, but it will take more than Strahd to end my existence upon these plains. But I had lost my staff. I had lost my spellbook. I retreated into the mountains. I thought, given time, that I would restore my power, that I could gain my wisdom. What I discovered instead, as I watched day after day more and more falling to Strahd's shadow, is that I had not been able to help. I had no hope now of defeating Strahd, no hope of freeing the people of this vampire's damned realm. That is what drove me mad. Despair. The belief I had nothing left, that I should give up. Existence is about putting one foot in front of the other, learning one word of one spell at a time. And when I was a young acolyte, I was better than any who studied with me because I never forgot that one essential fact. The difference between me and those who are not me is I did not give up. Here, I gave up. It is the greatest shame of an exceedingly long life. And he kind of shakes his head and says, Strahd must be defeated to free these people, and to free us to return to where we will. But Strahd must also be defeated, because he drove me through, to and through, over and through the brink of despair. And for that I will never forgive him, if I must chase him down every dark god's alley, every building, every sanctuary, every graveyard and crypt and catacomb that holds a piece of his cursed flesh will be burned and wiped from planes of existence for making me despair. And he leans back and kind of says, and that is how you found me. Insane. It has been months now, and I remember none of it except a blur of rage and anger. I did not return to myself. until someone touched my mind in a way I had not expected. He looks at you, Weller. And then the sword. All of you. And so I am returned. But I will not forget that moment of surrender. And I will not experience it again. He falls silent.
There is a point in his
Sure.
telling
he seemed,
of
he
that
seemed like he was kind of like looking off. Like,
where something he said, Weller just as he's still, stuffing his face, stops and perks up very specifically at one part
okay,
of
what was the part?
losing his staff and his spell book.
Mm-hmm.
And Weller's like,
Did you have an apprentice?
And he says, no, at least not for countless decades. Why?
We ran into someone in the Amber Temple who said he was there to seek his master's spell book and staff. He was
what was his
burned
name?
very badly on one side. He had a closet with him.
A closet. What was his name? Do you remember?
no.
His name was Vilnius.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. His name was Vilnius.
And he says, Vilnius.
Yes.
Is that what he told you he was? He was an
Yes.
apprentice, indeed, but not mine. He served a wizard, apparently now dead, known as Jakarian. He had some local repute. But Vilnius was perpetually shopping for the highest bidder. He came to me when I was building my army to take on Strahd, and asked if I wished for his services. I asked him why. He said he believed that my rewards would be greater than Jakarian's. I told him to leave my door and never return lest he find a lightning bolt in his forehead. People do not serve me because of what I will give them. They serve me because it is the thing they must do. Vilnius is an opportunist. If he survived when his master did not, then he was searching out his spellbook and his staff so that he might have his power.
Oh, so they're not your spellbook and staff?
No.
Oh, well.
We did find a staff. I think Django has it.
The rod, I think.
That was the rod.
Actually, it's a, hold on. It's the wand. It was a wand, actually.
That was the one.
Yeah, the secret doors. Secret door finding.
Um,
Not a staff.
He says, but it is interesting that you mention this. If that's... Did you ever find this staff and spellbook within the Amber Temple, then?
No, actually, I spent most of my time trying to organize a library for a lecture. So.
And he kind of nods. You have had an eventful time, then. I may travel to the Amber Temple myself and see what I can find. It is probably not my staff, but if it has been infused by the magic within that place, I may use it to form a new one. And this one will not be so easily cast aside.
I would ask that you try to be polite to Exathander. He is a very, very nice person. He doesn't remember who he is, but he does seem...
Did you say Exthander?
Yes.
And
I didn't tell him his name. I did find it.
Yeah, we sort of thought that was his name.
And you say he allowed you to do this?
Oh, yes.
He was actually very hospitable to us. One thinks he had not had company that was willing to talk in a long time.
And perhaps whatever he was supposed to be, however he was supposed to, lord over the temple, he'd long since forgotten who friend or foe was. So now everyone was friend.
Memory. The loss of memory. I know it too well myself. Well, it will be interesting to speak to this Xanther who, when I knew of him, even in life, before reaching this state of undeath, would not have suffered those around him. He would have destroyed you, most of the time. If he has
He
become...
seemed very happy to have us there.
There is some grace to be found, then, in a failing memory. Well, I'll deal with him when I come to the temple. Now you know why I was where I was, and that leads me to ask you, why did you come to seek me? And he kind of throws that out to everybody.
And I say, the King of Diamonds, the Broken One,
What do you mean?
was one of the cards that Madame Ava showed us.
So, has it come to this, that I have traveled and twisted fate through a countless series of lifetimes and over thousands of planes, nations, states, and worlds, and now I am to be reduced to a prophecy from Madame Ava's deck? Well, it is perhaps suitable punishment for my own original sin. It says that I am to be your ally, I suppose, to aid you against Strahd.
I certainly hope you're not our enemy.
Our ally. I look.
That's funny. You both say it at the same time, like, oh,
Same thing, yeah, basically, yeah.
And he nods and he says, had you simply rescued me, I would have given you thanks and perhaps a reward. But I would not have come and accompanied you, for it is not my destiny. But now things are different. I have had my sanity restored. Now I must find the weapons that I need. Do you wish, then, to face Strahd directly, as I did? How will you avoid my fate?
You are one. We are many.
He brought an army with him that was demolished instantly.
He nods
We
once.
are not that many.
Different. Many. An army is one thing. But 5 beings with a shared purpose. We should not underestimate ourselves.
I am
But
not, but
if
I am
you-
also pragmatic.
Your
I've got a
pragmatism,
fiery sword blade that's seeking his throat.
We are
There's one thing we
actively
have.
gathering information and weapons to use against Strahd. Not an army. But
There is one thing we have. Strahd wants to see us.
Ah, he has sent you one of his invitations, then.
Yeah, we keep
Multiple,
delaying
actually.
it. It seems he wants us over for dinner too, although I doubt it will be quite as good as yours.
He smiles grimly and he says, certainly not, since it ends with a stake through Strahd's heart. And he says, good. Good. When did you receive this invitation from him?
1,000 years ago.
I was going to say April.
So
when have we
before
not?
the beginning of 2020, you mean?
Yes.
So
Eons and
2,000
eons
2030
ago.
2030 hours ago, according to Roll20.
he says,
2 weeks
Even-
ago, at least, at the minimum.
even better. Strahd will not have been pleased that you have deferred his invitation this long. Good. Strahd, you see, wishes those to be kept on his timetable. When they do not choose his timetable, he gets angry, frustrated. And then he stops. He thinks.
Cranky.
And he says, he says, Madame Ava did this reading for you. What other cards did she find? What weapons did she read? What things did she say would be needed against him? And she kind of looks at you, Alec, because you mentioned the
Yes.
thing before.
So I'll.
He whips out his pad of paper where he's been taking notes the
This
whole
was
campaign.
before. Yeah, I munch on a carrot. This was before me.
Yeah. So I'm like, well, can I just borrow a piece of paper and pen?
And he just opens his
It's
robes.
like rare
and
for Alec to ask this. This is like.
yeah, he just and like his cartography kit opens up and like paper and pen come flying out. And lay
Yeah.
on the table. Right? Yeah.
You probably see some of the sketchings of Strahd, the castle that we sketched out.
Mhm.
That was in the Amber Temple and all that
Mhm.
as well. You probably see all that. So I'll draw the Queen of Spades to the left, which is Mists. Then there's at the top there was the Evoker, 6 of Stars. That's what I wrote. I think it's 6 of Diamonds or something like that. I can't remember what it was. So I didn't get them all at the right time. To the right, there's the Broken One, King of Diamonds. At the bottom is 6 of Diamonds, Beggar. And then in the middle was the Dark Lord, King of Spades.
And he says, this is a very detailed memory, but I am not myself gifted in Madame Ava's form of prophecy. All that matters is what Madame Ava interpreted these to mean. Where did she ask you to find?
The only one I could sort of think of was the Sword of Light, which was... I kind of like point to the broken one, but it's like... it wasn't exactly properly directed at us. I think it's this one. I point to the Beggar, 6 of Diamonds, which is
And he
part
kind of
way with a treasure, some kind of treasure, which I believe had to do with Casimir.
And he sort of looks, you received this sword of yours, Mason, although I don't know if Mason is currently eating food. You found this.
Hello.
Oh, okay. He says, you found this sword of yours, Mason, was given to you by Casimir then.
It was.
May I see it for a moment?
He hands it to him.
So, and you notice that he takes it, but it like floats above his hand just a little bit and kind of rotates around as he's looking at it. And he says, yes. Yes, extraordinary. The Sun Sword. All right. It is unquestionably a powerful weapon. But this will not be enough on its own. There must, and he hands it back to you. Or to be more accurate, it floats back to you. There must be more knowledge of Strahd too. Did you gain knowledge of him? Information about him?
Thunk, actually, use mage hand to bring the book out. The tome.
The plates rattle a bit on the table as it hits, and he kind of leans back and looks down and says, "This is the Tome of Strahd."
Although, to be frank, it is more like the whiny writings of a 16-year-old boy.
He smiles and
However.
says, "For those with a large enough ego, those are one and the same thing. Nothing is more of interest to a narcissist than his own whinings, whether presented publicly or otherwise. Perhaps even modern political leaders will face this same problem in their own time." He looks stares for a moment, and then says, kind of looks at it, and you see a couple of the cover and like some of the pages flip, even though no one's touching it. And he kind of, yes, of course. This is 2 out of the things that you would need. If you count myself, I am the 3rd.
It is one other thing as well.
What?
And I look at Weller.
Who is like at the mention of a steak through its Weller has a steak in front of him and he's just He's just face down.
Not this
into an-
steak. I don't.
Right.
It's not going into Strahd's chest at all. It's going into mine.
And no, he's still scarfing. And when the book, boom, came to, he just immediately, like, his mage hand grabs the gravy and pulls it out of the way. And he's like, he's in the process of pouring sauce onto the steak. It's like,
Well, if you can tear yourself away from dinner for a moment.
Yes?
The matter with the bottle and the holy symbol.
I mean, Django, some of us do need to eat.
He's been doing
man.
nothing since he sat down a half hour ago.
he's
He's
eating
a
like
growing boy. Look at
3
him.
people.
No, actually, I'm not.
I mean, he's a
You know he's older than me,
non-growing.
right?
And so Weller's like,
Yes. Oh, yes, the bottle. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but it's like he's distracted because there was a point where he stopped. Again, something during the conversation caught his attention, and he perked up and was like, "Oh," and then was like the mention of steak, and he was like, "Oh, right, steak." And
Okay.
so,
Does the being stopped remind him of that other moment, or do you want?
no,
to
it was
Got it.
something else.
Okay.
But he does now that the conversation about the bottle has come up, and he's like,
We do have a holy symbol, not like the one that Oleg and I use, but a different one, which was placed.
and he opens his robe, and the bottle comes out and floats. He said,
It was placed in here by my homunculus, and unfortunately he was reduced to ash, and now I can't get it out. Unless we dispel magic, and then it's going to pinata all over the place, and then we could get to it, but then I don't mind making a new bottle. I can do that easily enough. I made this one. It's just... The other option is to make a new homunculus and stand him in to get the... But I don't know how.
And he sort of nods, and now, of course, all of you have heard him talk about this before, but normally he's kind of like, we have to do this thing, and it's all like, blobba bobba blue. It's like the old Far Side about, what the man says. Come here, Fido. Do what I tell you, Fido. What the dog hears. Blah blah blah
Blah, blah,
Fido,
Ginger.
blah 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 Fido. So that's basically what that's the stuff. Except that this is not how Mordenkainen is looking at you. Like as you're talking, he's kind of like like occasionally nodding and then. So, a new homunculus, eh? And he thinks about it and he says, there are, I think, multiple ways to manage this problem. But to make it truly work, and he kind of stops, he says, you see, the view that most have of a homunculus is that it is a living extension of the one casting it. And to an extent, that's true. The problem is that many invest so much in that metaphor that they come up with other ideas. Foolish ones like, kill me and then I can create a new one. Things like that. And he sort of looks at all of you and kind of
crunch a
nods
carrot.
No, that would be stupid.
Yes. Quite so. But I can see that all of you have different sensibilities. And he kind of his gaze like lingers on you just for a second longer, Weller, and then he kind of goes away and says,
Weller's being totally honest.
yeah, like
He
it was really dumb.
No, if you kill me, you can break the bottle, but I can't make a new homunculus like that.
He nods. He's like, it's true. But even the killing of you would not be necessary in this case.
Oh, that's good.
What must be done is, in fact, well, I won't say that it's easy, but it's not complicated. Let us put it that way.
Does it involve getting back Weller?
Yes. It involves getting back both Weller and his counterpart. Did you have a name for him by chance?
Weller.
Oh, yes.
Weller.
Little Weller.
Quite
No,
practical.
you called him Little Weller. I called him Weller.
Quite practical.
His name's Weller.
Quite practical.
Actually, I just did that to him privately. You didn't hear that.
You can
I call
receive
this
both.
hearing an echo.
You can receive both Wellers back. But to do so, there will be a little bit of a process that will be involved.
You'll have to cut off your thumb. No, I'm kidding.
No. If that were
I didn't
only it,
say
I
that.
could regrow one of those quite easily. It is something more serious. Are you familiar with the effects of a geese, Weller?
Like this roast one here on the table?
No, I can quite see what the effects of that have been already. Because it's like torn up, like half of it's already chewed into. And he's like, no, not a geese, or in fact, a goose. A geese. Geas.
Oh, yes.
For those of you who don't know, he sort of looks to the others of you. And
No
says,
idea.
I would have
unless
mild
it's a
knowledge on it.
nature-based creature.
Nah,
I can't
you
really
would not
roll
know
for
what that is.
so.
The only ones who might, I don't think. Well,
'Cause
actually,
some creatures, some undead do. have
Alec,
that
no,
kind
I don't
of
think
ability.
you would know. You might have known the word, but I think the only one that
Yeah.
really is going to know it is either Weller or Django. Django might know it because of the nature of his relationship with his patron. So, Django, I'll give you a chance to make a. I will call this a religion check, actually, not an arcana check,
Oh, you're no fun.
because your
All
nature
right.
of it doesn't come from the magic side.
That is true. That is true. Well, let's see what happens. 14.
You can't see what happens because the damn thing is the same color as
Exactly.
the background again.
He's cheating.
Okay.
It's a 14.
So, a geese, as you understand it, you know the basics of it. Weller, you know this in much more detail. A geese is essentially a spell which is placed upon someone forcibly, which requires them to complete a given task before they are released from it. The geese is such that it is impossible without the use of a wish to break from the geese once it has been placed upon you. It is a very high level spell. And it is a spell which usually has not only a trigger at the beginning of it, but at the end of the task, it can also have, well, I'll talk about that in a minute because that's Mordekainen's point. That's Mordekainen's adjustment. But that's what a geese basically is. It is someone who says, you were going to go do this for me, and you're like, no, I'm not, and they're like, geese, and you're like, well, crap then. It is a very, very overwhelmingly powerful spell.
That's
I don't know that
compulsion,
is. I don't know that
basically.
Agatha does.
It's a compulsion. Yeah, exactly. I figured most people would know, but not necessarily the characters. But so he says, so he explains that, and he says, most, of course, who use these geeses use them so that people can do services for them and can compel behavior. Very difficult for someone to go off and get into trouble when they're too busy working on the task that has been set before them magically by this. There was once, as pointed out to me by some phantom in the ether, a truly horrible movie that tried to make reference to this very thing.
You shut your
You
mouth.
went-
I love that film.
You were
I
on
s-
crack, dude. That
I
is
saw
one
it
of
8 times in the theater in 1 week. You shut your mouth.
You are so delusional.
Hannah's
I
such a
can't even-
hater.
It's so bad.
Does anybody else want to let us in on what movie you're talking
It
about?
is the
The
D&D
D&D
movie,
movie.
where
Oh.
Jeremy Irons decides
Oh.
that he will mail in his career for the sake of this disastrously bad. Anyway,
And a
So
paycheck.
bad.
hey, I'm sure you got paid
and a
for it.
paycheck, yeah, and a paycheck.
Jeremy
Jeremy Irons, does he need that paycheck? Can he go
his
do
grace
other
works.
things? He's Jeremy goddamn
That's
Irons.
Clearly
Anyway.
did it, or he wouldn't have done it.
Jeez.
I
Anyway.
think we should get a group and watch the movie together at some point in this group.
That is
and
actually a
then
good idea.
discuss.
There's a
Yes.
problem
There
when the
was-
best
I've
part
never
of your
seen. I've
movie.
never seen it. I've never seen it.
All you have to know
I
is that there's a
expect-
problem when the best part of your movie is one of the Wayans brothers. Okay, that's all you have to know. It's
There?
You know,
really.
I expect there was and maybe still is a time Jeremy Irons buys the highest grade cocaine. So yes, I'm sure he needs that check.
And actually, he did margin call after that. Oh, admittedly, it was a small role, but damn, he was good.
Go ahead, Trent. What's
You
up,
know.
Turner?
Tom
Anyways.
Baker's in it as well. But anyway,
Yeah,
the-
but-
Wow.
yeah, the other thing is
Oh.
that there was a critic who, when they were reviewing the movie, said that one of the reasons they hated it was because Jeremy Irons was overacting so much. And I was like, motherfucker, have you ever played D&D? Have you ever run into a D&D villain? Hello?
But that was the problem. Oh God, it's just miserable. You had such a. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. So, he says. The reality is, of course, that
I'm gonna go
Geese is
watch that
designed-
after this cast is over.
It's not even so. It's just so bad. Anyway,
After it.
it is. He says the problem, of course, with this geese is that it imposes something upon you, and the end result of it is nothing except that you are freed from it. I, however, have perfected a adjustment. In my version of this spell, You are placed under a compunction. You must do a certain thing. It does not, of course, modify your individual behavior. You're not entranced. But you are established to perform a certain task. The difference here is that at the completion of that task, a wish that you have made at the spell's commencement is granted. In your case, you could ask for a new homunculus to be created, and it would be. You could ask for a new bottle to be formed, and all the contents of the old bottle to be placed in this one, except this would be accessible by you without a homunculus, and that too would be formed. It is powerful. The problem is it requires a task to be set, and it cannot be an easy, go here and get this and bring it back, necessarily. There is somewhat more involved with it. But it avoids anyone having to die, and, of course, it will not be used in this case for purposes of evil, but for the purposes of restoring your own to you.
In order to grant a wish at the end of this geas, why would we simply not wish for Strahd's ultimate destruction?
Because, as strong as the Geese is, it is not capable of overriding the combined wills of all the ancient powers that ally behind Strahd.
And wishes are notoriously dangerous.
He nods. Exactly. The ultimate destruction of Strahd, even if the wish were to be granted, could well result in the ultimate destruction of all of Barovia. The end of Strahd, and the end of everything and everyone in it. Hardly worth it, I think, even if it does take away Strahd as a risk to the other planes.
Is there any risk to Weller?
Yes.
Of course there is.
Because the task that would be set for him would be difficult. There is, however, one positive development, and that is that he does not need to do this alone. You could accompany him. If you, as a group, can complete the task that the Geese sets before you, then the wish that is made by Weller at the beginning will be granted to him. But I will not impose the spell upon you without your desire to do so.
No disrespect meant, but I of course meant after the task is complete. I figured the task would be dangerous. I meant to Weller, once the task is completed, will he return to exactly as lovable and as
if he survives
plucky as he is now.
If he survives it, he will be as capable of eating the meat from my table as he is now.
Did offer it.
Does it have to be Weller?
Only bloody good meat I've had in this place.
Thank you.
It can only be Weller who is the primary person, since it is he to whom the homunculus and or the bottle must be linked. The wish is specific to you, the one placed under the Geese.
But all of us may accompany him if we wish.
Indeed, and you are not bound to it. If at some point you decided that you must depart and leave him, you may do so. Only Weller would be bound to complete the Geese.
Now I have to wonder if the task that you're thinking of is the same one that I just thought of.
And that task would be?
Agatha, you mentioned reserving your power.
Yes?
To ultimately use it to restore balance.
Yes.
And your power only works, supposedly, if there is a piece of the one that is to be resurrected, reincarnated, brought back from beyond, whatever you wish to call it.
Yes.
While I was enjoying these particularly well-spiced potatoes, by the way, thank you very much. They're delightful.
Thank you.
They're
called Mordekainen's spiced potatoes.
Oh, yes, much better than some idiot named Otik. So, no, Otik, not Olok. Anyway, so,
I thought it was Otik.
I read it when I was 12. Anyway,
let's call the whole thing off.
Right, exactly. It was before you joined us, Agatha. Mm-hmm. And I could only think of... We spoke of building another army, bringing together other people to help us, and I was thinking that we could kill 2 birds with 1 skull. If we could find it.
Whose skull?
Argenvost.
And you see a slight smile, kind of
Dun dun dun.
slight smile over his face, and he says, "Yes, indeed, it was my thought that to restore Argenvost Holt to its former glory would be a worthy aspect for the skis, and here is why. You may know as well as I do, Weller. The restoration of the Order of the Silver Dragon and the light that would come thereby to the land would be a grievous blow to Strahd."
And we did promise them we would help, if we could.
I assumed that this skull was in Castle Ravenloft. It's not?
And he kind of again smiles grimly, and he says, "You will find that most things here end up being in some level in Castle Ravenloft. But yes, perhaps you do not know the details of what happened in the end. Even those knights may themselves not remember it. Vladimir Horngard was the greatest of the Dragon's Knights, and he too, as I did, fought Strahd, though far earlier. He may have told you that. What he did not tell you is that the dragon itself, the Silver Dragon, fought and battled him. Once the dragon was slain, Strahd had its corpse hacked to pieces, stripped to the bone, and transported to Castle Ravenloft itself as a trophy. Strahd, I have no doubt, keeps the skull in a place where he can go and look at it occasionally, perhaps chuckle at the thought of the knight's pride that they thought they could overthrow him. If you can retrieve that skull, you will have, in essence, restored the dignity and honor of the knights to them. If you can restore the skull to its place in Argenvost Holt, you will have struck that grievous blow. The Guise, as we form it, would then be complete. You would receive the bottle, you would receive the homunculus, if that is what you wish, and then you would be able to retrieve this item. And I should ask, what item is it that is within this bottle that you think would have value?
A holy symbol of Ravenkind.
Now this one, you don't need an insight check for it to be like, by the plains themselves, you found that symbol. Extraordinary.
Thank you.
Extraordinary. So he stands up and he snaps his fingers.
And he immediately kills Weller.
Right,
to get
exactly.
the-
I'm drawing my sword right now because that seems a lot easier than what he's tasking us to
Well,
do.
crap. Yeah.
Jesus.
He rips off his mask at Strahd. Huh, no, he doesn't do that. No, he doesn't do that.
You kids.
I saw incidentally, I was watching Mission Impossible Fallout, and I like Mission Impossible, as Dot well knows from having been doing some of this stuff in my Mission Impossible game.
Me
But
too.
oh my
We
god,
had that conversation.
I'm telling you, they do so much with the whole like rubber mask. They are constantly
Everybody's got a
ripping
rubber
off
mask
masks.
in that movie. Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway,
So-
It's like,
okay,
can we do
so-
like a
So-
Scooby-Doo chase
Yeah,
through the country?
But what he says was, so
Cross doors.
So, if you wanted to say something, Agatha, that interrupts this quick thing, you can. But he's going to do something to like change the scenery in just a second. So, are you trying to cut him off from doing that, or
Dot
not?
has a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Dot.
I
Sorry.
just want to make sure that I am in understanding of what's going on because I
Sure.
think a lot of this was before I was
Yes,
at
that's
this
true.
table.
Yes. Hmm.
Okay. So there is a skull, a dragon's skull,
Silver dragon skull.
a
Yep.
silver dragon's skull.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. That is currently in Ravenloft. That we would need to retrieve, then return somewhere else, and we'd go back to Ravenloft.
Yeah, that's my big problem. You're right. You're absolutely correct. That's my problem with that mission as well.
What,
That's Oleg's problem as well.
We've got a
Did you-
dragon in
did-
the egg situation going on.
Yeah.
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 Did
Exactly.
you think this campaign was wrapping up? Because it's not.
Mm.
No, you're
Dot
I'm
always
fine
has a
with it.
question, Jedi.
Mason
okay.
doesn't care. I mean, he cares, but he's
how
on board.
far? Where does it need to go after Ravenloft Castle?
It's to Argynvost Holt, which is
Almost all the way back to the Amber Temple.
And I was going to say, as you're
not
asking
that
this question,
far.
God.
No, it's not that far. It is. Shut up.
2/3 of the way.
There. Okay. Yes.
it's actually right next door. It's like a semi-attached home. It's just like,
It's
God
about
damn.
Weller-
it's about
And
Go ahead.
and the thought here is that we could bring the dragon back.
That's what Weller was thinking.
Oh.
Well,
right.
it's not. I mean, so okay. First of all, just to explain, when he said this thing about like, wait, you have the holy symbol. So he gets up and he claps his hands, and Weller, like mid forkful, all of a sudden the table vanishes. You're like, huh? Like you're still holding the fork.
Nice.
And he turns around and he kind of snaps his fingers, and a wall appears, like a wooden wall. And there is what looks like a cloth map.
Red pieces of yarn connecting everything.
Yeah, exactly. More or less. Yeah,
I've been
exactly.
planning this for decades.
A cloth map. So a cloth map, which is actually a map of Barovia. So as he sort of looks at it here, you get a
I nudged
chance-
Weller
show
to start
me.
sketching.
Show me
yeah.
Tapestry of Roll20.
That's exactly right. And you should be. Let me bring you over to where it is. So he kind of waves at it and he says, "You would need to go to Ravenloft first to find this skull, but once you did so, and then you can see, and you have this weird experience as you're watching it, like literally what I'm doing on stream is actually what's happening. Like it's zooming into a spot
Oh, you're doing
on
anything
this
on
cloth
stream.
map
Sorry. Okay.
We're not seeing anything on stream.
right here. So
He gets a little boo.
exactly. And he says, "Here, the Order of the Silver Dragon, Argynvost Holt, overlooking the
Dragon's
Luna
here.
River. Here
We've
is where that
been.
skull would be replaced. The Silver Dragon itself might not return, but what it would do is restore the honor of those who remain in torment within that place. They might agree to aid you. They would certainly not hinder you. And the soul of a silver dragon is an enormously powerful thing. Put it to rest in the way that it should be, rather than what Strahd has done, defacing it, debasing it for use as a plaything, as a toy, as a memento of conflict. And you could channel the power of that skull. Again, it would restore some light to darkness, and it would be a powerful blow against Strahd, symbolically and actually.
Yes, it would be a great asset.
There is, however," and he kind of, his eyes flicker over to Alec, "one drawback.
There always is.
Look at Alec too.
The light that might be created from this would have effects on all those who suffer in the sun. All of them, Alec. Do you see
No
what I
different than
mean?
the sword.
But the sword can be controlled, can be sheathed, can be shielded. If you are successful, this light will not be so easily put out. I do not know what the long-term effects will be on you, Alec, but I must warn you, even with my aid and assistance, there is no final end to the curse you face until Strahd himself is ended. This light will be a hindrance to Strahd, but it may also be a death sentence to you."
Is there any more good news about this plan?
Yes.
Did you miss the part about sneaking into Ravenloft somehow? Or were you not paying attention?
He turns back to you. He
I
turns
said
back to you,
more
Mason.
good news, not the current good news.
He turns back to you and he says, "There is one extraordinarily large piece of good news, Mason.
We'll have more food when we get back here. I know
No.
Weller will look forward to that.
The good news is it gives you a fighting chance to not only gain all the objects needed to defeat Strahd, but to save all of you, restore the balance that Agatha so desperately desires, and free the people of Barovia. The good news is that this has a small chance of working."
Why does it always have to be a small chance?
Well, he just said it was big news.
At least he did not say there's an infinitesimal chance of working. You
You
can
know exactly where the
Hold
skull
that
is
tonight.
in the castle.
I do not, for it has been some time since I have been in Castle Ravenloft, and in any case, I was never able to lower myself, to make the lower levels and enter the lower crypts. But it is almost certain that Castle Ravenloft itself would have clues as to the placement of this skull. Strahd, of course, can move freely within Ravenloft as he so chooses, but there must be a place where he keeps the triumphs, the victories, the monuments to his ego.
A trophy room.
Precisely.
Well, I have a suggestion. I think this is all a lot of stuff to take in all at once. We've all eaten, ones of us who needed to, cleaned off. I personally could use a sleep on it. I think all of us might benefit from it the same. We're all tired. We've all dealt with a lot, and a lot more now. If I may request it, I think we part ways for the evening, perhaps rest and make this tough decision come morning time.
And he looks around at all of you and says, I think wisdom is to be found in those words. You will not find any danger here. You may rest freely, and in the morning you will have your chance to make your decision. But the morning will be as long as you have. It will not take long for Strahd to enact more of his plans. He will eventually seek you out. And if he finds all of us, or discovers that I have vanished, he will immediately realize that we are now working together. We are far more dangerous if he believes that I am mad and you hopelessly lost, than if he believes that we are all working together to common purpose. Speed and secrecy are the watchwords now.
Two things we've never been good at. Cool. Let's
Keep it safe.
keep it secret.
Sorry, I'm the worst.
No, I've been doing that. I've been doing that all night. Join the party. Join the party,
Sorry.
Dot. It's fine.
This is the one bottle raised by the Darklet. No, anyway,
Turn it to the walls of Raven.
you see all the WoW references, Burner. Like, did someone say the bracket Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker bracket? Like, oh man. So he says,
okay.
So you may return to your rooms that I will provide to you, and
That we don't know where they are, and you need to show us where they are because we've never been here before.
That I think may be easily remedied. And again, he snaps his fingers, and the map and the chairs even disappear. While you're kind of like, oh, you have to stand up quickly. And now you're looking at the stairs, again, those two flights of stairs leading upwards. And on the landing, you can now see that there is a series of 5 doors. And he says, those are separate rooms for each of you, but you may, of course, wish to remain here in what others might call the common area to speak after I have left. I must, at least for the moment, depart.
Dave.
I have some searching of my own to do. I will return tomorrow morning. We will speak then about what your final decision must be. And at that point, he nods. At that point, you will need to step forward into the unknown, one might say. Whatever awaits you, it is a decision that only you can make.
The unknown has become quite familiar to us over these past few months.
Realize that makes no sense.
Before Morton kind of leaves, I need to reach out to him with a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
Your hospitality and wisdom have been graciously received. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you
And I will
for
nod at that
restoring
too.
my sense of balance. I wish you a pleasant evening of sleep and rest. And he kind of nods, and he turns, and at that point, Django, if you want, you could be
Yes, I
okay.
have a moment.
like,
So
he's like, whoopsh, and head looks back.
yeah, I ask. This I say this is all of this is an extra dimensional space, correct?
More or less so, yes.
And what is the protection from scrying or shit? I've forgotten the word. What's the
Divination?
Thank you. That's it. Yes. Scrying or divination, other protections against being seen from the outside.
There is, because it is in this interdimensional plane, extra-dimensional plane, I should say, there is no way of determining where this thing exists except for those who are inside it or the one who creates it. It is not a permanent structure, but it will last for 24 hours, and the creation of this creates a certain rippling effect in magic. When you depart this structure, and when the mansion is closed, there will be a residue, a trace. It is one that Strahd will eventually be able to discern. In the meantime, though, he would have great difficulty finding or even knowing that such a thing exists. I have a feeling, in fact, that he is spending his time looking for you, and has somewhat forgotten for the moment of any kind of mad mage of Bartok.
And
All right.
quick side note that Django would probably also remember that was the whole reason that Weller said that we should keep the holy symbol of Ravenkind in the bottle, because it is also a demi-plane and therefore beyond Strahd's sight.
Yep. All right. Yes. Thank you. That is, although circuitous, the answer I was looking for. And thank you for your hospitality. And I did not get the chance to do so before, but I wish to apologize for the, shall we say, sudden descent off the cliff, as well as the sudden stop at the very bottom.
He nods and he says, "As for the first, I appreciate the need to restore me to sanity. And as for the second, I will blame gravity rather than you, Django."
It was only an attempt to subdue you.
He nods and he
But
says,
fortunately, it all worked out in the end.
"Indeed, but I accept your apology. Mostly, I am thankful to be somewhat more myself. Now, bed for all of us, I think. Well, for you. I have a bit of thinking to do as well." And he turns, and then you have this weird experience of watching as he just, vanishes again, just zips out of existence, so it appears. And the stairs await you. And I think this is also a good spot, since we are about halfway through, for us to take a little bit of a 5-minute break.
Nice.
You are watching a really, really fun session of Day 49 of D&D with IMB Curse of Strahd. Allies and Adversaries is what we're calling this episode. If you like what you have seen and heard, please make sure to follow the channel, support the Patreon, and subscribe to the channel. And please make sure you check all of these wonderful players' individual channels and various things that they do here, there, and everywhere across the internets, because they are awesome people and awesome players. We are going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back here at just about let's say 9 minutes. So we'll be back at 10:10, and then we will continue until 11:30 Eastern, so about another hour and 20 minutes after that. But otherwise, thanks everybody, and we will see you folks soon. Hang tight.
Be back.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody.
Right. Yeah, I love that.
Welcome back, everyone.
I always thought you were going to suggest a traveling circus to go to Ravenloft, but this is better. This is much better.
Yeah, sorry. I just needed some Tylenol before I could really think that one totally through. I got my pain meds, and here I am, y'all.
Now we're part of it, yes. Welcome back, everybody, to day 49, again, of D&D with INB, Curse of Strahd, Allies and Adversaries. Again, if you have liked what you've seen so far, please follow the channel, support the channel with all the ways that I've talked about previously, and thank you all for being here, and for the audio listeners, thanks to you for listening and joining us on this long and winding road and this long and winding journey, which is coming to its conclusion in the not too distant future, because they're running out of places to go, so they're almost through it.
Don't underestimate us, sir.
Exactly. Until we get to the sub level.
We'll be back in Kresk in no time.
I'm
going to tie this into the
Go to
Underdark.
Kresk and Valaki.
I'm
Okay.
going to tie this into the Underdark. It's Ravenloft and the Underdark together. Anyway,
I'm going to be a fisherman on Lake Zarovich.
it's going to be great.
Spend my days. It's all
I
good.
thought we were going to space, so clearly I was on a different break.
This is not what I was told. Exactly.
I'm opening a craft brewery. So
Is Castle Ravenloft on the moon?
Only serves IPAs.
Thank you.
only serves
Gross.
Hey,
Don't
hey,
judge
now
the
wait a
IPAs.
minute.
I like
love
a good
IPA.
IPA. I just
Me
don't
too.
want my breweries to only serve them.
Agatha, you and I are going to open it. The rest of them can get their other
That's right.
swill
You can-
wherever the hell else they
You
want.
can
look,
take yourself
Well,
I
over
will-
into
competing
Barovia.
distillery.
I will eat all of Arb's raisins. You guys can drink all of my IPAs. All right.
We'll call it the BPA, the Barovia Pale Ale.
There
Yes.
you go. The
I feel like
Pales, the
everything,
Bales.
and I feel like pale would be on brand for every Barovian.
Yes.
I feel like it's
yes.
Barovian essence ale.
Is this stout? It's clear.
It
Yeah,
feeds
it's
everyone
pale
vitamin
stout.
D
Right.
because they don't get to see the sun.
That's really all it is just vitamin D deficiency.
It's
Just like
just, yeah.
In water.
no
Hops.
sunscreen.
Mr.
must
DM.
remain.
Mr.
Anyway.
DM, I have a question.
Yes, sir. I have an answer, Mr. Player.
Given the fact that Weller really can't forget anything because of his memory
Mind
palace
palace.
feat,
Yes.
yeah. The amount of time he spent studying that map while Mordenkainen had it up there,
Mm-hmm.
he now knows the map of Barovia. So can we reveal the whole map?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Why not?
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Roll this
Sweet.
back here.
We need to do some
Nice.
math.
By the way, do you guys
All
like
right,
my
get
MS
ready.
Paint
Is
trap?
everyone in chat ready? Yeah, Curse of Space. Is everyone in chat ready for the entire map to be revealed
I am
of
waiting.
Barovia?
I'm ready to see
I
roll
have
20 just
never-
crash as soon as you do that.
Why do you think that I keep showing up, Arv? I've just been waiting on this damn map to
No.
appear.
The minute you do, you're just like, all right, well, I've seen
All
it.
right,
It's a
I'm
great
out,
play with you.
y'all.
All I'm out.
Yeah.
Mission
I've seen all I need
accomplished.
to see.
And
Just that one little hex that says Strahd's ultimate weak spot right over there.
Yeah, right there. That X marks the spot, right? I
Bing,
learned
bing,
that.
Bing, bing, bing.
So-
The only shame with this is that it's gonna remove us seeing our path that we've taken through all of this when you take all the black squares away.
it's true.
Because right now we sort of have this nice
Do
little.
you want me to MS
view.
Paint our entire pathway
no.
through?
Just
No.
make a
Oh, no,
quick.
no. Do
I
you,
can
but
do
just
that
make
if you
it-
want.
just
I've
make
got
like
all the
a quick-
records.
But I've actually got this. Just do a quick freehand side. Just do like a quick freehand line from the beginning. Like you can do it
Okay,
fast, right? Just
alright,
zip up
Oh
and
my
around.
God.
Okay, what color are we gonna do this? That's the question.
You know what? Since I suggested it, I could probably
Where
do
am I
it.
supposed to be seeing this map?
I haven't done it yet. I'm waiting
Oh.
for. I'm waiting for them to
Alright.
do
The
this free.
anticipation is killing me.
Anticipate.
Thank you for
I
the
don't know how I'm
pause.
gonna do
Patient.
Anticipation is killing me.
this. All right, I have to go to full screen on browser. All right, let's start this.
We've insisted that Sod goes full Bob Ross and paint our
Screen.
A
Mrs.
couple
Duncan
happy
screen.
clouds.
happy little
a
accidents. No,
little
happy little
bush.
accidents. Our happy little accidents.
This whole
Barovia
Strahd is the happy accident we did not expect in this painting.
Exactly.
Oh, just
Happy
a
little clouds of doom.
Just gonna put
Happy
just a little werewolf over here, and maybe
Yeah.
just a couple of
Little vampire
happy,
over here.
Happy
We'll
little
see,
La
um,
La La
over there.
Saga on the
Evil
bottom.
living tree over here.
Couple
So
evil
happy little
twig
tree.
blights
Happy little
over
tree.
here.
Now all you want to do
We'll-
is you want to just
we'll
take
see.
your blade and shove it right through the canvas as hard as you can.
And we'll see an image of Oleg gently
that's
stroking the
part
spawn and then biting through its throat and drinking its blood. Yes.
No wasted paint. Blood.
All right.
Heavy on the red. Lots of red. Lots of
Study
red.
camp was-
How you doing, Sod?
You're
I've
teasing
got
me.
my finger still held down on the grenade.
I think the
here,
study camp was like somewhere here. I can't remember. I know it's like
just
south of.
screenshot the thing. And
Yeah,
you
he did.
can draw it
Mrs.
whenever you
Dunsel did
want.
also. By the
I'm,
way.
Yeah.
I'm doing it on. Oh wait, that's wrong.
I'm
We're so
sorry.
nerdy.
I'm so sorry.
Wait.
For those of you
Entirely
listening
my
at home,
fault.
Yes, what we're doing right now is you're taking a quick drawing in the path that was taken by the Intrepid crew, and then I'm going to reveal the entire map as revealed and now permanently memorized by Weller in his memory palace.
unless he gets hit on the head or hit with feeble mind. Anyway,
In which case, it's a memory shack.
right, exactly.
I also just took a screenshot of it as it is. So if you want to reveal it,
Now,
Unless-
earlier when Mordenkainen had mentioned, speaking of memory palace, I
Memory
just forgot where I was
palace.
going in that.
Memory
Um,
palace.
Memory Palace.
Oh, when you were like, and music begins to play, but not that music, and you started playing something else,
Right.
and you said there was a little bit of mandolin. I was like, is Elminster here? I was like, no, that's a different campaign.
Yep. I was just saving this because I was waiting for Sod to be able to see trace it out. Do you have it, Sod? Can I?
Yeah, I've got just about most of it. I can do the rest while we're chatting away.
All right.
so.
3, 2, 1. Acha!
Oh!
Oh.
Wow.
The entire
Can't
land
see
of
anything.
Barovia.
There's not. We've really been to like the important parts. The rest of it's
Yeah, the
kinda
rest of
empty.
it's just trees.
Yeah.
A lot of forest. Lots of foresty
I don't
forest.
even know where I should be looking on this. Side.
We're at
Well,
the top,
right now,
upper above
you
the
were,
lake.
right now,
Okay, I see us.
Yeah,
I see
right
us.
now you're up here,
We're the size
right?
of a town.
and
Ruined
Argynvostholt
it.
is here,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
Castle Ravenloft is here,
Okay.
and your favorite village, Kresk, is over here,
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
and all will be
Oh,
well
Kresk, sorry.
here.
Yeah.
I
I'm
imagine
going.
that
I'm going to
Abby
Kresk on
is
holiday.
here.
And longtime viewers will remember, and of course most of not Todd, but most of IMB will remember will remember the old bone grinder was right here. We had that,
Mhm.
and
Okay.
and we had of
Okay.
course the recovery of the drunk guy or the guy who was so sodded with alcohol he was trying
I
to
should
drown someone in the
probably
lake.
technically
Toss
go
the
out.
girl.
And your
So, okay,
favorite
is it-
temple, the Amber Temple, right down here.
Whoa. Where?
Sorry, right? It didn't do. Hold on.
Here.
Right.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, right there.
Got it. Okay.
I don't know why it keeps
So
doing that.
questionsies.
The
See,
frostbitten
okay.
mountains.
All right. You said this is Kresk.
No,
No, did I miss it?
Kresk
It's over
is
here,
on the
right?
western
Kresk
side.
is over
Crest is
here.
the far left.
Am I just not seeing it? I'm truly
Over
actually
here.
blind. Oh, I see it. Okay. Fine, got it.
Like
Now,
a million.
what-
Ping, ping. It's like sonar.
Hang. I'm like, okay.
Now, Agatha will be most interested in the area right here near the center of the map. That's where she's going to want to go.
Yeah, I put it a bit further south, but it may be too far south.
Is there a reason why she would want to go?
That's
where
we met
all
Cassie.
the other Dusk Elves are.
Oh, I'll get there one day. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Maybe.
All the younger Dusk Elves are there.
Ooh, thirsty.
See? I got you, girl.
Okay, I'm thirsty.
That's the epilogue of this story or the prologue of the next
Agatha's
one.
I was gonna say.
I brought balance. Who wants to party? I've lived in a tree for the last 100 years, people. Okay.
Ignore the fact
Show you
that
how
my
bad-
skin looks like tree bark from a
show you how bad
1,000-year-old
mud bark
tree.
is. Worse
Well,
than mud
Details.
We're all
Details.
beautiful on the inside.
bark.
Okay.
Maybe that's done.
Especially
That's what Strahd says to himself
Yeah.
before he goes to sleep.
You're
As
so
someone who
beautiful.
eviscerated his best friend, that's not true.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Castle Ravenloft.
Yep.
Where we need to get the skull, yeah?
It's over.
Wait.
Ping.
Wait.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yep.
Wait.
And
so we're
okay.
now. So
Hang
we're
on.
now awake and it's morning.
No,
or
no.
are
I'm
we not
assuming
there
that this
yet?
is just you. I assume you're going to be having.
I'm just asking a
discussion.
question.
We're talking
Oh, okay.
out of game.
Yeah.
Out of
so
game.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
out of
Okay.
game.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. That's
Because I want to make sure
long
I have my
way.
exhaustion taken care of.
Yeah.
It's quite a flight. Yeah, it's a
It
way.
is.
Long
It
way.
would be a haul. It would be a haul. Okay, but would be also worth it. Plus, if all goes well, we may not have to ride Agatha back.
How do
we
you
would have
All
figure?
right,
something
there we go.
else.
It's all done. All the lines are done.
That's pretty awesome. Look at that.
Wow,
That's a work hard right there. Nice work, son.
Look at that.
How pretty.
been all over
Did
to
you
hell
circle
and gone.
Kresk like 3 times for how long we
Shh.
stayed?
Yeah.
And the Amber Temple, you can mark that one a few extra times as well. Okay. Okay.
So what
this
were you
is-
saying about the not flying over there? What?
With this dragon skull, we could try to bring the dragon back. And
I
how
mean,
bitchin' would it be to ride a silver
yes.
dragon in on Strahd?
That was
thought that was
Weller's
always
entire point.
Wow.
I thought that was always the plan.
Well, it's
Mordenkainen's saying to lay the dragon's spirit to rest at
Rest.
Argynvostholt and cause the symbol, the radiance, to
Mhm.
shine onto the countryside, which I'm a little torn 'cause I can see advantages to
which
both.
it does two different things. One brings like spirit back to the people of Barovia so that they will fight.
Hope to the hopeless. Yeah.
But if you resurrect the dragon, don't you make it impossible for Weller to complete the geese, or however you pronounce it?
Geese.
Goose is the plural.
Ease.
Yeah, the geese.
Yeah, the
Well,
plural
that's
is,
the other-
is geese eye. No, I'm just
that's a
kidding.
good
It's
point
just
about
geese.
what
Easy.
exactly
Isn't that the
are
gist of it?
terms.
The
What are the-
geist.
What are
So-
the terms that Mordenkainen wants him
I
to?
thought it was that it had to be returned to a specific place, right? Once it's returned, did he say it has to stay? Look,
Nope.
Agatha's a tricky bitch. She is not even kidding when she says she is on a mission, y'all.
Look, I'm all
Even if it
for
means
it.
she's
I just,
gotta, like, you know.
I mean, I just would prefer not to see Weller become broken because he can't complete this quest.
If we take the skull back and it do the thing, then that Weller's done. That's the thing.
So after the thing is done, then we
the
can.
geese
resurrect.
doesn't apply to you guys. It would only
Right.
apply to
Only-
Weller.
Only apply to Weller.
Well, right,
I'm
but
just
if we did something
saying.
that screwed over your ability to finish the.
But if he
would be-
does complete his thing by bringing
Yeah.
the skull back to, I
Bring
mean,
the skull. Wishing, yeah.
that kind of screws up Weller staying behind to be a distraction for Strahd. But B, something, I don't know.
And then you could resurrect the thing, potentially. Right.
I'm just saying, I think once it's fulfilled and the skull is there, you wish Weller back. Once Lil Weller's back, and
Weller,
you get it in the bottle and get the holy symbol. The rest of it is history. I don't give a hell about what's rest in the.
Yeah, and
in
then
that
you
bottle
use
after
the,
that, and
the
then I
then you use
bring
the
the
thing. Yeah, no, I'm agree. Yes.
Okay, wait, let's say, yeah, but
Right,
I don't
yeah.
think you have to be on site. I mean,
No, I think
ideally,
that's when
we
you
want
should
the
bring it
holies.
back.
The skull.
What?
No, bring the dragon
Oh,
back.
bring it back. Oh,
Yes.
goddamn it, Rob.
And then you should bring it back. That's what
And
I'm
then
saying.
bring the dragon back.
Yes,
To
exactly.
Castle Ravenloft.
Together,
You guys,
Oh,
yes.
both of them, but only after.
Question is, does that ability allow her to do that? Whatever dark
I don't
power she-
know. The parameters around my ability
Yeah,
or this gift were that I could bring a creature back to life.
that's right.
Dragons are
as
barred
with
from
the
that.
use of a reincarnate spell, which is considerably more powerful than just a raise dead or a resurrection spell.
But
Like
that it doesn't work on the undead.
Wait, as in the tenets of a reincarnate spell
so,
or a resurrection spell? Because there's a world of difference between those two
Well,
spells.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah,
We don't need a 20th level badger.
yeah.
We need
Oh.
a 20th
The
level
druid
silver dragon.
reincarnation.
Yeah, well, that means it might not come back as a dragon. It might come back
That's
as
right.
a falcon.
John, the only thing it doesn't work on is dragons. Hate to break it to you.
Yeah, really.
That's,
well, dragons
I
often
mean, it's
do
not
have
still
an
not the
anti-magic.
end of the plan.
They
we
do
can
have an
still take
anti-magic
this
aura,
skull
but
back.
it specifically says a creature. Remember, this is not entirely magical. It's partially
I'm just more worried about the
religious.
resurrection. Or the,
Resurrection.
the resurrection.
And using a dark
Okay,
power
that's-
on a
that's
silver
what I thought.
dragon, we don't know what'll
That you don't know.
that'll do.
Yeah, but it's worth a
come
shot.
back as a drop bear.
Resurrection is
It
still
is worth a
technically
shot.
dark power.
Maybe it'll come back as a black
Look,
dragon.
can't
What's
you
the-
see Agatha just riding the back of a silver dragon with her
Yes.
umbrella open, just
I mean, like we did that
Making
I
last
her way
definitely
to
can see.
Strahd.
I can definitely see Agatha seeing that.
Agatha is just dreaming of the day she rides into Strahd's palace on the back of a dragon with her parasol over
You
it.
just want your Victorian postcard as being like, this is check it out, y'all. Like this is the
Yes.
the fan art of all
I'm Mary
fan art.
Poppins.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, the question is-
Let's
Agatha's,
go fly a
Agatha's Barovian Mary Poppins cosplay is
Mary Poppins
Takes
dragon
down the
tamer.
great
on
evil.
fucking
Yes.
point.
A little bit of sugar helps that medicine go
Spoonful
down.
of silver makes that Strahd vampire
Yes.
go down. Yeah.
I'll come in singing everything. Oh,
Oh god.
great. So back to the
Goodness.
actual game where
Gotta
things are
say
not as
Strahd
bright
the
and cheery.
Strahd the Broadway musical, please.
So anyway,
Yeah.
He leaves us alone, right, for the evening before we all depart to our
Yes.
rooms.
He
Yeah,
does.
he's
So
already
you
vanished.
were able to discuss.
He's vanished.
what you wished to about what we did.
I'm basically
Just
going
in the
upstairs.
foyer
like,
discussing plans. That's pretty much it right now.
if we're discussing, then we're discussing, and then I'm immediately going to sleep so that I can sleep off this exhaustion because it's bad. I need to get rid of it.
What's to say we don't retrieve the skull?
Didn't we
A
just
good
have this
distraction.
conversation?
A
Okay.
good distraction and a good night's rest. Look at you. She knows what's up. She knows what it's like to have old bones. She gets exhaustion.
Look at that comfy bed.
But
Oh, all of this food in my belly. It's time to sleep.
Amateur.
This is the question of if the distraction were to fail, possibly resulting in the deaths of our distractees.
I don't
which
really
is a
think
federal
we've
possibility.
established what exactly the distraction is that you all seem to repeat again and again. If it's just going to Strahd and going, hello, we're here. Is dinner on? You got a nice spot of tea. Like,
we
well,
were invited.
I know, but
He said we could
He
show up
wish-
at any time.
If he wishes to toy with us before destroying us, your task is to draw that out as long as possible.
yes, but if only 3 of us show up, he's going to know something is weird about this.
Wait,
because
hence
this should be.
It's why we told you to tell him we fell fighting the Mad Mage of Bartok.
You really think he's
We
going
are
to believe
dead.
that?
Can't
We
you sell
really
that?
have to try.
I
We
could
need
sell
him to
it, probably.
continue to believe the mage
Indeed.
is mad. And it is a good way to assume that we are no longer in the picture.
And he said technically to dine in his castle, so I guess it's some
He'll at
kind
least
of
feed
feast.
you before he destroys you.
Exactly.
What is it? with Men feeding you before they have.
The contents of the meal, I do not wish to speculate about.
I
This
just
is
had
one
a
of the
crazy
times-
thought. I had a crazy thought.
Oh no.
Okay, well, it's been one of those days.
Would it not be more convincing if Olek went in there pretending that he was there fulfilling Strahd's task, saying that he killed both of you and brought us, per the request, as his whatever. He can lie about it up until the point where we strike his throat. But I think it coming from Olek's mouth might be more convincing than just saying he fell to the Mad Mage.
I believe either
I
story
have a way to
is-
persuade him. He may be interested in something I could propose.
Well,
Marriage?
What?
A duel.
Let us
What say
hope
you to this
not.
plan, Olek? Which do you prefer?
I could propose to him a duel. Round 2. And
Duel.
I have a feeling he would accept it.
That's a
And
little
while he's
different than what I was
distracted,
proposing,
we can all
but
go find the skull and take it back.
Did you say a duel?
to
Yep.
the death.
Yep.
No, to the pain. Sorry.
You're going to challenge him to a duel.
Yes.
I feel
Your
that
liege, you're going to challenge him to a duel, and he already has exerted quite the control over you.
Yep.
That is a
It would
could
keep him
end
busy.
poorly. It would, or you would end yourself. The last time Mordecai went up against him face to face, there was failure. He
Well, we
will
wouldn't
spread
just fight
you across
instantly.
the floor like butter on biscuit.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds delicious right now.
It does, doesn't it?
We just ate.
You finished.
Well, it would be
Just
something to
saying.
distract him with.
You
For all of
also only
30
had a carrot
seconds,
left.
sir. Pardon my bluntness.
Well, that's not all of it. I assume he'd probably want to talk to me a bit first. I assume part of the
Yes.
invitation is to dine at his castle. This would all be part of that, as to extend.
All right, okay, thank you. You're not just going in and drawing your sword and saying, have at you.
No,
Of
That
all of
is
us-
look, Alec, honestly, that is the impression I exactly got from you. I walk
Of
in and challenge him
all
to a
of us
duel.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
to be honest, I would love to just do that. But,
No doubt, but that is
Why can they
older
not-
heads must prevail here.
Friends. Of all of us here, the only one who probably has the best chance of being the most persuasive distraction is, in fact, Olok. I hate to make the point.
No, we'd already come to that conclusion 10 minutes ago. Catch up.
Alec must be the center of that.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason, if you go in to challenge him to a duel, that once again you cannot drag it out. A dinner, as promised.
Can go for hours. Look at Weller. Look at how he did here. If he pulls that kind of appetite over there, you'll be there all night.
He is a man with an
I
ego.
could set a time when we have it. Maybe like the classic duel at dawn that you may have heard of.
It's a good one for vampires, yes.
That would be dusk. I don't know. How would a vampire do it? What do you think, Weller?
Well, it's Barovia. There's no sunlight. I mean, not really.
Yeah, you're right. So
He has a
Sunlight can be
Not really.
replicated. Sunlight can be replicated.
But never duplicate.
So I could do that if you'd like that idea.
That would be good. But I believe that they should go with you because both of them possess the other weapons that we planned from the beginning to face Strahd with. Once we return the skull, you can very easily bring Weller back and remove the holy symbol. Along with the sword and you, it is a foolproof plan.
Except for the fools who are about to embark upon it.
This doesn't leave us much time to recover little Weller or what's in the bottle.
No.
How much time do we require?
It's a wish. It'll be
Indeed.
instantaneous.
We can do this. And if we do not want to resurrect the dragon, this I understand, for I did not take it with plans to even try such a feat. But I
You have to
can
admit
fly
that
there.
as an ally would be
I can at
incredibly
least
helpful.
Fly us there quickly with the skull in hand once retrieved.
It would be an ally which had been defeated once by Strahd.
But I think it would give it a hunger for revenge to try it again.
That's true, but I'm saying that the light that would be restored by properly interring the dragon would possibly be far more of a hindrance to Strahd, as mentioned by Mordenkainen, than bringing the living dragon back.
True.
I see your point. That the heart of Barovia, if it begins to beat again, is way more valuable and hindrance to Strahd.
There is one element of this that we cannot predict.
Bacon.
Aside from
Sorry, just go. Wasn't any bacon on the
I'm
table?
sure we can. I'm sure we can get some bacon for you, Weller. Aside from the fact that he has invited us, we really don't know what he intends to do and how quickly he intends to do it. So whatever distraction we attempt to do might end quite swiftly. And do remember, this is Strahd we're talking about.
But
Personally, I would like to keep my head on my shoulders.
he is a man with an ego. He will draw it out as long as possible. As long as you feed his ego.
Just keep in mind that unfortunately you three are the entertainment for the evening.
Can you
Oh,
So be entertaining.
Lovely.
Well, I'm happy to do it.
I've always loved a good dinner and a show.
Depends on what he's serving.
Hopefully not us.
So I'm glad I do not eat. So what are we agreed? This is the plan.
I still don't like it, but I don't think we have many other options.
It is the
Open
first
to them
time.
if you wish to sleep on it and come up with something brilliant in the morning. But
Oh, yes, sleep.
if that is assuming that the perfect plan does not come to you in your dreams, I think this is what we'll be moving forward with.
Then let us dream on the plan. Each and reconvene for what I assume will be a splendid breakfast.
Bacon.
Yes, I assure you there will
Mounds
be
and mounds of it!
fried meats.
Yeah, the only thing I just worry about is after you've returned the skull, how quickly you can get to the castle. So I feel
Do
like
we know how
Strahd would
far it
probably...
is? Can we do that math, Harv? How long do you think it would take you to fly from Ravenloft?
To fly,
As the hippogriff flies.
As the
Yes.
hippogriff flies.
well, let me see if I can find the... Yeah, 1 square is a quarter mile. I love how they say square, by which we mean hex. But anyway, one
Details. Don't bother with details.
hex
Arf.
is a quarter mile. So you figure, let's see, it's 1, 2,
4.
3, 4.
I'm gonna guess.
That's about a 7-mile, I would guess,
Flight.
as the crow flies. Considerably further. I also need to point out one thing that I don't know whether this came up in your discussion of the plan. This is a dragon skull, and although it will no longer have the meat on the bone, it is a
Heavy, I
dragon
know.
skull.
We-
So
I
we're
got- I
talking
got a pla-
hundreds of pounds. I don't know.
Okay, that's why hippogriff, talons, and we have a secondary plan for
Okay.
that. If nothing else, I have some spells, I believe, and I know that Alec does as well that may be able to boost my strength. The
Okay.
hippogriff strength.
Okay.
if
Yeah,
need
but
be.
the only reason you
Remember,
had to
the
find
dragon bones always over encumber you in Skyrim.
You would
Remember,
have to find
we've
it
learned
and get it
this.
there
Very
within
true.
an hour. That's the problem.
I gotta be able to get it there in an hour. Okay, so
Find it and get it in there
60
in an
minutes. If I'm flying 60 miles an hour, I can do that in 60 minutes. 60 miles in 60 minutes, 60 miles an hour.
If you're flying
It's like,
60
boop, boop,
miles an hour,
Yeah.
that is with the skull
Right,
that you're wearing.
but that
down,
I would be able to fly that many miles in an hour.
theoretically without anything.
Theoretically.
Okay.
So let's say that I'm carrying this heavy thing and I can fly. What is I gotta look up a hippogriff, y'all. I may have to get these.
What's the
extras. I
land
haven't-
speed of an air swallow?
Is it laden with the dragon skull?
Exactly. I was gonna say it is absolutely laden in this particular case. It's-
Yeah, so anyone who doesn't understand, you have to do a lot of maths in D&D, and sometimes this is one of those points.
This is one of those weird moments where we're gonna do some D&D, y'all.
Since
Okay.
Math and I are not on speaking terms, I'm gonna go get a Coke. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I got you. Okay. My flying speed is 60 feet.
Okay.
60 feet.
That's every 6
Okay.
seconds.
60 feet every 6 seconds. So
All right, hang on.
so 360 feet a minute.
Okay. So 360 feet a minute. This is where the calculator comes in handy, y'all. Oops. Okay.
To find out how many feet in a mile.
5,280.
Well, thank you.
360 feet per minute times the how many did you say? I'm sorry.
5,280 feet in a mile.
Okay.
Nice round number.
Wow, that's a big number. Right? So now
That's
that
right,
has to be divided, that final number. No.
Yeah, I think so. If you're trying to find
Uh-huh.
I'm
miles
gonna
per
have to do
hour.
that. Is this weird that I can't do the math? I'm gonna have to do it.
You
want to
you multiply, yes, you multiply 5280 times 7 because that's how many miles you're talking about. That's the total number of feet. Then you divide that total number of feet by the 360, and that will tell you how many minutes it would take to traverse from, to fly from Ravenloft to Argynvostholt.
Argynvostholt.
Should I leave and come back? Are you guys done with this math?
You might want to, and I might join you.
Dude, when I'm
I wish
firing
I-
out math
Trying.
equations,
That'll tell you how many
that tells
Cokes.
you,
Yeah.
I'll tell you how many sodas Trending can have while you guys are trying to figure out all
You
this
know
math.
what? 0.
No, I got you. She should be able to
Zero.
do this. She definitely should be able to do
Listen to all
this.
these metric. Oh, metric is so much easier. Yeah, whatever, King Jin. All right.
Okay, look. I mean, with metric, you
So
can
14.
divide by 10, 5, and 2. With
14.
14?
Imperial, whatever the hell
14
it's
and a
called,
half.
you can divide
So-
by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 12. So
So it'd
Never
take you
mind.
15 minutes roughly to fly from
15
Ravenloft.
minutes, y'all. I will hippogriff the hell out of that. I will make that 15 minutes. I will be there and back in an hour.
This is, again, assuming that somehow you're able to make the skull light as if it were just you flying, right?
No, this is boosting my strength to be able to lift the skull at its natural weight.
Yeah, so if I cast it on you, then you'd have 45 minutes to find it, and then you can.
So 15:30. Okay, so that gives you 45 minutes to find it, 15 minutes to fly it back. So you have 45. Oh my goodness! So you'd have 45 minutes to find the skull in Castle Ravenloft. I want to see the speed run. I was just gonna say, where are my splits? Where are my splits? You're all just like, no, gold. And chat's doing all the glod, like in all the pog champs and everything.
Yeah. So that would be
I just want to go on record as saying, I hate this plan. And
we're waiting for you to come up with something better, Rob.
I am expecting it. What? Okay, what? What is the? What other option do we have?
Exactly. That's kind of my point.
I wonder if Chris Burgers is like, I wonder if they're going to use an Ocean of Lemon style plan.
Yeah. Now I'm like really thinking this over. Plus, so okay, we get it. So you guys, okay, you basically have to keep him busy for just over an hour. Because we've got to find it. I got to fly it back, which is 15, and then we're gonna have to deal with whatever happens when we get it there and finding where to put it.
God, I don't like this at all. All right.
Okay. And then
I really was hoping not to have to see Strahd until I break out the sword and ram it into his throat. So.
Well,
you may still get that chance.
Too.
So
you just have to, it's like a song and dance beforehand, man. You gotta butter him up before you can actually skewer him.
Got to butter the bread before eating it.
Yeah, that's right. You gotta butter the bread before you toast that bitch.
Here we go. Wait a minute. Let's see. Here.
So wait, as I understand it, and the reason I'm asking this, chat and viewer and listeners at home, of course, while they were talking about this, most of the time they were muted, and we didn't actually get the recording. So as I understand it, the plan is to take 3 people. Which three characters are we talking about?
Myself, Alec, and Weller.
Mason, Alec, and Weller to distract Strahd, whilst Django and Agatha search all of Castle Ravenloft for the skull of the Silver Dragon. At which point, Alec will somehow get himself free of the Strahd convo, go and find them, cast Feather on this, or like whatever. Agatha, she would have done this beforehand?
That's why I have exactly 45 minutes. I have 45
but don't you have
minutes
to be in the hippogriff form, so you can't transform out of it in the meantime, right?
No, what's going to happen, what I'll probably,
because that means that Django and Agatha as hippogriff.
Just
I just want to be clear about the buddy rom-com here. Django and Agatha.
An invisible hippogriff.
The invisible
castle, yes.
Wait, invisible? You're going to test
totally,
invisible?
Totally.
So Django and an invisible hippogriff have to find the dragon skull in Castle Ravenloft within 45 minutes, whilst Weller, Alec, and Mason try to have a pleasant dinner party with Tim Curry, basically. Like that's what we're basically talking about here.
Tim Curry as Pennywise. Yes, that's.
Now wait a minute. We were doing fine until you turned this into a Chuck Tingle novel there at the end.
Only you turned it into a Chuck Tingle novel.
I gotta say, the only good news about this entire plan is that it is clear to me that I am the Brad Pitt of this Ocean's 11 cast. So that's fine with me.
Wow.
You gotta be eating in every scene.
Dang.
I can do that. I
think that goes to Weller. I think that goes to Weller right now. So nice try.
No, that's why Weller was tanking up now, so he didn't have to eat later.
Okay, so is that
I think
the plan,
this is the most brilliant plan we've had since tossing a dead
I'm excited to be a part of it.
This is the best plan that we've had since tossing a dead body on the floor.
I'll tell you what, compared to the last campaign, this is the greatest plan we've ever come up with.
Yes.
This job is
and we're all gonna die. That's
perfect.
That was
it's
the plan.
Be absolutely perfect.
I mean, chat, do you think this plan works? That's
chat
my
on a
question.
scale of 1 to Strahd.
How about Strahd to fuck? No, it's gonna
work.
Strahd
to Strahd.
On a scale of Jeremy Irons to Strahd.
Has any of our plans ever gone worked perfectly yet?
Exactly.
See, Rock God has the right of it. This plan will go off without a hitch.
It's gonna go off without a hitch.
Perfection.
I have had a backup character for months.
Listen to Watertight. I love Commander Delta's like, it's a silver dragon skull. It's hanging in Strahd's main throne where Strahd will be with Strahd. Like, what could go wrong?
But they're gonna have to leave that main throne to go to dinner. Or and probably to do some kind of talky talk around a fire that's
Maybe
definitely
they'll
not
have a
glowing normal
dance.
color. That they
Exactly.
dance before, and they got an hour's worth of distraction. So even if it's in that damn throne room, I'm taking. We're gonna get that skull.
I give
Or
it
we
5
show up,
pogs out of Strahd.
Strahd
Kick a
kills
process.
both Mason and Weller and just says to Alec, "You're mine now," and that's the end of the campaign.
I mean, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
And then it's all over. He takes my sword and he finds you two later, and he just fries
Look,
and
if we
fillets the
come
shit out
back
of both
and
of
you're
you.
all dead, she's gonna do everything in her power to revenge it anyway. So
Yeah, you'll be avenged.
good.
Don't worry. You'll still be
That's-
dead. But
you'll still be
avenged.
dead, but we will
Yes.
avenge the hell out of you. And I promise I won't do it as a hippogriff.
That'd be even funnier though.
His plan is getting worse all the time.
I mean, listen, I'll just say that in terms of, if I were measuring this in terms of the brazenness, the kind of boldness, and I were not if I'm on Amazon and I'm
The
filtering
simmering
this
barbecue
by brazen,
flavor of it.
Thank you.
and I'm not filtering this
Raisin
by
and bowl and
likelihood of success.
exhaust.
I mean, it'll be
Mesquite.
a hell of a couple sessions doing it. Like, I can't even tell you how great the sessions will be.
I only ask.
I have
only
this image
ask-
of you all with like 5 minutes to go as Agatha's like dragging her invisible hippogriff body through the crypt.
If you've never seen Twice Upon a Time, Alonzo Music, who did the voice for Garfield, plays Ralph the all-purpose animal, and he's like a dog with these tiny little bumblebee wings, right? And he's huge, and so every time he's flying around, it's just this blur of wings right above this joint. That's exactly what I imagine this.
Let me
Ralph
tell you.
the all-purpose animal.
You know what? I got a backup. I got even a backup plan going into this.
Okay, I was gonna
Worst-
say.
Worst case scenario,
Oh god.
it doesn't work. We use magic to can I polymorph an item?
Magic.
I can't. Magic.
Can you
Probably
polymorph
for
an
it has
item?
other person, I believe.
Yeah.
Other, I
an item.
believe it has to be a living
What we
thing.
need is a freaking shrink spell.
So
Really
what you
we
would
need
do is
is
use the
size.
resurrection spell to bring the dragon back, then polymorph it to a chicken, then get to
Yes,
the
and
thing,
then I could
kill the
yeah.
chicken, and then when it becomes a dragon again, you put the skull back in the
Oh my
thing.
god, that could
That was
work.
not the plan, but
But
sure,
that could
works.
work.
It will not work for
You
a
know-
1,000 reasons.
Well,
What?
see, if we didn't, if we still had a homunculus, he could take the skull into
Yes.
the bottle.
This is like the logic puzzle where you keep going, oh, I'll just do this. And you're
damn
like,
it.
wait,
Take
damn it,
the
that's the
homunculus
thing I
so we
need,
return
though.
the skull. You know, like,
But wait, if we had the homunculus, we wouldn't need the goddamn skull in the first
but
place.
wait.
Right.
Okay, Arv, there's only one thing I want you to do.
Okay, yes.
When the whole party is eventually
Only one
captured
thing?
and-
Okay.
and- yeah,
Yeah.
I know. And this is just for me. You get the rest of it. When the whole party is captured and brought to Strahd, I want you to go total Max von Sydow in Conan.
That's sorry.
Conan the
Didn't
second
mean
one.
to click that, y'all.
What insolence! What arrogance! You gotta go that. You gotta do that. all the
What
time.
arrogance, yeah, it's true. I was thinking Max von
Who's
Sydow
next
in
lobster?
3 Days of the Condor just walking past and, hello, how are you? You're like, why does he know that I don't know? I actually am extremely tempted, and Benny Keys, what about the egg? I do have to say, I am extremely tempted to associate this with a later event and to have chat basically every donation to the charity that we have chosen add 5 minutes to the timer. I'm so tempted to do something like that because I just had this image of all of
That
you
would be
begging
awesome.
and
That's
being
a
like,
cool
please,
idea.
God save us for 5
That's a
minutes.
cool
Just give me
idea.
5 more minutes. I can do this.
Just 5 minutes.
5
Although
more
if
minutes.
you're really cruel, you do the same thing you did for D&D the other time, whereas you can either add 5 minutes or take 5 minutes away. So there you go.
Right. Let's
Please
see the
don't
timer.
take it away,
Oh,
y'all.
I'm
Do you want to see
tempted.
Dot have a
what's
full
wrong
on
with
breakdown?
you?
It gets the money up, and the
John,
money, the
this isn't
donations,
hard
the
enough.
donations are all what we're about.
I do hope
The
you
odds
like-
aren't stacked enough against us already.
But no,
you
but
I like a challenge.
masochist.
It's a dream. Oh wait, wrong.
well, I mean, like honestly, when we did the Rick Riordan event, it was
That was
basically the bless
brilliant.
curse thing, where where you added it was
And
Will's
the money
idea.
frickin' poured in.
Yeah, it did. We got like $1,000
that night.
just from
you guys
from
raised
that
a grand
night.
that night. It was
And it was
crazy.
because of that, like that bless curse thing, that made a big that had a big part.
Because
of
then
it,
the
so.
fans start fighting amongst each other. But
Yeah.
bless, curse,
We wanna
bless,
bless
no,
them.
yes, no, yeah.
Because a
It's
lot of
great.
people are just like, we need to curse somebody musing, and they're like, no, Rick Riordan's books made me feel better as a child. I'm gonna get like bless.
Exactly. It was
So.
genius. It was
Anyway,
freaking genius.
so I will, obviously it's up to you folks as to how you
Also,
wanna
we need to
handle it.
finish this campaign before that thing
Are
happens.
you going there? Are you going there? Would the plan in this situation be to go there, quote, accept his hospitality and kind of get a lay of the land, or you figure you're only going to get one bite at this apple, so you've got to do this in one shot?
We're gonna have to do it. I feel
Castle
like it's gonna have
Ravenloft's
to go in one
pretty
go.
big.
Well,
Hey,
that's
wait-
what we also have some time before we go to Castle Ravenloft to maybe try to find
Wait a minute.
map or
We have a
information
map.
on the
We
inside.
already have a map.
Ooh.
Weller.
Yep.
The sketch you did of the model. Please
Tell me
bring
it's
it
not a
out.
model.
I'm sorry. Weller, the sketch you did of the model. Please bring it out.
And there it is.
Is there? I don't know why a vampire would need a toilet, but
Well, is there a room where a giant skull would probably...
no, you didn't get the inside. It's only the outside. My point is there
right.
an access point like a sewer or a tunnel or something that
Well,
is not
I mean, if
normally
I'm gonna be
used?
Yeah, if I'm going to already be a hippogriff, maybe an upper window that we could simply fly into while all of you come in at floor.
Well, if we were going to not split the party and all go in together, entering through some sort of unused entrance that's not normally used to access would be the way to do that. It still involves sneaking on Castle Ravenloft with bing, 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 vampire beacon over here, which may be a problem.
Wait, did I
Sorry,
miss something?
Alec,
Are we
but it's
going in
true.
together?
I said if we were not going to, just looking at
Oh.
alternate plans.
And this also doesn't account for the fact that we don't know what type of forces he has in the castle.
It's Strahd. What could he possibly need other than himself and his massive ego filling up the whole place?
Gargoyle.
Things
There is
that
that one elf.
Stroke his ego.
For starters.
True. That is
He's
true.
got undead, so he may have some kind of undead.
His coach driver, a few horses.
Some undead servants. My point was, if we were looking at alternates and we wanted to stick together rather than split up the group, which I still think is probably the, I'm going to put it in quotes, the best way to do it, but I'm
When
open
you
to other
escape,
alternatives.
I'll just ask this, and then I'll drop back into lurk mode as I listen to your planning. But is the plan that once you do this, that Django, you and Agatha, or just Agatha, I don't know, would immediately race back to the palace to Argynvost Holt? Because the thing is, when this happens, assuming that Strahd then discovered it, does that mean that the four of you remaining, and really the three until Django can get up to wherever Strahd is, and this assuming the plan worked, would be fighting against Strahd, just the 3/4 of you, until Agatha could get there and then get the hell back? Because that means that you're talking a half hour's worth of time, which in combat is an eternity.
In eternity, yeah. See, that's the problem. Like I said,
I'm only
if we're
letting you
talking-
know that just because,
No,
this
you're
is
right,
gonna
you're
be
right.
discussed
Here's
as a part of this. Not
the
short turn to
thing-
lurk.
The thing I went with to accompany her was A, certain abilities he has, but B, because he also has my strength is doubled because of Golem strength. So the idea was that he would carry the skull, but that just adds more weight to her. But I'm kind of concerned about you gripping this thing hundreds of pounds heavy, even with the doubled strength nonsense spell. Not nonsense, the spell, which is a good one.
Do we need to do more math?
But the plan would probably be that I would stay behind and hopefully, surprise him if you guys were actually entered into combat, which is not the ultimate.
Oh, okay.
goal.
So then
I
Agatha
feel-
would go to.
The only
by
problem is they
herself,
don't
even
know
though
you.
They
Yeah.
don't know me.
See, that's the other reason I was going to go with her, because I've been there before. She has not.
But I think showing up with Argynvost's skull, saying, "Hey, those guys who were here earlier sent me," that's a pretty good,
It's at least
you know.
enough.
That's probably a good icebreaker. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, at this
Sure.
point, y'all are walking in to fight Strahd. The worst that happens, I show up with a skull, and they're like, "Kill her!" We're all in the same boat, regardless.
What
Then
I
you
don't
can just fly
understand
away.
is-
So
We're all assuming that we have to distract him in order to find the skull. No one said that we had to do that. We're assuming that.
Yeah, it was.
how
yeah,
do
it
we
was-
hide Alec? How do we hide
We don't
Alec
take
from?
Alec in there. We wait until we find the skull. We bring it back. Then we walk in with Alec while you guys return the skull and then join us. There's nothing that says we have to distract him. All we're doing is we're putting ourselves in harm's way, hoping that he doesn't kill us long enough for you guys to find the skull. Instead, let's go find the skull, leave Alec out of the equation till we have it. But let's not split. Let's not weaken ourselves before we go in there. It doesn't make any sense.
Perhaps
that's
I
why-
could distract
And even
him
if Strahd
outside.
shows up, at least he shows up with us together.
Perhaps I
Except
could
for
distract
Alec.
him outside the castle.
Exactly my point. Ideally, the ideal one is to draw Strahd out of the castle, allowing us to go in. That would be the perfect distraction. Lure him away.
We need to have something that will actually do that. We can't just say that we're going to.
We
do that,
have
because that-
something. And he points to Alec. If you want to leave Alec behind, then sorry, let him be useful and draw Strahd to him for some reason.
Well, then I don't think anyone should go to Strahd but Alec. It distracts from the main goal for Strahd.
Right, but
He
we
needs
want
to
him,
be in.
we
What?
want him out of the castle.
Yes, and I think
Great.
Olek can do that, but I think it will confuse matters if there's more than Olek.
Yes,
At
if that is the plan, it would only be Alec trying to lure him away, and the rest of us would go. Correct.
And I think perhaps sorry, are we RPing this or are we talking this? I'm
I
confused
thought we
as
all
fuck
went
right
to
now.
bed, so Agatha is sleeping right now.
This is all RP. Like part of
All right.
the
I thought we were
then-
talking after Morton kind of had left, but before we went to bed.
Okay.
Oh,
then we
okay,
are,
we're not in
then
bed
we-
yet.
I
then
brought
we're-
out the map
then
of
we're
Aggie
the
is tired,
castle.
y'all.
Yeah, I brought
What
the
I
map
would
of the
say-
castle so we could look at it.
What I would say is, not to put you in an uncomfortable position, Olek, but we're all there, right there with you. If you could draw Strahd out, Weller and I could assist you, but we don't want to distract from that. We need him focused entirely on you so that he can get out of there, so that the rest of us can go in to find the skull. I think us all walking in there together will only confuse matters.
I can do that.
So then the
We need to
four of
keep
us
his. We need to
what?
have him keep his eye on the prize, and unfortunately, I'm trying to remember this. You're his. He's your thrall. You're his thrall. Which way does that work? He's
Alec
the-
is Strahd's thrall.
He is
Thrall. There you
thralled.
go. Yes, he's enthralled. Aren't we all? Da 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 da.
Here's a
So-
question I have. Strahd will not leave his castle now for us. What is to say he will leave it when Alec walks on his lawn?
Ideally,
has
he would
an
be
ego
further. He would be further
profile.
away from the castle than his lawn.
You
Point
would
is to
need.
get him as far away as possible.
Oh look, you would need something that would give him a reason to do it. In addition to yourself, what else is there? What does Strahd want more than anything?
He wanted what's her face. I can't remember the name that he
I
gave
think
away
you
in the
would want
pool.
to see the point.
Tatiana.
Thank you.
Can't exactly show. That would put Kresk in danger.
Indeed.
But I could. It'd be risky, but he would probably be interested in seeing if I finally turned to his side.
That's what I was thinking. You should
He would like to see it himself.
I believe you should tell him that you have decided to join him, and then betray him when we all have the opportunity to strike, and use that as an opportunity to let his guard down and pull him out of the castle.
You could tell him about the abbot's bride for him.
Sure, there's some stuff I could tell him. Yeah, that would be one.
Again, we are trying not to risk the townspeople of Kresk.
Oh, but the abbey.
Which is right next to the town? What do you mean?
Well, he's gone from there. From what I remember.
And we don't know if the bride is still there either.
That's true. I don't really want
He may have taken her with him. He probably did.
But I could distract him. I don't know how long it would last, but I think he'd be interested.
I'm sure he would be very interested in coming to see the fall of a paladin of the thunder. Very interested indeed.
Do you think he will come in person? He could simply project himself. And how would we know different?
He's
Well, I
spoken
don't-
of his.
Throw a rock at him. That is easy
I
enough
can
to
at least
ascertain.
detect magic, if that matters.
We've spoken of his ego before. I think he would want to be there in person.
And he
to
did
see
come
his-
and see us, actually see us.
has.
At the Wizard of Wines.
Yes. He made an appearance. Besides, we've already spurned his previous messenger. Most likely he would come, if not to gloat over your fall, but also to remind you of the invitation at the very least. I think he would do it in person.
And Alec, you can in fact be controlled by him, yes?
Well, he can try at least. I resisted it at the Wizard's Wines.
And if he controls you, can you Will you not simply give up? A hold of us.
I don't know. It depends on what he'd want to ask.
That's why I'd want to be there. I can help to bolster Oleg's defenses.
And with the holy symbol ideally in hand.
And if it all goes to hell, we can keep him busy in other ways. And he points to the sword.
But you will be with us.
I think he's saying if we went back to the original plan of 3 and 2.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right, you're tired.
Three of you
So
in the
tired.
castle.
My hips hurt. Can I go to bed now?
I think we still keep coming back to that one, unless
No,
Oleg
I still
really
think the plan where Oleg deals with Strahd.
I
One-on-one.
don't exactly want to risk Weller. If Strahd detects anything wrong, then at least it's only me.
We have to make sure that all of that is set clearly and that nothing
Okay.
distracts Strahd from precisely what he thinks he's after.
Let us make the best of both plans. Oleg, off-site but not too far. As soon as I take flight with the skull in hand, the rest of the party can join you. They will have to do it on foot.
Weller can make them fly. He's done it before.
So if you are far enough but not too far, they can join you once I have the skull. And that means they will be on site with both the sword and the holy symbol by the time I make it.
I would at least be able to get away from Strahd. I could probably. So I don't know how fast he is if he transforms, but I would be able to do that, and I could fly into the castle and regroup.
Draw him back towards our group. He won't know we're there, ideally. Or that all of you will be there, ideally. That is, in essence, the best of both plans. You distract him long enough for us to sneak in and get the skull. Once it is in our possession and on the way to its rightful resting place, draw Strahd back. And the three of them will be waiting.
Lure him back into a trap.
Correct, that he doesn't know is there.
This could work.
And
Where
by
will
then-
you be? Where will you be located, and how will you draw him out, Oleg?
I think along the main path from his castle.
Probably all he has to do is think at him. We have the linkage anyways.
You're probably right.
This
Should
a
not be
hill?
hard for Strahd to pick up on it.
Sod? Who's Sod?
Strahd.
Oh,
Sod underscore?
These-
Hell of a guy.
Those are his gates, yeah? That's the gates?
Yes.
So
Although
this
let
is
me-
like a little thing here. There's another set of gates right here. There's like
Yeah,
a
let me
very
just-
fancy
Let me
gate.
just double check.
Yeah, and then there's this
Right
one.
there. Yeah, that's the bridge. Yeah.
That's the bridge.
But
okay.
I could lure him to these gates.
What?
and see
Yeah,
if he
just
wants to do it
outside the
there.
gates.
Hmm.
What if he meets you just outside the gates here?
Hmm.
Which,
Well, I could
if
go
this,
up-
yeah,
I could go up to the castle entrance and call him out to the gates, and then wait, see what happens.
We gotta get him far enough away so that we can get him undetected.
So just to be clear,
that's a good mile away.
that is one set of gates which are similar to the ones that you saw here when
Right,
you
the
first
entrance to-
entered Barovia.
yeah,
But the real, in quotes, gates of Ravenloft are up
It's like
here.
right there. Okay.
Yeah. Of
that's
Castle
roughly
Ravenloft.
2 miles.
Yep.
If you here's the thing, if you come up here, how are you gonna get from these gates all the way back here before he just comes out and? If you call him, you're better.
Well, I
you
could
can
call
look-
out an invitation and see what happens.
Hmm.
Can we not send him a raven? That you are on the way. and to meet you here.
If we were to do that, I would recommend sending Valley.
Valley is a good choice.
Because then if Strahd kills him, Django can just pop him back in.
Agreed. A simple letter, letting him know you are on the way. Gives us enough time to make travel with haste.
And I wish to see him there at that location.
At his location. If the rest of us sneak across the bridge, we could come in undetected on the southeastern side of this this hill.
Actually, using the woods as cover would probably be even better.
That
Hold
would
on.
work too.
Here,
And
here.
come in. Yeah.
Come in. Yes, exactly. There, straight over, and then up and onto the side. Because we still have to cross this area, and I'm sorry I can't do the pingy thing, which is really annoying me for some reason. You have to cover this open area right here. Why can't I do that? Really ticks me off that I cannot do the damn.
You can't
thing.
hold? You don't hold?
I don't. Right. For some reason, my mouse refuses to do the pingy. Yeah, right there. This open
Okay.
space here would be too dangerous. But coming in from the woods here,
Yeah.
especially if we're flying, if we're both
So I'm
flying,
gonna-
it's not the problem.
Okay.
Danger zone. Exactly. So, yeah. Yes, I will have to cast Valley, of course, because the spider would take forever to deliver this message. And perhaps actually a bat might be a more suitable delivery method. Valley has not been a bat before.
Maybe it is time to tell Strahd that you are coming to dinner.
Or at least coming to visit. We still want to bring him to the main gates. That would be excellent.
Well, that shouldn't be hard. Greet your guest at the main gates.
So I will arrive at the main gate at X, whatever hour we wish to choose to make this.
We get to see him personally.
Indeed.
You may not want to make this too late because it's a bit hard for Weller to see in the dark. But
Isn't it always
I like this.
overcast?
Okay then.
oh, it still gets
And?
but
And screeching
but
breaks.
going through a castle, we don't know the lighting situation in there for Weller, and I know a lot of
I
you can
see.
probably see in the dark. So
Oh, he's got hue lights everywhere, just like this. It looks just like my background.
It's remote disco lights. Oons, oons,
Exactly.
oons, oons.
I want to very quickly double check
Strahd Club.
that I can't do
Of
anything.
Club Strahd.
faster.
Exactly. That's Club Strahd, yes.
Club Strahd.
but no one
Boots
else
and bats,
can cast
boots and
in,
bats,
out of
boots
interest.
and bats.
No one else
Some
can
bats and
cast
balls.
enhance ability.
Nope. Betty, Betty, Bet, Betty, Betty, Bet, Betty, Betty,
You
Bet.
have to do this.
This is what I
literally
I need to think on
45
because I might
minutes.
be able to enhance abilities just a different way.
Well, druids know all their spells, if I remember correctly. They just have to.
Yeah, you just have to prepare it as long as I have
Yeah.
the,
Same for paladins.
which is what I'm looking into. Yeah,
And
let me make
clerics.
sure. Because I also get the druid spells out of Ravenloft.
You've got your domain ones as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the domain ones are there. Those are pretty simple though right now. It also is going to depend, that'll be interesting, which form I'm in. Because that'll change the spells that I have available. Okay. So. La, la, la.
8 hours.
Player's handbook. Druid spells. Yo, this is a possible plan that might actually work.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not. I said might possibly.
Might possibly. Yes. That's a 100% chance if ever I heard one. It's right up there.
Right, it's just, yeah.
It's right up there with kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of, maybes. Yeah.
Well, sort of, maybe. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
There's
here we go.
definitely a small chance of survival.
There's definitely a very good
Consider
chance
the fact
we're
that
all
we were
gonna
all
die.
willing to die going into it. It's got something.
It's got that going for it.
I mean, like, the dream is to do the Agatha's 5 plan.
Oh god, we're all gonna die.
We may have to do this.
Where's our remote control van? That's what I want. Damn it.
plays-
Remote control
we
wagon.
we need the drill. We have to go find the drill.
You need the great. You need the great
Steal it from
departed
a
Carl
university.
Reiner.
Yes.
And there-
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is some sneaker shit we're doing right
Carl
now.
Reiner playing Valley.
What?
The movie was almost perfect.
Sneakers is a perfect
It's
film.
so good.
No, it's
No,
not.
I know you don't like that scene.
We've talked
I don't
about
like-
this before.
I don't like that scene either. I think you're right. Okay, it's a very awkward scene.
Oh. All right.
My voice is my passport. Verify me.
Verify me.
It's awful. It's like everything else in the movie is so good, and that scene's like,
I was thinking, actually, probably before we do this plan, perhaps we should see Madame Ava. She may be able to sort of direct us.
Didn't she
It's a bit
say
hard
they
to
were
explain.
moving on?
Maybe
believe they
she's
were.
back there. I don't know.
We don't, as Nolan Cannon said, we do not have time to go off on frivolous side missions. This needs to be done, and it needs to be done soon. It is not an option.
how about sleep? Is sleep an option? Because bloody hell.
I'm beginning to think I'm glad there wasn't any bacon. I'm getting very sleepy now.
I think it's time to rest and reconvene in the morning.
You can just dream of bacon. And
Oh,
I have
Slather it
spells to
all.
prepare and
don't tease.
All right. So are you folks heading to bed?
oh, I can cast enhance ability on myself. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you've got a magical buff and then you transform, you still keep the magical buff.
Yep,
It's
you
just-
still keep the buff. Yep.
Yeah.
So that
Well, then you
would be the
could
way to
re-up
go.
it too. Then even better.
Yep, correct. In case I come tumbling out of the sky.
I'd have to think about that. I don't know whether you're able to, because I don't know,
know
as
it-
a hippogriff that you're able to cast spells on yourself as a hippogriff. I don't think
I'm
so.
not. I would cast it. I'm gonna.
What I was
need
talking
to
about
read
was the
that.
re-upping. I mean, I guess you
Oh,
could
yes.
you could theoretically turn into a human, turn into an elf,
Back and
night
back
elf,
one more time,
dusk
'cause I
elf,
get
and
it
then
twice.
as you're tumbling to the ground, be like, "What was the component?" Like like try to figure out the word order. I mean, maybe
Meditate.
Well, like
Like pretty
50, at the
every
50-minute
Iron
mark,
Man
she
scene
would
ever. Like
land, do the
Thomas,
spell
Thomas.
again, and take off. So there you go. Quick 5-minute break, stretch the wings out. You know, it's all good.
But I do like the timer. I'm okay with the timer as long as we let me cast it first. And all of you give money to extend that timer. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure. I'm just tempted. I don't know that I would actually go. ahead.
For committee discuss the committees for rethinking the plan. Yes, illness. We'll get right on that. Move to quorum.
Master Yi from King of Fighters. I mean, you know. Okay, so people are heading to bed, as I understand it. The characters
hell
are.
yeah.
I get this talking out loud like I'm going to have to get so many ingredients.
I'm falling asleep in my chair in real life.
So, all right, you were able to head to bed. Since this is a long rest, you'll be able to restore full health to
Nice.
yourself. Mason, unfortunately, you're so amped up by the plan, you do not lose your level of exhaustion. I'm just kidding. So you
I was
also-
going to
You son of a-
scream.
no, I'm just kidding. No, you are clear of
Toss
that
and
level of
turn
exhaustion.
all night long.
No, that's just me in real life, John.
Fair.
So, and I think that means that everyone is back up to full. Also, if anyone had used hit dice, half of those would be restored to you as well.
I did not use any hit dice, and I'm back up to 91 out of 91.
Right. Okay.
Okay, I'm good on that. I'm back to 47, yeah.
And so Alec is still at 70 out of 70. Okay. And Valley is at 1. He's soon to be destroyed Valley.
Yeah, well, it seems to be Valley the Bat, not Valley the Spider. So there you go.
That should change the final outcome for Valley, I'm sure.
Slots are back.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I was tempted to refer to the fact that you were going to be basically sending a bat out of hell.
Oh, dude, I saw that chat little entry there, buddy
Like
boy.
a bat out of hell, Valley said it.
Yeah. What the
Except
hell?
that as Valley's singing it, you can't hear it because it's ultrasonic.
It's
just-
exactly.
It's just this tiny coin.
Wow, he gets up to 3 hit points though.
I would do anything for Django, but I
Oh, wait.
won't do that.
Oh, wait a minute. He's got fly 30 feet. I may actually do the Raven. The Raven's going to be faster. I think the Raven flies at 60, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's gonna take us a while to get there. It's not like
Well, I don't need the bat to be going any slower, though, is the thing. 50 feet. So, yeah, it is quicker.
Do you want me to keep the ability to cast my steed, or do you think it won't be useful for our plan?
I'm not sure it's going to be useful, to be quite honest.
Okay, so
If she can buff herself, it's not really that much of a big deal anymore. Do I
I'll
want...
just keep.
yeah, just need to make.
You know what? He does. We'll do Raven, because I'm sure he has Ravens hanging around there, too. It's not just
Yeah.
bats, for crying out loud. So,
Raven.
Valley 5, the Raven is back.
Okay. So, as you were all, resting and kind of making, dreaming about the plan and such.
I mean, we're just thinking about the plan because I don't sleep.
Okay. Yes, exactly. Still thinking about what
I
could go
meditated
wrong
for
with
4 hours on the plan.
this. Okay.
There you go.
Everyone else just dreamed of the plan, except for Weller, who I assume is dreaming of bacon. Probably.
That's all right.
The
Biscuits and gravy too.
As the next day dawns, all of you sleeping, by the way, in the softest of soft beds. Big fluffy pillows. The famous, I'd like to sleep in a cloud. You actually do get to sleep in a cloud, not someone being like, but no, really, a futon's better for your back. No, it's not. You want to sleep in a cloud. So you sleep on a cloud, and that's essentially what it feels like to you. In the morning, you wake up feeling deeply refreshed. There are warm towels by your bed on this when you wake, this silver platter nearby, so you could actually
This
take
place
in
has
just
great
kind of
room service.
Yep. And of course, no actual servants that you can see. Is the cloud secured? Probably not. When you all are willing to do so, you can leave the room, leave your rooms, and head down to breakfast, where you can see that another spread has been prepared for you.
There's your bacon.
You've got there is indeed
Everything
best
but
bacon. Yeah, exactly. No, everything but no
It's
sausage,
turkey bacon. Have a nice
ham,
day.
bacon. It's also crisp as God intended. So there's that. There is all kinds of different toasts. You have eggs of every description. There are pancakes,
Ostrich
waffles,
omelets.
and waffles, and French toast. You got you some
And raisins
oatmeal.
and everything.
You got everything except raisins, which are the devil's food, so you don't have that. But everything else,
Devil's food
exists there.
cake?
Devil's food cake.
Fruit.
So, and when you get down there, you can see that the only one there drinking from a tumbler of water is Mordenkainen himself, who looks considerably even more composed than the previous evening. But as all of you come down to the table, you notice that... actually, make an insight check for me as all of you come down to settle around the table and figure things out.
Baby.
Fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
The only one who really has this insight is Weller, who is thinking about bacon. So Weller's just like,
And
I
if it's
know.
turkey bacon, he's going to telekinetic slam the table from the bottom and just talk.
It's tofu bacon. That's even worse. No.
I will kill you all.
This, unicorn and Pegasus cheese. No lone wolf. There's nothing like. So, you notice that that he looks somewhat, maybe troubled isn't the right word, but preoccupied might be a better way to put it. And as all of you begin to eat, Mordenkainen says nothing as you're just drinks water and has a cup of tea as well that he occasionally sips from as you're all eating. And when you get to the end of that, he looks around and says, I hope you had a pleasant rest and evening, and that you've had a chance to think of what you wish to do. What is the plan? Do you wish for me to cast this geese and to see if we can get back Weller's homunculus for him? Or have you chosen an alternate path?
I think we're sticking with that plan.
Oh, Agatha's all different. I don't have to talk about old lady voice no
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
You are now a voluptuous corpse.
Yes, I have form, y'all. Oh.
And he sort of he all like you said the thing about like you're planning on sticking with it, and he nods. He says, "Very well. Then, if I may ask, I will attempt to do what I can to aid you against Strahd when the time comes. But I will need to, as I said, fetch some of my own equipment. I did a little bit of reconnaissance last night, but I will need more time for the rest of it. Your plan, then, is what exactly? To try to retrieve the skull?
Oh, good luck.
Would you like us to tell
You could
this
summarize
to
it if you wish for him, what we talked
No,
about last night.
that is too much. Let me sum up.
Let me sum up.
Yeah, let me sum.
So do you tell him the basics of
Let me start
Yes.
from the beginning.
Our plan is to use his thrall as a distraction, to draw him outside of the gates while the four of us sneak inside, locate the skull. I will leave the building with it in flight back to the castle, put it in place. The party will join Alec and remove the holy symbol along with the sword by its side.
He sort of nods slowly and
It's
he
a long
says-
pause, and he goes, "That's a plan."
He
You're
says,
all going to die.
he says, that is incredibly dumb. No, he doesn't say that. He says, so you plan to fly, then in what form to be able to carry this skull?
That's the largest form I can. A hippogriff. No longer frequented in this land, thanks to the constant poisoning of it. But they were once here.
He nods. I do not doubt it. But you realize that Strahd does himself have creatures in the skies. Bats, for one, that could harry and harass you.
Then let us hope that I can fly faster than them, or that the wind is on my side.
How long would this transformation of yours last?
I can stay inside of the form for many hours. But I can only carry the skull at its weight for about 1 hour.
So you must go in with this enhancement, get the skull, return it to Argynvostholt, and then find the skull and get it back to Argynvostholt all within an hour of time.
Correct.
He takes a deep breath and he says, "It is most certainly a daring and bold plan, but the timing is very, very tight."
If you have an alternative, we would love to hear it, but this is the best we came up with.
Well, there is one other that I know. I think this plan you have chosen is perhaps the only viable one. For the other that I know would require, well, might require one of you to put your personal feelings aside. Last night I did some searching through Barovia in secret forms and ways. I had not been myself for months, so I gathered information that I could from sources. And I found word of one who has come to this land. In fact, brought here specially. He swivels slowly to look at you, Weller.
Who is just
Word has come that someone has entered Barovia. He is powerful enough to discover a way to bring your homunculus back. And his name is Shorik Wrist. And that is where we're going to bring this session.
Bacon halfway to his mouth.
You son of a...
That makes him so.
shatters like glass in his mouth.
For those of you who
Along
don't
with all
know,
his teeth.
for those of you who on God's green earth is calling me at 11:30, are you drunk?
Well, not yet. I've got some
Yeah, I was gonna
cider
say,
in the fridge.
God.
once we close this show out,
Yeah, I was gonna say they're like,
Give
what?
John an
Someone's
hour
calling
and,
me. Well, how could you possibly leave me on that cliffhanger? The Shorik Wrist. Well, do you want to tell them who Shorik Wrist is very quickly, Trent?
Shorik Wrist was Weller's teacher, his Nestor, when he was studying to learn how to enhance his psychic abilities and whatnot. He is also the one who convinced Weller when Weller and his best friend, who was the top of the class, Weller was second in the top of the class, when they snuck out to capture a werewolf so that they could study it and learn what causes lycanthropy and how to cure it, and his best friend got infected, whatever, bit. It was Shorik Wrist who convinced Weller that his best friend was gone, that there was nothing left. It was just this beast. And it was Shorik Wrist who convinced Weller to dissect his friend repeatedly over and over and over again while the lycanthropy healed him again and again and again. And if you've ever watched Babylon 5 and you've seen the scene where they talk about death by vivisection, that's basically what he did to his best friend.
Multiple times.
Yeah, and he didn't know.
And he didn't
no
know.
idea.
Which is why he hates lycanthropes, but why he really
Hates
loathes
Shorik Wrist, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Shorik
He
Wrist
wasn't
is-
really comfortable with druids either because they didn't tell him that they could have just removed the curse. But
And Shorik Wrist had
Druids
taught.
are neutral, sir. Sorry.
I know. Eventually he did get over that and blame Shorik for that too.
Rock God, geez, that is metal. Yeah, you better believe it. And,
Metal as fuck.
And the thing is, of course, that Shorik is also the one who taught Weller many of the processes of being a metaphysician, which is why this homunculus thing fits. So the party has got my favorite thing in the world. Choices with possible outcomes. I will say, by the
all
way,
that
before-
planning. Oh, our
Well, no,
poor
it's
planning.
not. It's not shut to hell because you may decide to go the hell with that. Like Shorik Wrist is not necessarily a positive actor either. But
Not if I know Weller.
but I did want to say just very quickly, I really have always personally had a soft spot in my heart for planning sessions. I love listening to the gears turning, and so this is a big deal. Like this is completely a session that made total sense to do in this way, to think about how to go into Ravenloft and how to handle it all. And you come up with a very clever plan. So I'm looking forward to seeing how all of that gets tied together. And
Clever.
I also
Another good word for it.
I was really also enjoying
AKA
the experience
Agatha's 5.
of
There we go.
all of you talking to each other about how, like talking with Mordenkainen about like, here's how this stuff is going to work. And like, this is how you plan things, and being like, look, this is how Strahd does things, and this is what I'm going to do. So I was really enjoying the RP from everybody today, and it was fun to watch the planning sessions happen. And so, yeah, instead of Van Helsing, we get Mengele. Well, I mean, yeah, it's going to be, I mean, it's a weird
Yuck
situation.
on top of
Yeah,
yuck.
good Lord. It's bad.
Big shit sandwich. We're all gonna have to take a bite.
I will start as usual with Little Red Dot. Dot, I was enjoying the back and forth RP with Agatha and with Mordenkainen, sort of trading off stories about, because interestingly what you had said about like, I'm with a bunch of men with their egos, like, Mordenkainen was willing to admit that it was ego. The big difference between him and Strahd is that he doesn't continue to fall into ego, which Strahd always does the same kind of thing.
He has the
right?
awareness.
Yeah,
right?
he can be like, no, you're
Strahd
right.
has the great heroic flaw of his.
I screwed that up.
Pride, that hubris. Yeah.
It's the my bad part. But I was really enjoying that, and then of course here's my plan. I was loving that aspect of things. How'd you feel about today? And I don't have to ask them where they'll see you next, because they're going to see you here on Masters of the
Tomorrow,
Dungeon. But but what else do you want to talk about your stuff, and what do you think about tonight?
Today was great. Considering the fact that it's been, let's see, y'all, I've been at this computer now. I've been at this computer for 12 hours.
Oh, man.
I sit down at noon. So almost 12 hours. So considering the fact that it was the end of my day, and I'm going to be writing a grant tonight, I have a lot of energy. The session was a really good session. I loved the RP. It was interesting too, to have somebody like question Agatha, but not judge her.
Yeah.
On the decision to take the power, to like actually listen to why she did it. I thought that was really, I really appreciated that, I think, from Mordenkainen.
And he's a power guy, right? He's like, hey, listen, you wanted the power to do things.
You
I
wanted the
respect
power,
that.
you
Like,
took it, but again, she's
know.
like, but it's not for me, right?
Well,
like,
for
she's
Nate,
like, know what I mean? Like she and being
he
able
appreciates
to
consistency too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. So anyways, I just thought it was really nice, and I think it was nice for Agatha too, because it forced her to have to put words to the decision,
Right.
and there were like
Right.
multiple layers to that. Some of it was the selfish want to like not not corrupt this beautiful dusk elf,
Yeah.
right? Like to
This beautiful
not
man,
destroy this thing that represents the leadership of her people.
Yeah.
But then, you know, all the other additional layers of like balance of this place and the hard hand that had to be played, you know?
Yep.
So anyways, I just thought it was really nice. I'm Dot. I'm a GM, digital storyteller, and I'm going to be gearing up some more of that after the next 2 weeks. Yeah, you'll find me here tomorrow, and you can find me every Saturday over on Roll For It playing in a Vampire the Masquerade campaign. Next week is Gen Con, y'all. I'm a mod, and I'm helping run all the Gen Con like Twitch streams as part of the Gen Con TV crew. So I'll be modding streams most literally all 4 days. So come hang out on one of the Gen Con streams, and more than likely I'll be there. That'll be next week, and then I'm excited. The following week, the theater company that I work for, the Comedy and Improv House, our Twitch channel is taking a break from its usual programming, and we're hosting a 25-hour straight stream, 1 year for every year we've been doing comedy, or 1 hour for every year we've been doing comedy. So we're celebrating our 25th birthday.
Nice.
So you can come by and see what is going to inevitably be full-on shenanigans by about 4 a.m., no doubt. We've got a host that's going to stay up for all 25 of it. It's going to be great. So come check it out. That's what I'm going to be doing over the next couple weeks.
Awesome. It is always a pleasure, Dot. Yeah, I mentioned before that I have a special Gen Con event, which is going to be a reading happening a week from today, actually, next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, where we're doing a reading of some Athos Arts titles, myself and Edie Bell. So that's now officially listed in the Gen Con catalog as my one symposium event of the year.
Nice.
And it'll be nice to do, and it'll also make me incredibly sad, as I have been while I've been doing these virtual con things, because it's like, and you know, I really appreciate everyone who's done them, and it's definitely better than nothing. But man, do I miss, you know, am I going to miss Gen Con this year and not getting a chance to do this?
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. It's definitely sad. Like just the mod team itself is like, wow, there's a lot of good content. Like there's a lot of good live content, but I know everybody's really hyped about the private games. Like there's just a lot more connectivity of people and stuff. And, you know, the fact it's free makes their like new level of accessibility, which I think is really cool. So there's a lot, again, ups and downs, right? Find opportunity in chaos.
That's right. That's right. But it's always a pleasure to have Dot with us, and you will see her more again tomorrow with me as we talk about DMing and GMing, and you know, probably a little more about the virtual con thing too. But we will see.
Yeah, we can talk about virtual cons. I got sneaky preview information, only some of which that I can talk about very special RPGs. So we got stuff to talk about.
It's going to be great. I am excited for that. So that'll be tomorrow at 8 o'clock in a special Sunday session. Thanks, Dot, so much as always. Also, thank you so much to a guy who is going to fall over unconscious in his chair any minute.
The whole time I was talking about Mason going to sleep, I'm like, sleep.
It sounds like a plan.
All right.
Rob, yeah. I was also really enjoying kind of Mason's, like, I felt like in this one, Mason was kind of like the sort of, wait a minute, so you're going to add 2 + 2, but it doesn't equal 5. You know that, right? Like, it's not going to be 5. Like, I felt a lot of what it was, this is, I mean, I'll do it. Like, it's fine. I'll do it. But, like, what are we doing? You know, that type of thing. I was enjoying that experience.
Rob is the voice of reason.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, as somebody who operated solo for many a year, you know, I think any good hunter, you know, worth his, you know, salt is aware that you don't walk into a room without knowing your exits and having an exit strategy. And the truth is that, like, I think Mason is very much of the belief that if we don't walk in here completely sure of what we're doing, there are way too many opportunities and way too much room for error. Like, I'm going to go in there and distract him. Okay, how? You know, tell him a story. What the fuck are we talking about here? Well, I'm going to start like reminiscing about Barovian traffic or something. Like, come on, we got to actually have like something.
We got time to talk about that. We're just talking framework today. We gotta walk to that fucking castle. That's a long ass time.
I know. But as all of this is being talked about, I'm just like.
Okay, you roleplay Strahd. You roleplay Strahd. Oh, I don't believe you're right. Yeah, well, I do. No, that he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say that. Okay, I'll do it.
No, yeah, exactly. It becomes like a political debate. You know, we're doing the rehearsal run of all the things that
kill. Then we're done.
Oh, guess what? We forgot to account for the one where he just walks up and beheads us. All right, cool. That's, you know. And again, my only goal was to sort of like really define like what the hell we're actually doing, so that, you know, the less complicated we have it, the more likely it is to succeed. But that was fun. I still have no clue if it's gonna work or not. But at least I think Mason believes it has a chance, but because we're focusing Strahd's entire attention on Alec, which
his little assistant, his protege,
which sucks for Alec, but also I think he's got the best chance of success with it because as far as Strahd is concerned, he believes he's already got him under his thumb.
Right, and he's the one that Strahd doesn't technically want to lose.
And I don't.
The rest
think
of us are all
Strahd-
totally expendable.
Exactly. That was my point. It was like Strahd doesn't give a shit what I have to say whatsoever. And quite frankly, the only thing I care about is, like I said, taking the sun sword and cooking his throat with it till his head comes off. Like
we'll get there. We're gonna.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch that happen.
Oh,
and clap you on from the side.
That's exactly
with your hooves.
And actually, my only thing with Strahd is that, as far as I'm aware, Strahd is the only pathway for me to figure out where my dude, whose name I can't remember right now because none of my brain cells are firing.
Octavio?
Right no, the guy who brought me here, the guy who brought me to the Sword Coast.
The guy we've never seen yet.
Yeah, the guy we've never seen yet, who I'm sure will make an appearance at some point.
The Drow?
Yeah, the Drow. Yeah. I wish I could remember his name right now.
Also working
for Barristier.
Oh yes, Barristier. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's working for Strahd or not, but apparently Von Richten said he's here somewhere. So he's, right now Strahd is my best chance to get the fuck out of here, whether it be to the Sword Coast, to jolly old England, or the next life, whichever one it may be. So yeah, that was fun. As for me, as I said at the beginning of the show, twitch.tv/JCDarkSideRob, I'll be continuing my playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima tomorrow on my stream, as well as this week I'll be doing music casts for my new album, as well as recording video for YouTube stuff that I'll be releasing probably on Tuesday and Thursday. And I post stuff to Twitter and Instagram, twitter.com/GCDarkSideRob, Instagram.com/DarkSideRob. And I have music on Bandcamp and on SoundCloud, and more of that stuff coming real soon, as well as some other projects that have been in limbo but might be coming back. I don't know. I'm so fucking tired. But this was really. I live for this. Ayo, I live for this. Love y'all.
Thanks, Rob.
John.
Always a pleasure. Good stuff tonight. Also, good stuff.
John, this way.
Good stuff out of John as well. And John, it was interesting to see Django as he was kind of getting a feel for what, not just what Mordekainen was about, but as stuff was going on with the plan. And it's kind of like getting into it's interesting because, Django has always been the kind of practical, this is what needs to happen to kind of get things done.
Tries to be.
And everybody was kind of talking more or less practically. Like there was very little of this just kind of like, the only way to do this, if I sacrifice myself so all of you can live, or, whatever. Like there was actual, back and forth.
This time we're actually pushing when they might have to do that.
So it felt like this was a little bit on territory that you were like, the party has it in them to do things of this kind.
Mm-hmm.
So it was interesting to see that. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
It was great as always. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to take more of a backseat and observe everyone else, the rest of the party, while trying to get a beat on Mordekainen, which was interesting as well. Mm-hmm. Good role play on that one, Greg, by the way. It's very impressive. This was fun, as it always is. Even a planning session is always, because of our disparate views and roundabout ways of arriving at things, and then saying, well, if we're going to do this, we could do that. But it was a blast. So the group is finally coming together because we sense the end for something is nigh. Although Mordekainen certainly gave us a more roundabout way of getting the damn homunculus, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. So I had a blast as always, and everyone will see me and Saad and Brahms and Marie Bailado and Jennifer Brozek Monday for Emberwind. That is where you'll see me next, and then otherwise than that, I do this twice a month with the gang, and Emberwind twice a month, and actually we're about to start something else, but that can only be for a couple. Actually, Saad, you do know this. We're gonna probably start that second one, and I need to talk to you, Dad, about that as well. the one-shot Emberwind adventure. And Trend actually is also going to be on that as well. But we'll talk about that down the road. Yep. The other thing I talked to you about at Dragon Con all those eons ago. So that's where I can be found, is mainly here. So yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you, John. And yes, check out all of Catalyst's various things and stuff and business. And yeah, you'll see some other things coming out.
Hopefully more audiobooks by the time we reconvene for the next session.
That's right. And maybe even a project that John and I are both involved in also that we can't talk about too much yet, but that
getting
has
closer.
some...
Getting
closer.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
But thanks, John. Always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure, of course, to have Strahd with us. And again, it was really interesting to me. I was loving the reaction that you were having to the rich old blood, the sort of different blood, the kind of this isn't good, but it's better than alternative. I had like visions of Blade going through my head.
It's definitely getting worse and worse. So something to hold it off at least.
Basically, yeah. And the fact that, as you said, I thought it was interesting when you were talking about the fact that you're like, well, I just, Alec appreciates the fact that Mordenkainen's like, yo, you're in big trouble. Like, here's the deal. Like he was just very blunt with him. He's like, well, or you could possibly be destroyed, or this might happen, or this might happen. Yeah. But the thing about Mordenkainen, of course, is that he's not about like, let me caress, and make you feel better and give you a hug. Like, that's not how this works. He's just kind of like, what's your name? You're a paladin. Act like a paladin. Like, that's your identity or whatever. And so
that's pretty much how he was like trained for his childhood. So.
Right, exactly. So it was interesting to see Alec kind of return to the Alec roots almost a little bit here. How'd you feel about tonight? Where will the folks find you?
It was good. Of course, my health has to drop because what's I get a feat and now that like the feats are
come on, it's 2 points and you got fully healed.
I know, I got fully healed,
full health,
which is good. And I'm
still
not
on top.
I haven't got the urge at the moment anyway to have to try and drink blood from a party member, so that's a good thing, I guess.
Rob, I have more hit points than Strahd does at full. Even when he had 72, I had more hit points than Strahd.
And he's a warlock.
You have a warlock.
I've always said Django's a tank.
And the funny thing is, his rogue in the last campaign had more hit points than my cleric. Anyway, wait,
what? Really?
I really wish.
I
really wish that we went with the full-on Ocean's 8, Agatha's 5, full-on heist movie style thing with it. We could
still
get
on the
nice,
table.
Who says we
80s,
won't?
90s,
still on the
Las
table.
Vegas music going.
Dude, I watched Ocean's 11 again for the 150 millionth time the other night. There is so much that has to go right, and even then, it's like it is such a film heist movie. There is absolutely
that's like Mission Impossible. Like so much of MI is just like, how does this
doesn't
all work?
It's like
or
each of these things has like a 1% chance to happen, and they all happen.
Yep.
Like in one of the cutscenes, they show Rob Reiner. May he rest in peace.
Carl.
Sorry,
Carl
Reiner. Yeah. Like rappelling down the escalator shaft. I'm like, no, they would not. They would not have done that. That would not have worked. No.
But just quickly, just see me, my channel, twitch.tv/Strahd_, currently going through Bulletstorm. And I'm thinking I might switch over to Deus Ex, the Mankind Revolution. What else? Emberwind, as John said earlier and I've said earlier. As well as the week after that, you'll see more of the Grumbler's Guide to Sword Coast Legends.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the end.
The popular, I know, it's gonna have to be. We're gonna have to figure out like Grumbler's Guide to Icewind Dale 2 or something.
Yeah, and I still think we've had this little private discussion. I still think Gromnir would not stab himself in the face. I just think it would go into his leg.
It's a one, dude. It's a one.
No,
it's a one.
I don't think he's that stupid.
It's not, dude. It's a critical failure. It's not stupid. It's not on purpose. He stabs himself in the eye. It's an accident. That's what a critical one is all about. And it's Gromnir. It can only happen that way. It wouldn't stab himself in the leg. That's too easy. It's way too easy. It has to be in the eye.
I'm just imagining that kind of Ace Ventura scene where he gets 2 spears in the leg and like Gromnir's doing the exact same thing. Anyway,
just change leg to eye, and you're absolutely right.
We have so much banter in our Discord. It's great. You should all join the Discord and banter with IB.
You should do that.
General.
Exclamation point Arvcord. You should pop in and say hi to the amazing cast members over there. Saad, always a pleasure. And last but certainly not least, as always, great stuff, Tren, from you and from Weller. I was very much enjoying the sort of moments where you're eating your food and then every so often like what, and something like catches your attention, then you're thinking about stuff, and then back into it. And I was interested as well to see the. When you were like, because you had said, you're like, I don't see many options as to how to do this, and Mordecai's like, well, here's one other option, and you could see for everybody, but you were like, for the gears turning, being like, oh, okay, yeah, god damn it, all right, well, and it's a series of bad options where like I'm gonna choose the least bad option, but it all kind of sucks because welcome to Barovia. How'd you feel about, and then of course the big dun 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 at the end. How'd you feel about today, and where will the love come? See you next week?
I just want to say. I was glad to see Weller enjoy something more than a book.
That's true.
Or taking samples.
Bacon.
Or taking samples.
Taking samples, yeah.
Absolutely.
I just have to say, to see Weller in a different kind of perfection.
Agree. So how did you feel about today?
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And what just continues, much like we talk about how the dice always seem to follow the narrative. It was the same sort of thing because, like you said, there was a moment where the conversation was going on, and when Morden kind of mentioned, the staff in the book, and I was like, wait, there was somebody else who was looking for a staff, and oh shit, what if that's the, I'm like, we didn't stop that guy,
Yeah.
Because we could have, and then later, while I was thinking about, I mean, who would Agatha really? Who would benefit the most from? Who's dead that we would be better off, or at least Barovia would be better off? I was like, the guys at Argonbot, and that's kind of where I was
wondering
like,
if you would pick up on it before I was like,
yeah, I was already thinking it, and then you said it, and I was like, wait a minute, oh my god,
yeah.
And yeah, so I was trying to figure out where do I jump in and say, wait, we could do this thing, and then you brought it up, and I was like, oh, think perfect, we'll just put these together. And then right there at the end, when I'm sitting there, I'm like miming Weller eating, and I'm like, shit, he's talking about Shorak Rest. Oh my god. Okay. At what point does Weller make the connection? And right there. It's like I'm also really
slices of bacon laid down.
Exactly. I'm really happy that Weller's, fantastic mental acuity means that he had to memorize the map.
That was cool too. Actually, we got to see Barovia as a whole. That's
really cool that we get to see the whole map
before we hit day 50, which is happening this time. So, for sure.
The only other thing that really didn't come up was when Alec was sitting there going over his equipment while Weller was bathing. Is that oftentimes when we're taking a break and whatnot, I've mentioned that Weller is casting mending on a lot of Alec's stuff to repair whatever damage. So it wasn't as damaged as perhaps it might be seen to be, but it was still pretty screwed up. But yeah,
I also got the impression that he was just kind of doing that because he's kind of like trying to process what just happened to him in the last 10 minutes, and he's kind of like, let me just my armor, like that's a good default,
And sometimes
it's soldier tactics, check
and
the gear constantly.
Sometimes it's his way of. Weller's way of apologizing to Alec is maintaining his gear. And then helping with that sometimes. Really, really enjoyed it a lot. I thought today went very, very well. And if there is one thing that could get Weller to just completely abandon the plan, well, there's two things. One would be if werewolves showed up. Then Weller's like, no, I will deal with this in a minute. These guys right now. Or if Shorak Rist shows up, that is that sense of vengeance. It was the whole reason he wanted to get home. And as soon as the abbot told him that Shorak was coming here to Barovia, he's like, okay, that changes things. And now we've got confirmation that Shorak is in Barovia, and Weller's not even thinking about going home. All he wants to do is find the dude and torture him to death, which we talked about. Strahd.
Find the dude, have him make you a homunculus, then torture him to death. So,
Weller doesn't
order
care.
is important.
Weller doesn't care. Just forget the homunculus. All he wants to do is just.
No, we can't forget the homunculus.
Well,
Then you gotta do that.
You better
and the
convince
geas.
Heller
We'll
then.
compromise. You can torture, but homunculus first.
Yeah.
Find him, put him in
Vegetables and
stasis,
desserts, Grandma
make
Dog.
the homunculus.
The
and
whole
then
thing
take him out
about
of
the
stasis.
geese is that Weller makes the wish at the beginning of the geese, and then once that geese is completed and it's released, then the wish activates. So until we return that skull,
Yeah, but this
Well,
way we
we
don't
haven't
have.
accepted it yet.
Right, the point is with Shorak Wrist, we don't have to risk blowing our assault on Ravenloft. Well, we can talk about that later. Point
I
is,
was-
the
I
wrist,
was
the
gonna
wrist
say,
angle
no.
has a lot of.
We don't have to risk the risk. Yeah.
RISD.
And
Anyway,
on that note,
yeah, but
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
where will people see me next? Here on Tuesday. What here will be afternoon for me? It will be morning. For Adventures in Middle Earth on Barack Obama's birthday.
Hell yeah, our last real president. And that's going to be, I believe, I have to double check on this. I think we are not doing this on the 28th. I believe we're doing this the 4th. I believe we talked about on that. To confirm, I want to double check the Discord because Amal has stuff going on. So I think we're doing it on the 4th. And the reason that's important is I have a big surprise for the AIME crew on that Tuesday the 4th. So you will not want to miss that. So
I do not want to miss that. Yeah.
Yes. But thank you, Trent. I'm going to let these folks go because I know everyone's tired and got stuff to do. Thank you so much for another wonderful session from all the players. It was really great. Every session of these is great. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing members of Infinity and Beyond? Trending Sparks, Sod, John Helfers, GC Darkside Rob, and Little Red Dot. Lovely work, everybody. I will see you folks in various places very soon.
Thank you, Arv. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody.
Bye,
Good
Rabah.
night.
Everyone. Alrighty. And why am I not? Wait. Where the heck am I? Show yourself. Oh, there I am. Oh, for some reason I had the wrong webcam of me up. That would explain. Okay. Well, Zoom is there, and now I'm here. So there we go. That was good stuff, folks. I always enjoy, obviously, D&D, my favorite game, as you folks know. But I really enjoyed the experience of playing with a group of people that have been together this long and have such great chemistry with each other. And again, the joy of doing a campaign of this sort is that you have the chance to bring back all these callbacks, right? So you can bring back things like the Shorak Wrist scenario, and you can bring back things that people might not have expected were going to show up. And what's going to happen with this whole Veros tier business is that person going to show up again, et cetera, et cetera. So there's always these different experiences that you can bring back later on, and that's always a joy to be able to do that. And it's part of the fun of storytelling in a sort of long form way like this, is that you get to bring those things back again and again. So it was great, and it's great to have great players that allow us to do that as well. That's going to do it for me for today. I am going to be back at you folks, remember, for a special Sunday stream at 8 p.m. when I will be doing my Masters of the Dungeon show with Little Red Dot, and we will be talking about DMing and GMing and various things like that. That's going to be happening again Sunday tomorrow. I guess technically later today. It just crossed over into midnight Eastern Daylight Savings Time, but that'll be later at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, Monday we'll be back here for Emberwind. Then Tuesday we have Star Wars Scum and Villainy at 10 a.m., so we'll be doing that. And then we've got at 1 p.m. Probably we'll have some Kingdoms of Amalur, which I've been away from for a long time, so I need to get back to that. And then at that'll be 1 p.m. And then at 4 p.m. it'll be The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt with more Blood and Wine as I continue that final DLC of that. Then on Wednesday, of course, we have Community D&D with the Shadow Crew. So we'll have Shadow Mage as your GM, Echo Alpha X5, Rock God, Trishy Matz, and Hoodie continuing their adventures through Dragon of Icespire Peak. Thursday, we will have off. And then Friday, I will be back with some Esper Genesis as we return and conclude July that way. And then again, Saturday, which is August 1st, again, as a reminder, 7 p.m., we have that special Gen Con event, which is going to be a reading of Athos Arts titles with EDE Bell at 7 p.m., roughly speaking, and then me at 7:30 with some sneak peek readings of Icarus and Jelinek, the graphic novels from Athos Arts. And then after that's done, we will get back into Kingdoms of Amalur, and that will wrap up this week. We'll wrap up the month of July right into the beginning of August and get us set for what will be a busy and exciting August to come. I want to thank all of you for being a part of this. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Check out the YouTube at !RVTube. Oh wait, before I do that, let me say say goodbye to my audio listeners first. Thank you to my audio listeners. I should have said that before. Thank you so much to the listeners of the podcast. You folks are great, and I will catch all of you wonderful people soon. Please spread the word that they can find this podcast on Google Play, on Apple Podcasts, whatever it's called now, iMusic, iTunes, iSomething, that you can find it on Amazon Music. You can find it on all of the good podcast sites, as well as on my website, arvinelaron.com, for this channel. So thank you, listeners. Goodbye for now. And now I will say goodbye. Exactly, I pay too much. Exactly, Miranda. Now I'll say goodbye to the lovely folks from Twitch. Again, exclamation point RFTube, exclamation point RFCord, exclamation point RF tweets. Please follow me over on all those things and join us on our Discord server. And then the website for this is, again, arvinelaron.com. On the financial side, we have, of course, the shop, exclamation point RF shop, where you can get stuff like that, Infinity and Beyond. And you'll also be able to get material for the Adventures of Middle-earth crew, and pretty soon some Esper Genesis stuff there as well. That also benefits the channel, as does subscribing to the Patreon, exclamation point Arvtreon. Good stuff for both you and the channel. That really does help a lot, so thank you, thank you. I think it is Rock God, but I'm not 100% sure. I will check that out. I don't know for sure, but I'll have to double check. I want to say it is, but I'm not positive, so I'll have to check. So yes, so anyway, exclamation point Arvtreon, which really helps the channel, and you can get cool stuff for yourself as well, including inspirations to help the players. And we've got that sub button right below the video window, which allows you to subscribe and support the channel. You can get a copy of, the custom emotes, the custom sub badge, and all that kind of good stuff. Plus, again, if you support at a high enough tier, inspirations to help the players there too. And of course, the publishing stuff, exclamation point Icarus, for details about my graphic novel and Jelinek and Icarus. For those of you who missed this, again, as an announcement, the retail release date for these Icarus and Jelinek is going to be late October and early November. Somewhere in between late October, early November is going to be the release date for the retail versions of these. The early August timeframe is when we're going to be allowing people to pre-order the print editions, which are going to be paperback, and we're very excited for that. Those editions are going to have hopefully some blurbs and reviews, which are hopefully positive, and then we're going to be trying to make a big push to get that promoted, because we're really excited about these novels and graphic novels, and we want to see where the heck they go. And then that is exclamation point Icarus. Exclamation point library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. It is a silver seller over in DriveThruRPG, and we're coming out in print edition very shortly. Please jump on board and pick a copy of that up. I think it's on sale right now still over on DriveThruRPG, and so please do that, and please continue to support myself and Alligator Alley Entertainment by getting this D&D 5th edition adventure and sourcebook contributed to by amazing authors from across the field. And last, exclamation point Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter, one of the biggest projects I've ever done, which will have an RPG, which will have a board game, which will have a set of novels and an audiobook. The Kickstarter for that is going to be coming either in October or February, and I'll be able to make the announcement on that in a couple of weeks. That is dependent, again, on production in Wuhan. It has nothing to do with me or even the company. It really depends on what production facilities look like at that time because of the whole coronavirus situation. So I'll be able to let you know in a couple of weeks if it's October or February. It'll definitely be no later than February, so it'll be one of those 2 months, and I'll be able to let you know, and then we'll be able to move from there. So exclamation point Greyshade KS for details about that. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. As I've been talking about all the time, very, very important that we continue to put focus and attention on this, and that we continue to look at resources, educational resources, ways to contribute, and donate to various resources and funds, including bail relief funds and a whole bunch of things like that. So please consider checking that out so that we can make sure that we continue to focus on that in this pandemic, because justice matters even in the middle of disease and illness and the rest of it. Otherwise, though, that is going to do it for me for today, and we are going to be doing a raid today. The way we do a raid is real simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to be doing this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid. That is lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, we are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, and then ARVANE, all lowercase, uppercase H, lowercase YPE, and Arvane Roar, ARVANE, all lowercase, uppercase R, lowercase OAR. Please do that. Spam all the things when you get over there, because that is one of the ways that we can really make a difference, and it's good for the folks that we go to and good for us in the channel. So please consider doing that when you jump on board to where we're going to head next. And I may go, yeah, we'll see. I'll have to think. Let me see. me just double check quickly here. Yeah, okay. I think I know where we're going to go. All right. So that is going to do it for me. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream. And remember, I'll be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. on the channel, Sunday, 8 p.m. for Masters of the Dungeon. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. First of all, my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and Sod, best in the business, as I've said. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Echo Alpha, Nonstop, Commander Dunsel, Gigafrost, Leighton Passion, Little Red Dot, Lone Wolf, Marinda, Mrs. Dunsel, and Trishy Mats. Thank you so much to all of you, and of course to the Patreon supporters as well. Thank you to my viewers, 1FPS. Thank you to Admiral KX, to IAK Enforcer. What's up, IAK? Another TT viewer, Arudinel, of course. Arudinel, I don't know what you're doing down there, but good to see you, dude. For some reason, I didn't see that. Aiden, Clown Handler. I love that. Commander Root, Kristen Clack, Dinu, Electrical Longboard, Feet, Helm, Holo Kalman, Kajiro, King Jin, Lurks, Okiran, Kiwasik, Radio Johnny Panda, Remastino, Sophia, Tanika, the Jungle Queen, hey JQ, Trendane, you Christensen, Uncle Elias, V&K, Virgo Praz, and Zulanel7716. And also thank you again to the wonderful players, to Trendane, to Sod, to John, to Rob, GC Darkside Rob, and of course to Little Red Dot. Thank you for being amazing and wonderful and awesome. That's going to do it for me. Much love to all of you, and I will do that, Dunsel, for sure. Thank you, everyone, and I will catch all of you wonderful people Sunday. Until then, everyone make sure you're good to each other. Have a good night.